The door jerked on its hinges, light igniting along the seams at every pound of the asshole's fist. I picked up the baseball bat I had left near the door. I tightened my hands around its neck to stop them from shaking. Jake was going to kill me this time. "I've called the police, Jake," I shouted. "Bitch," Jake yelled. The pounding stopped for a moment as he added some slurred indecipherable insult. Then the assault renewed with extra vigor. He was more drunk than usual. My arms started shaking. "Stop it, Daddy," Maria shouted from the other side of the room. I turned, too late to hide the bat. There were tears running down her cheeks, mirroring my own. She was so confused. 10 years was not enough life to understand what was going on. "Sneak out the back and run to Mrs. Cummings' house," I whispered to her. In a moment the door would give out, and I knew Jake wouldn't hold back. I should have bought a gun. "Go," I said again, waving her toward the kitchen. Her lips were quivering as she slowly stepped back. Oh God, she knew what was going to happen. "Now," I shouted, probably the last word she'd ever hear from her mother. Maria turned and ran into the kitchen. A second later the back door quietly closed. The crackling sound of the frame giving out caused me to raise the bat higher. The house shook as he stopped pounding and began to throw himself bodily at the door. I took a step back and steadied myself. It was him or me. There was no one else, and I was done running. As long as I hit with the first swing, there was hope. If I missed, well, I just couldn't miss. The frame splintered near the deadbolt, and I sucked in my last breath. One more hit and Jake would be in the house. The restraining order was useless. The bat jerked in my hands, my body thinking it could time the first strike with Jake's previous pattern of body slams. Instead, I heard the shuffling of feet beyond the door and steadied the bat anew. There was a solid thump against the garage wall that jutted out and framed the right side of the porch. Maybe he was too drunk. Maybe the police would get here in time. A moment later I heard a car start up and accelerate. I ran to the window, pulled the curtain aside and saw Jake's shiny new black Charger speeding down the road. A deep breath, then I lowered the bat. My arms were shaking so much, I began to cry. Not for what could have happened, but for what he was doing to me. The fear was eating me alive. The soft sound of a distant siren broke into my moment of weakness. Jake must have heard it coming, and maybe fear took a bite out of him as well. I took a couple more solid breaths and replaced the bat against the entryway table. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand, then grabbed a Kleenex and cleaned up the smeared mascara in the front hall mirror. My eyes were bloodshot and weak. They needed to be stronger. I needed to be stronger. "It took you long enough," I said when I opened the door as the officer approached. "He heard your siren and left." I pointed down the road as if that would help the cop. "Are you all right, ma'am?" the young officer asked. He looked like a tall 15-year-old. Military haircut on top of a face that was meant to have its cheeks pinched. "No," I replied, "look at my damn door." Another second and someone would have been dead. I knew there was too much anger in my voice, but the adrenaline was still flowing. He's drunk as hell and will hopefully drive off a cliff. Maybe nature will take care of what you can't. The officer stopped coming forward, and I could see the color leave his face. He wasn't used to failure, probably a stellar student and the perfect soldier. "Ma'am, we can't be everywhere all the time." He was having trouble with where to put his hands. Just a kid with a man's duty. The wrong person to be yelling at. "No. No, you can't," I sighed. I stood away from the entrance and made room for the officer to enter. At least his presence would allow the fear to fade for a moment. Jake wouldn't come back while the police car was out front. "I'm sorry, what's your name?" "Officer Richard Sampson, ma'am." "Thank you for coming, Richard." "I'll call it in, and maybe we can locate him quickly," Richard said as he examined the doorframe. "He'll just deny it as always," I said, resigned to the fact that I'd have to end it eventually. A few hours in jail before his lawyer shows up will just make him angrier. A bottle of bravery later and he's right back at it. The courts take this very seriously. He pulled on the doorframe where the deadbolt inserts, testing what little was left of its strength. Some of the wood broke off in his hand. And this is attempted breaking and entering. I can't spend any more days in court, I said. I'm out of time off at work and haven't received a child support payment in over a year. Richard ignored my words and pulled out his notepad. I rolled my eyes as I began reciting the information he needed to bring Jake in. The make, model, and license number of the car he bought with Maria's support payments. His last known address and a description. I waited until the officer was done before I asked him the question I ask all of them. If he comes into my home, I can kill him, right? I hope it doesn't come to that, ma'am, Richard said, closing his notebook. His face had aged as his confidence had returned. Still a child to my 32-year-old eyes. But I'd be within my rights. If your life is threatened, you may take lethal action. It was the same answer I had received every time I asked. I was hoping it would evoke more action on their part. I really didn't want to kill Jake, but the thought of his hands around my throat kept the idea alive. Jake had serious control issues. I had serious anti-Jake issues. Those competing points of view would collide horribly one day. Where can I buy a gun? I asked, trying to emphasize the dire situation to him. He didn't bat an eye. Dormers, on Broadway. Tony is a friend of mine and gives lessons to first-time owners for free, Richard said, looking straight at me. I was silent, surprised that he'd have an answer to my question. I'd recommend the lessons. Safety is mostly common sense, but there are some extra things to consider when there are children in the house. I don't want to buy a gun, I admitted. And I can't promise we can get here in time, Richard continued. He was aging before my eyes. Some guys only respect force, and the law isn't always quick enough. I stared at him for a moment, his statement running through my mind. Inside, I was shaking. Outside, I had crossed my arms under my chest. In response to my queries, he was telling me to protect myself. I would either end up killing my daughter's father or dying myself. Tony, I said. A nice guy, he won't take advantage of you, Richard said. Mrs. Cummings was bringing Maria up the front walk. I could see the tears still flowing from my daughter's eyes. She ran past the officer and into my arms. I hugged her close, trying to fill her with a strength I didn't have. Tony, I repeated. I'll let him know you're stopping by, Richard said. I'll be out front for a few hours and another car will take my place later tonight. Thank you, I said, welcoming a good night's sleep. Maria would join me in bed tonight. She never could sleep alone after her father came to visit. Is Daddy coming over today? Maria asked. It was her soft voice, the one she uses when she's scared but unwilling to admit it. It had been a long night with her waking up every few hours. In turn, she would wake me and move closer. She was a little heater, making the night uncomfortably warm. I don't think so, honey, I said, putting a plate of pancakes in front of Maria. Blueberry pancakes were her favorite. She liked them small, no bigger than a fist, so she could claim she ate a lot. That morning, she needed a favorite, and I needed to deliver one. Maria smiled at the pancakes and grabbed the syrup. She always poured it on the edge of her plate like it was ketchup for fries, enjoyed mixing the cake and syrup one bite at a time. She pushed some of her curly brown hair behind her ear and went to work. It was a pleasure watching her eat. Our life was far from perfect, but that moment was perfect. Juice? Do we have any apple? Maria asked. By luck, we did. I filled a couple of small glasses, then sat down with my favorite person in the world. Since we had both awoken early, it was a leisurely breakfast. Mom, I forgot to do my math homework, Maria said with concern. Fourth grade had brought with it an emphasis on fractions which she was struggling with. I'll tell Mississippi Pritchard. I'm sure she'll give you an extra day, I said, then watched her go back to her pancakes. At least Jake could be used as a homework excuse. A small blessing with all the pain he dished out. I had taken a cut in pay to be a school nurse. ICU was my passion, but Jake had seen fit to ruin even that. I had to be near my daughter at all times, and as her school nurse, I was her ride both ways. There were no night shifts or 12-hour days. Of course, there was no overtime either. We weren't struggling to eat, but we were living paycheck to paycheck. Without child support, vacations, movies, and dinners out were off the agenda. Blueberry pancakes were the best I could do. Maybe, if you get your homework done early tonight, we can pop some popcorn and watch a movie, I said, trying to separate her even farther from last night. I pick? Maria asked. Sure, I answered, knowing it would be Into the Woods. I had no idea why she liked that strange musical. Maybe it made her feel older to watch a more sophisticated film than her previous cartoons. Jake had made sure I would agree. It was her reward for not hating me and the life I had created for her. Like the pancakes, I needed to spoil her with what gifts I could. He came back again? Cynthia Pritchard asked me quietly. I nod. D, you have to do something, Natalie. Everything I read says people like him won't stop. Her hands were on her hips, jutting out her long skirt to the side. I'm buying a gun, I whispered so the rest of the school wouldn't hear. To my surprise, Cynthia immediately agreed with my decision. She was always a strong supporter of women's rights, and I think it fit with her idea of independence. Maybe just pointing it at him will scare him off once and for all, Cynthia said. I could see she thought I'd have to pull the trigger, but it was kind of her to give me an in-between scenario. Something that didn't make me a killer. I have to protect Maria, I said, further justifying the idea in my own mind. The cop was right, I couldn't rely on the police to be there. Do you want me to go with you? Cynthia asked. I don't know anything about guns. Maybe we could learn together. I smiled at her. I hadn't thought about needing someone to go with me, but it sounded appealing. Would you? Of course. It's kind of exciting in a way. Cynthia's face drooped a bit. I mean, not because of the necessity. I didn't mean. I know what you meant, I said, cutting off her apology. I've never done anything like this either and could use a friend. Done, Cynthia said as the morning bell rang. Talk with you at lunch. She smiled as I nodded and headed off to my office. Tony was a big man. At first glance, not someone you would want to meet in a dark alley. After a few minutes of talking with him, you realize that he is exactly who you want to walk through a dark alley with. His smile was disarming and the charming way he spoke broadcast his enormous empathy. The long hair was a little unruly, but I think that was part of his demeanor. He didn't spend a lot of time on himself, preferring to give to others. I almost laughed at the tattooed heart on his bicep, the word mom written boldly on a ribbon in the center. He was a teddy bear of a man. I'm sorry, Mrs. Livingston, Tony said to me, it's Illinois law. 72 hours is the waiting period for a handgun, and your FOID card will take time as well. I wish I could speed up the process, but I can't. Isn't there some sort of exclusion for those who need it? Cynthia asked. Only illegal ones, Tony said. The state is usually pretty quick with the FOID these days, probably take a week overall. A week? What do I do until then? I asked. A rifle or shotgun only has a 24-hour waiting period. But you still need your FOID, Tony said. I could see the exasperation in his eyes. Most likely, I wasn't the first person who need protection quickly. I guess we need to get started then, I sighed. I can barely afford that handgun you showed me, what did you call it? Glock 26. I think that fits my hand the best. I looked at Cynthia, and she nodded her agreement. Both of us were completely ignorant, so we shopped like we would for underwear. Whatever was most comfortable. I think I can do a little better on the price for a friend of Richard's, Tony said with a smile. I smiled back, truly a teddy bear. For a moment, I felt as if I had a couple of brothers looking out for me. As an only child, it was an unnaturally pleasant feeling. I wished I still had parents to run off to, but an automobile accident had seen fit to make me an orphan when Maria was only 3. I can teach you to shoot and care for the weapon today if you have time. Can you? Cynthia said, loud like an excited child. Tony laughed at her enthusiasm. It isn't every day you get to shoot a gun. I had to admit, after a lifetime of movies, it was exciting. The range is downstairs, through the door, Tony said, pointing to the door with a red range sign posted above. Frank, watch the counter. I'll be an hour or so. A young man, possibly Tony's son, nodded agreement while talking to another customer. Martha Cummings was an older retired woman, and I overused her sympathy. She somehow latched onto me, bonding over Jake's abuse. There was nothing she wouldn't do to make sure that Maria was safe and shielded from what was happening, babysitting at a moment's notice and being Maria's safe house when I needed one. Strange, I found her everything I didn't want to become, yet she was the neighbor I desperately needed. Martha's steel gray hair was done up in a perm that screamed ancient. She was slightly rotund, and always wore an apron that made me think she was constantly cleaning or cooking. I preferred my auburn hair to hang more naturally and spent time straightening the curls out of it. The idea of looking like a grandmother wasn't appealing in the slightest, though Martha strived for just that. Maybe, she thought of us as the family she never had. Thank you so much, Martha, I said, you're a lifesaver. Maria had spent the evening at her house while I shopped for ways to kill her father. Think nothing of it, dear. Us single gals have to stick together, Martha said. I wasn't sure I wanted to lump into her single gal club, but she was all I had at the moment. Besides, Maria and I get along wonderfully. We baked some cookies and even got a little homework done. Maria came to the door with her book bag and a clear plastic container with what looked like chocolate chip cookies inside. When she smiled, I could see remnants of other cookies in her teeth. Thank you, Mrs. Cummings, Maria said. I was glad I didn't need to remind her to be polite. Anytime, dear, Martha responded, caressing the back of Maria's head. We were both dears in her eyes. A patrol car pulled up in front of our house as we were walking toward it. I was surprised to see Officer Sampson step out and move smartly toward me. I pulled Maria close. Evening, officer, I said brightly for Maria's sake, on guard again? I added, hoping it was true. No, ma'am, Richard said with a smile that was out of place. He glanced down at Maria, then back to me, might I have a word with you? Ah, sure. Let's get Maria inside. You want some cookies? Maria asked with her crumb-laden smile. Maybe one. I'm on duty after all, Richard replied with a chuckle. While he enjoyed his cookie in the front room, I got Maria started on her math homework in the kitchen. I had to stash the cookies out of reach so she'd actually eat some dinner. Good cookie, Richard said when I returned. He was licking his fingers. She makes them with my neighbor, Mrs. Cummings. Don't know what I'd do without her babysitting. Well, I'm here to give you some good news. Jake turned himself in this morning. Turned himself in? I said, surprised. He was smiling at my astonishment. He and a friend came into the station, and he confirmed what you told me. He waived his right to a quick bond hearing. Never heard of that before. A friend. I thought all his friends were drunks. Guess he needed the support. I wasn't there, so I can't give you a name, but Jake will be in jail for a few days until the hearing. The desk sergeant told me he was remorseful and thought some time in jail would let him get his head together. Believed he needed time away from the booze. That doesn't sound like Jake, I said, not trusting what I heard. Maybe it's some kind of ploy. Could be, but I don't understand why he'd want to spend a few days in jail, Richard said. I think you should enjoy the short reprieve, relax and get a few good nights of sleep. He can't get out? He waived his right to a lawyer. At least for now, it looks like he's there to stay, Richard replied. I'm sure the judge will look favorably on his contrition when he finally does go to court. I guess it's good news. Thank you for letting me know, I said. You were pretty upset yesterday. I'm glad I could give you some good news, Richard said as he reached for the doorknob. I've got to get back on patrol. He handed me his card. Give me a call in a few days, and I'll update you. Thanks, I repeated, taking the card. Thanks for the cookie, Richard said with a smile and disappeared out the door. I stood there looking at the door, wondering what Jake was up to. He was good at faking remorse in court, but he never turned himself in before. I was missing something. Something that would come back to bite me hard. Booze turned that man into a monster, and I was his chosen prey. I shook my head, again wondering why I thought I loved him once. He did give me Maria, so my hate was diminished by my love for her. Daddy is staying with the police for a few days, I told Maria. She looked up from her homework with questions in her eyes. He went to them. Is Daddy better? Well, he isn't drinking right now, I said carefully. Lying to her was too difficult, so I have resorted to half-truths. Can't they tell him not to drink? He doesn't have to listen, baby. We have to hope that he figures it out himself, I said. Maria nodded. Tomato soup and toasted cheese for dinner? Another of her favorite meals. Can I make the soup? Sure, I answered, happy to see her lips curl again. It was just Campbell's, but adding the water and stirring the pot made her feel important. I let her stall on her homework, and we went to work. My house was small, and the yard tiny. Even so, the lawn was the one reason I missed having a man around. Men seemed to enjoy firing up the mower, trimming bushes, and planting trees. I hated chewing up part of my weekend taking care of the lawn. Mowing wasn't as bad as edge trimming, which I tended to skip every other week. I would avoid it all year if the neighbors weren't so fastidious about it. Not having the worst lawn on the block was my only goal. A few weeds and a couple of skip trims were acceptable. There was always someone else who let theirs go enough to make me look like a decent neighbor. Todd Brindleson wasn't one of the slackers. I had no idea what he did for a living, but he spent all his free time nurturing his landscaping. He had a special red baseball cap he only wore when he was gardening. Gee, it was logoed with some company name that I didn't recognize, but it always announced that he was spending time outside. Today, he was on his knees giving his grass perfect edges as I ran the mower as quickly as possible over my grass. I had full intention of skipping the edging, so Maria and I had time to roam the mall. We wouldn't buy anything, but we bonded happily. Lawn is looking good, Todd called to me. I was pulling out the blower to get the clippings off the cement. I looked up and tried not to look disappointed that he was walking over. Yours looks a lot better, I said, hoping that's all he wanted to talk about. It wasn't, and he approached closer. A conversation with Mr. Perfect wasn't in my plans. Still having trouble with the ex? I cringed at his forwardness, embarrassed that he was letting me know that the whole neighborhood was aware. Police cars always attract attention. I'm sorry about that, I said, hoping that the blower in my hands would give him a clue that I had work to do. Nothing to be sorry about, Todd said, it isn't your fault he's an asshole. I let the blower drop to my side. It was good to hear someone voice how I saw things. Thank you, Todd. I only caught the tail end of it, otherwise I would come over, Todd continued. He was in quite a drunken rage. He doesn't have a lot of control anymore, I admitted. The restraining order doesn't even slow him down. Eric sure slowed him down, Todd said with a chuckle. Eric? Our new neighbor, Eric Papirius, Todd said, pointing 2 doors down from mine. I knew the house had sold, but I hadn't met the new neighbors yet. Eric tossed him against the wall, Todd was demonstrating with his hands, and wrenched his arms behind him. It only took him a moment to haul the bum to his car. Todd's smile was growing. Tossed him in the back seat and then drove off with him. What? You didn't see it? It looked very efficient, like he was trained or something. He told me he worked for an import-export company, but it may be a cover. I looked at Todd like he was crazy. You know, like 007. I thought the police sirens scared Jake off. He was scared all right, but not by sirens, Todd chuckled again. He was impressed by what had happened. A man's man handling the situation. He drove off with him? Probably beat the crap about him, Todd added, punching at the air. It didn't make any sense. Pulling Jake away from the door was one thing, but driving him away seemed excessive for someone you didn't even know. I guess I should thank him, I said with little conviction. What do you say to a person you don't know who prevented a disaster? He obviously wasn't overly concerned with my or Maria's well-being since he hadn't checked in to see if we were all right. Todd was still smiling about his new hero. Jake was pretty drunk. I'm grateful, but I doubt it took too great an effort, I added, trying to lessen Eric's prowess in Todd's eyes. I don't know. Your ex is a big guy, Todd said. Eric is probably just as large. Todd, on the other hand, was small and thin. Maybe he was living vicariously through Eric, a way of compensating for his own fears. At least we had the fear in common. Either way, I have to thank him, I said, more to convince myself than to respond to Todd. Being the damsel in distress was never my favorite pastime. It didn't seem to matter that I was in real distress at the time. Is he home? I asked, stalling. Not sure, Todd replied. Maybe his wife then, I said, putting the blower down and beginning to head down the driveway. Might as well get it over with. Not married. I believe he's a widower. I slowed, wondering if knocking on Eric's door was wise. It would be preferable for Eric to be married. It made things easier if there was a wife wall between him and myself. A wife could enforce the rules, limit the necessary interaction. A couple thank yous and the trading of fake future will get together soon. A bachelor might take me up on an offer of dinner. The last thing I needed right now was a man around my house. A few more uncertain steps, then I forced my uncomfortableness away. Another form of fear that needed to be beaten back. I gripped an invisible baseball bat and moved to Eric's house with conviction. Before my courage fled, I rang Eric's doorbell. Involuntarily, I stepped back when the door began to open, realizing I needed more space between him and me. Yes? Eric said, looking at me like I was an annoyance. He was smaller than Jake, maybe an inch taller than me, though it was hard to judge since I was a step below him. It was difficult to imagine him manhandling Jake. His eyes had a sharpness about them like he was crossed to find me at his door. He was wearing a gray t-shirt, untucked, with an old pair of comfortable faded jeans. His right hand was gripping a hardcover book, his finger splitting the pages as a makeshift bookmark. Can I help you? He added as I stared. Ah, yes, I floundered, I'm Natalie Livingston, from 2 doors down. I pointed toward my house. Eric had a slim face hardened by a few days of beard growth over a soft olive skin. I had an off-putting desire to drag a razor across his cheeks, freeing his face from the stubble. Okay, Eric said. His annoyance seemed to increase. Short-cropped brown hair lay uncombed across the top of his head. It accented his lazy, unshaven look. Not a great first impression for a man somewhere in his 30s. I just found out that you helped me a couple of days ago, I said. Eric looked at me like he had no idea what I was talking about. I had a sense he was about to slam the door shut and end my unwanted interruption. My ex-husband was trying to break through my front door, I added, trying to give him more context. It was annoying that he was making go through a description. The loud guy, Eric said, raising his book to me, he was disturbing my reading. His hazel eyes shifted to understanding, though still held contempt. I guess I was disturbing his reading as well. I wanted to thank you and apologize for the imposition. You're welcome, Eric said coarsely, then stepped back and started to shut the door. I'm sorry to intrude, I snapped, surprised at the venom I instinctively added to the words. Eric's curtness was beyond aggravating. Here I was trying to thank him, and all he wanted was for me to remove myself from his porch. The door closed, louder than necessary. Asshole, I added quietly. I moved back down the street with a purpose, whispering to myself about the worthlessness of the male gender. I wasn't sure who was worse, Jake or Eric. Jake I could understand. Hand him a bottle and he became violent. There was a cause and effect. Eric, on the contrary, was a contemptuous jerk. There was no cause, he just was. Widower? His wife probably threw herself off the nearest bridge. Picking up the blower, I pulled the cord harder than necessary, desiring for the engine noise to drown out the world that seemed to want to belittle my existence. Eric hadn't shown up to save me from beating my ex with a baseball bat. He was only there to end the disruption to his life. The blower engine sprang to life, soothing the edges of my growing dislike of men. It wasn't the whole gender I disapproved of, just the ones who came within 100 feet of me. The grass clippings grew wings and flew away from the blower, back to the lawn. Once they came, I swept the forced air along the driveway and down the sidewalk, making sure not one lone stalk remained where it shouldn't be. That was the orderly way things should be. Everything put firmly in its place. When I was done, I rethought not trimming the edges. The idea of lopping off the overgrowing strands of grass was appealing. I fired up the weed whacker and let my mind enjoy the violence of the task. Maria, as always, calmed me back down. She was my only vice, the perfect drug for handling life's stresses. At least when she's in a good mood. We spent a good part of the day window shopping in the mall. We treated ourselves to Chinese, ignoring the fact that it broke the budget. Sometimes, life needs a little budget busting. He slammed the door? Cynthia asked for verification. On purpose, I said, nodding. The sting of my conversation with Eric had dulled. Talking with Cynthia would help to put it fully behind me. I guess he thought I was part of the problem, the reason he had to get up and deal with Jake. What a jerk, Cynthia said, validating my own thoughts. Maybe it's for the best. This way you don't owe him anything. Yep, I was thinking the same thing. After all, I wouldn't want to disturb his reading. Cynthia laughed, which did wonders for putting the incident farther behind me. And Jake's still in jail? He gets out tomorrow morning. A judge has accepted his remorse, and he's free until his court date next month. I swear, that man can talk his way out of anything. Could be that your unfriendly neighbor put a scare in him. Nothing that a bottle of whiskey won't undo, I said with a sigh. I'm not falling for his apologies or giving him any indication that I might. I'm supposed to get my gun license today or tomorrow. That's the only thing that will give me some peace of mind. Armed and dangerous, Cynthia said. I liked the confident smile she gave me. It was filled with hope. It projected the independence I desired above all else at that point in my life. The bell rang, and Cynthia winked before she moved quickly down the hall, late for her homeroom class. I found Danny Crichton waiting in my office, gripping his belly in the throes of theatrical pain. I chuckled, which brought out the wounded puppy eyes he was so good at. Test today? I asked. My stomach hurts, the 11-year-old said, adding a groan to emphasize his words. I placed the back of my hand against his forehead and verified there was no temperature. Color was good and his eyes alert. I reached for a thermometer to G. An empirical proof of his faking. You know, you'll just have to make the test up, I said as I motioned him to open his mouth. This is the 6th time this year you've been in my office. That's no way to go through life. I'm not faking, Danny mumbled with the thermometer in his mouth. No talking, I said, holding his wrist as I checked his strong pulse. I'll ask around at lunch, and I'll bet I'll find out you have a test today. I'm not going to be happy if I find out you're using me to delay again. Math, after lunch, Danny said out of the corner of his mouth, trying to not dislodge the thermometer. He stopped hugging his stomach, knowing the gig was up. He wasn't a bad kid, just a little on the lazy side. That he admitted it warmed my heart more than I should have let it. Maybe it was his defeated look that gave me pause. I think you should lay here and recover for the next 2 periods, I said as I removed the needless thermometer. If you're not tired, maybe you can pull out your math book and study up a bit. It was a compromise I shouldn't have offered, but it felt good. Danny nodded and lifted up his book bag and pulled out his textbook. Boys were easy to handle, almost a pleasure. It was a shame they had to grow into men. I fired off 3 rounds in quick succession while holding my new Glock in 2 hands. The cushioned earmuffs deadened the sound yet allowed me to sense its intensity. Tony tapped me on the shoulder. I engaged the safety, unloaded the weapon and verified the chamber was empty, as I had been taught. There was a sense of power in owning the gun and not letting it own me. Tony had made me repeat the loading and unloading until it was almost second nature. He wanted to make sure that only bad guys saw the business end. Nice, Tony said with his large smile. You need to pause a split second more between rounds to return to center mass. The idea is to make sure all the rounds find the assailant and put him out of commission. It feels good in my hands, I commented, laying the gun down on the counter in front of me. I pulled my ear protection off and let it lay around my neck. Tony hit a switch, and the target came whizzing up range along the cable. I had put a round in the second ring, chest high, and another in the shoulder. The expected third hole was nowhere to be found. Well, you stopped him, but you let one round go wild, Tony said as he tore down the target and put another in its place. That's the extra time I was talking about. You'll get the feel for it. A new paper target traveled back to the end of the range and Tony nodded to me. I replaced my headgear and calmly grasped my gun, loaded, pointed it downrange, flipped the safety off and fired 3 more rounds. This time, I stalled an extra moment between rounds and let the barrel fall back to center mass. Much better, Tony said. Pride crept in, and I had to remind myself it was a killing machine. I wanted to feel safe, not prideful. It was only a tool. Engaging the safety, I began to lay the weapon down again. You need to unload if you want to put the weapon down. Oh, I said quickly, my pride slipping away. I removed the magazine and checked the chamber as I had been taught. When it's not in your hands, it should be empty. It limits accidents, especially with children around. I'll make it a habit, I said as a horrible image of Maria picking up a loaded Glock came to mind. The target zoomed toward me, and I couldn't hide my smile. 3 rounds in the black, 1 kissing the center ring, the other 2 climbing to the right, but still on target. Remind me to never break into your house, Tony said, looking critically at the target. I knew the words were designed to give me confidence, but I took them for applause. Damn pride. You should practice a couple of times a year, make sure it stays in your muscle memory. He winked at me. Of course, next time I'll charge you to be on the range. You've earned a loyal customer, Tony, I said, still smiling at the target. It was going to take me a long time to pay off the credit card, but it was worth it. It's just good to know you'll have some protection you know how to use, Tony said. I just saw on the news that the Broadview killer struck again. The woman's supposed to survive, but they're worried she'll never walk again. I'm more worried about my ex, I said. That guy's up on the north side, my ex knows where I live. You might want to give him fair warning, Tony said, pointing at the target. Then he shrugged his shoulders, or not. It's your castle. I smiled confidently. If anyone was going to threaten my house, they'd hear me roar. It had been weeks since Eric Papirius had slammed his door in my face. Pulling into my driveway, I saw him wheeling his garbage can to the street. He didn't glance up as he settled the wheels against the curb for tomorrow's pickup. Maria and I got out of the car, and I thought he looked toward me. I waved, thinking I may have just caught him on a bad day last time. The least I could do was to be pleasant from a distance. He ignored the wave and turned, heading back to his house. There was no proof, but I could have sworn he saw me wave. I swallowed my next words for Maria's sake. I found the bill I had been dreading in the mailbox. It took me a long time to pay down my Visa bill, and now it had climbed right back up with the purchase of the Glock. I hadn't seen or heard from Jake, though I knew he was out of jail. Maybe my jerk of a neighbor kicked some temporary sense into him. Maybe he hadn't had enough to drink yet. I was sure time would validate the purchase, though making the payments would hurt. It was a lot more fun firing the gun than paying for it. Maria looked up at me as a loud sigh left my lungs. There was a letter from Jake's lawyer in the pile. I smiled down at her for reassurance, though my mind was anything but reassured. Lawyers usually meant court, and I couldn't afford to go back to court. Whatever it was, I was going to lose the battle, outlasted by an asshole who played the system better than I ever could. Claire is my best friend now, Maria said when we entered the house. She told me at recess, and I told her so too. My mind jumped from the mail, trying to remember who Claire was. Is she the one with the curly red hair? Yep. We gave her a ride home once, Maria replied. I want to ask her over, on the weekend. Sleepover? Maria nodded and looked at me with pleading eyes. Have you asked her yet? We talked about it, but I said I had to ask you. There was nothing going on this weekend, though I was never sure if Jake would pay a visit. Having someone else's child in my house with a mad ex running around didn't sit well. I don't know, honey, I said. In my mind, it was already no. For some ridiculous reason, I wanted her to believe I was suffering through the decision. Wouldn't it be better if you went to her house? Why can't she come here? Maria asked with her father's stubbornness in her expression. What if Daddy decided to come by? I asked apologetically. Oh. Maria's face drooped. She turned away from me and walked to her room. I wanted to stop her and share a hug, but I sensed it would have made things worse. That's the problem with best friends. They were important at her age. More important than the reality of her parents' idiocy. I wanted to strangle Jake after I cut off a few parts. In my anger, I tore the corner of the letter from Jake's lawyer when I ripped into the envelope's flesh. I had to close my eyes and let my mind settle, calming things before I added to my problems. A check fell out of the letter as I unfolded it. At first, I thought it some kind of bill, but it landed face up on the counter. My name is the payable. $7,300. My hand was shaking as I picked it up. It was written from Jake's personal account. There was no way it was any good. The letter itself was completely unexpected. It stated formally that Jake Thompson recognized he was in arrears for $19,289 in support payments, along with the standing $1,800 a month requirement. There was a breakdown of his cash assets, monthly income, and living expenses. The check in my hand was just the first to start to bring him into compliance. There was a promise for double monthly payments until I was made whole. I chuckled at the paragraph about if I were dissatisfied with the method of covering the debt, he would be open to discussing another arrangement. If Jake's expenses were to be believed, he was as broke as I was. The double payments would be painful. The final paragraph was the most interesting. Beyond the monthly support payments, there would be no contact from Jake until the restraining order expired in 5 months. The lawyer's language drifted from the pure legalese as he explained that Jake was attending weekly AA meetings and receiving counseling for anger issues. If I were so inclined, a meeting would be scheduled at the firm's offices after the expiration of the restraining order to discuss the financial security of Maria's future. It had to be some kind of trick. A lie to get over on the court. My eyes flooded as I dared to dream. If the check was good, a tremendous stress would be lifted off my shoulders. If Jake made good on his support payments, life would change dramatically for Maria and I. Revisiting my name on the check sitting so closely to the amount made my eyes tear up. I'd really need the gun if the check was bad. Mom, what's wrong? Maria had snuck up on me. I quickly wiped my eyes and forced a smile on my face. Nothing, I lied. We need to get to the bank before it closes. I tucked the check into my purse. Maybe we can grab some dinner at Mark's Pizza. Sure, Maria's face lit up. If the check was bad, Mark's Pizza was an equally bad idea. I decided to let fate decide and live like I had disposable income. It was only pizza, and the smile on Maria's face was worth the SK don't screw with me, Jake, I'm armed and dangerous. It was 2 days before the bank verified the check was good. My opinion on life changed drastically when I hung up the phone with Southmore Credit Union. If the check was good, maybe the letter was accurate as well. I reread the letter for the 4th time, going over every word looking for some loophole. There was nothing but Jake's commitments in the letter, nothing I had to do or sign or attend. No court or expensive lawyer necessary. Something had changed in Jake, which meant life may have changed for Maria and me. I could only hope it lasted a lifetime and not the mere days his promises had lasted in the past. Joy is defined as paying off a visa bill in one go. Besides the persistent mortgage, I no longer had any debt. If Jake made good on his monthly payments, Maria and I could splurge and even start a savings program for college. I tested the idea of Maria having friends overnight in my mind. If Jake was serious about not drinking, a regular childhood was a distinct possibility. Verification was necessary. I couldn't risk another child in the house without proof of Jake's turnaround. I devised a simple plan that would allow me to proactively check on Jake, without announcing my lack of trust to him. There were only a few cars in the Main Street Church's parking lot. I drove through quickly and decided that Jake would easily recognize my car with so little cover. I pulled in across the street in a strip mall parking lot, in amongst many vehicles. A light buffer of bushes helped obscure my car, giving me the anonymity I needed. The AA meeting was scheduled for 7, so I turned on the radio and waited the 30 minutes. It was the only AA meeting in town, or at least the only one I could locate. If Jake was attending, this is where he would be. I felt a little weird when customers returned to their cars and found me sitting alone, watching the lot across the street. I would smile if they caught my eye, letting them know I was exactly where I wanted to be and not having any problems. Most ignored me, cars pulling in and out. Next stakeout, I would have to pick a spot where the employees parked to lessen my exposure. At 15 to the hour, cars started pulling in across the street. There were women and men, some wearing suits, others casually dressed. It was an eclectic cross-section of humanity. One man looked more like a boy as he headed into the church's back entrance. At least Jake wouldn't be recovering alone if he was indeed honest in his attempt. Jake's past lies began to surface the closer the time approached 7. Times where he had promised he would change only to relapse a day later, drunk and slapping me around. The memories stoked my anger. I opened the glove compartment and verified that the Glock was still there. The presence of the gun increased my confidence and allowed me the boldness I needed to do what was necessary. It clouded my fear, making a task such as a stakeout easier to fathom. At 5 minutes till 7, a beater blue Ford pickup pulled into the lot. When Jake stepped out of the driver's seat, my eyes widened. What happened to his new car? Jake had always considered his car to be an extension of himself. Well, more of an extension of the dream of who he wished to be. Jake lowered the tailgate and sat down, obviously waiting for someone. It took me a moment to associate his missing car and the check I received. That must have been how he came up with the money. I looked at him sitting on the tailgate. There was something missing in his posture. The pride was missing. He used to have a way of sitting that announced he was the most valuable person in the world. It wasn't just a straight back or the way he'd cross his ankle confidently on his knee. It was the way he would scan the area as if nothing escaped his notice, yet found everything beneath him. Jake's legs hung loosely over the tailgate, swinging slightly to some tune in his head. He was absently examining his fingernail and pursing his lips. It was a relaxed look, almost as if the actions of the rest of the world were unimportant. He looked comfortable. I hadn't seen him comfortable in years. I began to remember why I loved him once. They were pleasant thoughts, though I knew they could never return with the frenzy they once had. Jake smiled and hopped off the tailgate when a black Mercedes pulled into the spot next to his truck. The driver exited and immediately shook Jake's hand firmly. They moved around the cars and for a brief moment were facing toward me. My breath caught. The other man was Eric Papirius. I watched them walk, Eric's hand finding Jake's far shoulder as they moved to the back door. Eric was shorter than Jake, though it looked like Jake ignored the fact, acting almost subordinate. They disappeared into the meeting, and I sat, contemplating what I had just seen. Eric was Jake's friend. Maybe they were both boozers cleaning up together. That might explain why Eric gave me the cold shoulder. Friends share stories, and I was probably the evil witch in Jake's tales. I was sure they both found reasons for their drinking, picking out the people who drove them to alcoholism. I didn't like the idea of Eric thinking of me as the cause of Jake's issues. It was a layoff that first sent Jake to the bars. Add a bunch of drunks reinforcing his opinion of management, and you had a recipe for failure. A man without a job didn't look kindly on a wife who earned while he remained unemployed. At home, my mere existence reinforced his self-doubt, a mirror of his imagined failures. Life was better at the bar. By the time he found another job, the depression had taken hold in me, not the booze, became the reason for his internal pains. In the long run, Eric's opinion of me didn't matter. The fact that Jack had a friend going through the same thing was heartening. The two were leaning on each other, supporting a healthier outlook, and that meant a better existence for Maria. I smiled, ignoring the strange look I got from a shopper returning to her car. They could both hate me, and I was better off as long as they never veered from the road to recovery. I started the car with a lightened heart. My life, at that moment, was better than it had been in a long time. There was room for happiness. The Halloween block party was in full swing. Maria had decided to be a zombie princess, decked out in a yellow bell dress with ghastly makeup on her face. It was better than the mask she had last year, which never seemed to stay on her face. The blood splatters and fake scabs took me a while to apply. It was hard to work on a constantly laughing face. Next time, no mirror until we were done. As usual, Todd Brindleson was hosting on his driveway. A big cauldron-like fire pit was burning away with ample marshmallows and sticks for toasting them. I had brought the graham crackers and chocolate bars to s'more them up if desired. Others brought tubs of drinks, hot dogs, small grills for hamburgers and all the fixings for a friendly barbecue. After seeing the dessert table, I decided my diet would have to take a vacation for the night. It wasn't long before Maria ignored me in favor of her neighborhood friends. They were all waiting for it to get dark enough to trick-or-treat properly. I just smiled and moved toward the food table, offering my talents as an impromptu server. It allowed me to talk with everyone and still keep an eye on Maria. Sidra, an Indian immigrant that hadn't seen India since she was a baby, decided it was a good time to talk about raising preteen daughters. Her daughter, Teresa, was a year younger than Maria and was having trouble with a certain teacher at school. I had to be careful with my language, not wanting to undermine my job, but still support her struggles with Mrs. Haverston, who I knew to be a hard case. She's tough on the kids, though they do progress a lot, I said judiciously. But 2 hours of homework at that age. I don't know if the stress is worth it. Does it take that long? I had no trouble letting my face show sympathy. It was rare when Maria's homework took too long, but when it did, tempers flared as we fought through the tortured girl syndrome. Almost every night, Sidra replied sadly. The Brewsters walked up to the table, and I quickly set them up with hamburgers from the warming tray and a couple of light beers. We had a short, cordial neighborhood chat before I was able to return to Sidra. That sounds excessive, I admitted. Did you talk with Mr. Casson? Do you think that would help? Sidra asked. I didn't hear it, or better yet, wasn't focused on her question. My mind had moved to Todd, who was dragging a reluctant Eric to the party. I could see Eric trying desperately to explain he had things to do in his house, gesturing and shrugging his shoulders. Todd was having none of it, insisting that Eric join the party if only for a few moments. Eric's sigh was visible from across the road as he surrendered and followed Todd across the road. Natalie, do you think it would help? Oh, sorry, I said, returning my eyes to Sidra, it couldn't hurt. Mr. Casson is a reasonable guy. Maybe Mrs. Haverston isn't aware of how much homework she's assigning. I had my doubts about Mrs. Haverston's lack of awareness. A brief talk from the principal usually had a tendency to move her back toward reality. It worked in the past. I don't want to cause trouble and make things worse. Mr. Casson is pretty discreet. I'd give him a try and see what happens. Can't imagine it would make matters worse. My voice trailed off as Eric approached the table, his hazel eyes looking everywhere but at me. I guess I'll have a hot dog, Eric said, skipping right past hello. I smiled, not wanting to add fuel to his dislike of me. Unknowingly, he was currently my best friend. The man who was straightening out Jake encapsulated all my hope for the future. It didn't matter. Or if he liked me? It only mattered that he kept Jake on the straight and narrow. I hopped on it, securing a plate, bun, and nestled the most perfectly cooked wiener I could find in the warming tray. Catsup, mustard, and relish are at the end, I said as I handed him the plate. Anything to drink? Ignoring my smile, Eric looked over the offerings in the tubs behind me. He was an infuriating best friend. A Budweiser, Eric replied. The request caught me off guard. Are you sure? I said, unable to control my concern. Sidra looked at me like I was from another planet. Eric finally looked up at me, irritation plain on his face. I'm sure it didn't help that he didn't want to be there. Quite sure. It was said sternly. All I could think of was him falling off the wagon and dragging Jake into the mud with him. I stepped back hesitantly and reached into the beer tub. My mouth moved again, and I didn't think fast enough to stop it. Wouldn't soda be better? It's just a beer, Natalie, Sidra said, rolling her eyes. Yes, of course, I said, pulling the beer from the tub. I made an effort to wipe it down with a towel and held it out to him. My damn hand was shaking. Eric's eyes traveled from my hand to my face. The stiffness in his features dissipated and I could almost see the wheels churning in his mind. There was intelligence there, something he hadn't allowed me to see before. On second though, a Coke would be better, Eric said, his eyes leaving mine as his features tightened again. The beer was back in the tub in record time. I was so happy he had reconsidered. Without looking at me, he snatched the offered Coke, again ignoring my smile. At least he wouldn't slip today, and hopefully, that meant Jake wouldn't fall backward either. What was that? Sidra asked me after Eric moved off toward Todd. When he wasn't wound up tight, Eric had a handsome look about him. I turned toward Sidra, shaking the stupidity from my mind. He was only handsome because he was changing Jake. What was what? What you just did there. You got a thing going on with Eric? I laughed. Everyone turned toward me, except Eric. I covered my mouth, not realizing I had burst out so loudly. It took a moment for all to realize there was no further entertainment. Actually, I think he hates me, I whispered. He just moved in. What could you have possibly done to upset him? He's friends with my ex, I admitted, shrugging my shoulders. You know. Divorce has a way of making people pick sides. He probably only hears about what a bitch I am. He does seem to scowl around you. Sidra chuckled. Too bad, he isn't hard on the eyes, and I understand he's single. Widowed is what I heard. Even better, Sidra added, bouncing her eyebrows up and down. Now who's the bitch? I smiled. Besides, Jake needs all the friends he can get. It makes him stable, and Maria and I sorely need that. He's paying child support again. I purposely avoided the AA meetings, thinking the subdivision's rumor mill didn't need any more fuel that could come back and burn me. I bet that's a relief, Sidra said. We were interrupted before I could respond beyond a nod. Half the neighborhood decided to show up at that moment. Sidra scooted behind the table and helped me play hostess. By the time the chit-chat ended and the crowd cleared, Eric was nowhere in sight. He was a loner. A fabulous ex-fixing loner. Maria was smiling as she accelerated along the sidewalk on her new purple scooter. I grinned at her old mismatched knee pads and helmet. I would have to remedy that before summer neared. November had brought another check, as promised. Jake was 2 months into his promised turnaround, and our life couldn't be better. I made sure that Maria knew that her father was the reason we could afford the scooter. That way he'll get the credit if he stays true to his words, or absorbs the blame if we return to a paycheck-to-paycheck existence. I found I didn't hate sober Jake like I did drunk Jake. Forgiveness was still miles away, but the hatred was diminishing quickly. The tea kettle began to sing, forcing me to turn away from the window. It had been getting cooler outside, and I had promised Maria some cocoa. Nothing wards off the chill like a sweet, warm cup of hot chocolate. That and Maria would actually sit still and talk with me while she drank. I really liked our mother-daughter time. The older she got, the shorter it became. Soon, boys would be more important than me. I wasn't looking forward to high school and hormones. I returned to the window with the piping hot cups in my hands. Maria was in tears. The 2 Bradley boys from down the block were playing keep away with her scooter. She was struggling to chase it down as the boys laughed and passed it back and forth. Anger flared. My man trouble was on hiatus, and now boys were the issue. It took a second for me to find a place to put the cups down without spilling. The little monsters were going to get a lesson in manners. The boys were running down the street when I opened the door. I slowed, wondering if I had been too hasty and Maria handled it herself. Instead, I saw her wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Eric was on his knee, holding her scooter out to her. Not knowing what to do, I silently pulled back into the house. I had no idea why I didn't want to confront him. The thought itself was uncomfortable. From the window, I saw Eric talking. He smiled, which brought out Maria's smile and the end of her tears. He remained on his knee, at her level, as they had a brief discussion. Maria nodded and took her scooter from Eric. I flinched when he reached out and tenderly wiped off her cheek with his finger while he added some more words. Maria nodded again, turned and started coming home with the scooter. She stopped as she started up the driveway and shouted, "Thank you." Eric smiled back and waved. All I could think about was how uncomfortable I was seeing him touch Maria. I only wanted him fixing Jake. Boys, I could handle myself. Hank and Tim took my scooter, Maria complained as she entered the house. Normally, I would demand that she put the scooter into the garage, but I could see the possessiveness in her eyes. "How did you get it back?" I asked, pretending I didn't just see it all happen. "Mr. Papirius told them to stop and sent them home." "He did?" Maria nodded as she began removing her jacket. She didn't get the hint, so I prodded her some more. "Did you talk with him?" "He told me I shouldn't let boys do that. Next time I should turn away and come get you. He said boys don't like being ignored and would probably give the scooter back before I get inside," Maria replied with determination in her words. "Boys are stupid." I struggled not to laugh. "Well, he was one once. Who would know better?" I said. It still bothered me that he touched her cheek, but his advice was spot on. Eric was difficult to put into a category. Most men I could sum up in a few words and organize them neatly in my mind. It would be better if he didn't live down the street and took care of Jake from a distance. I cried, Maria admitted. "You were frustrated," I said, hugging her close. "Boys can do that to you. Now that you know what to do, you won't cry the next time." I thought of my Glock. There was a lot of strength in knowing what to do. "Am I pretty?" "Of course you are," I answered quickly, creating some space so I could look in her eyes. I had no idea where that came from. "Why would you think otherwise?" "Mr. Papirius said I was pretty and that's why the Hank and Tim were teasing me." "Do boys do that?" Maria looked at me like I was the font of male knowledge. All I could think about was a recovering alcoholic touching my baby and telling her she's pretty. "Sometimes, sweetie," I replied, pulling her close again. "Have you talked with Mr. Papirius before?" "To get my ball." Maria nodded. "It went over his fence when Sarah and I were playing in the backyard. He said it was okay for me to get it." "That's all he said?" "Yeah, he was nice about it. Not like Mr. Rivers who lives next to Sarah. He gets mad when things go in his backyard." Maria's nose lifted up. "Is that hot chocolate?" I let go of her. "I was just about to come out and get you," I replied, pointing at the cups on the table. We sat down and went deep into why some boys can be jerks. Next time, I won't hesitate if Eric spoke with Maria again. Uncomfortable or not, Maria was my life and sacrosanct. "I just don't like him, Tony," I said as the target zoomed back to me. My shot group was getting tighter, which caused me to smile. The gun was more of a toy now that its immediate need had gone mellow. It still gave me the courage I was lacking. Just knowing that I could use it effectively allowed me a sense of comfort. Bumps in the night didn't make me jump. "I think you're looking too deep into it," Tony said. "Nice grouping, by the way." My pride swelled as he examined the target. Tony had one of those personalities that radiated common sense. Someone you could talk to and smooth out the rough edges in your mind. That and the fact that he actually listened. Everything you've told me about him seems to be on the plus side. I think you may be looking through the lens of your last relationship. Tony was good. You might be right, I admitted. It's just the feeling I get when I'm near him. There's something off about him. I just don't trust the man, and he certainly doesn't care for me. Tony clipped a new target into place and sent it downrange. "Now, this time try not to blink between the rounds. Keep your eye on your line and squeeze the trigger instead of jerking it." We replaced our ear protection, and I followed his instructions as best I could. I was used to the discharge now and was able to keep my eyes open between shots. It was becoming a smooth process. "Damn, girl. Look at that," Tony said as the target zoomed back. 2 of the rounds were in the center circle, and 1 was nicking the line. That's a 2-inch shot group. I removed my ear protection and claimed the target. That one wouldn't find the trash. "Thanks to you," I said as I admired my work. "Good students always make the teacher look good," Tony commented with a smile. I verified the gun was empty and placed it on the counter and began putting the protective gear away. "So you think I should cut the guy some slack?" "I'm afraid to tell you not to trust your intuition. You could always check up on him. You know, see if he's an ex-con or something." That sounded like sound advice. It would certainly be a relief to know that he was a stable, unfettered human being. "And how would you do that?" "I know some people who do discreet background checks." "Private eye types," Tony replied. "They come in for their protection needs. It won't be cheap. Probably a few $100 for the basic workover." "That might be going a little overboard." "True, but it seems to be bothering you, and he is strangely involved in your future." "Did you ever think you'd buy a gun?" Tony asked, shrugging his shoulders. "What's in a basic workover?" "Credit check, past employers, past addresses, major assets, and court filings. That type of thing. Basically, whatever can be dug out of computers." "I'd be pissed if someone did that to me," I said as I packed my gun away. "Yeah, and most likely you'll only find out the man is on the up and up," Tony said. "Most of us are." I finished packing and headed upstairs to settle my bill for the range and instruction. Eric was strange only to me. Tony was right, I was looking at him through my experience with Jake. Eric was probably doing the same, seeing me through Jake's eyes. Tony handed me my receipt with a business card on top. "This is Terrence Higgins' card. As private eyes go, he's at least trustworthy. If you decide to call him, feel free to drop my name. Referrals go a long way in my business." Tony gave me his best smile, which always brought out my own. "Thanks," I said, adding the receipt and card to my purse. I'm not sold on the idea, but who knows what the future will bring. The leaves had finally begun covering the lawn. It remained warm late into November, convincing the trees to delay their hibernation. Maria helped with the raking, constantly moving about capturing newly fallen leaves that dared to grace the pristine areas. I smiled watching her work. There wasn't any frustration in her self-imposed task of completely ridding the lawn of all dead vegetation. She had set the goal and was calmly going about the job as I filled large bags from the pile we had built. "They keep falling," Maria said, running after another brownish interloper that marred her previous efforts. A breeze rattled the dried leaves on the elm tree, creating another herd to fall. "We just need to get the bulk of them," I said, trying to disguise my chuckle. "Then we won't be done." Maria's rake went back to work, adding the newly fallen to our pile. I liked that moment. The only problems in my life were leaves on the lawn and a slow drain in the hall bathroom. Jake's change had given us our family life back. Sure, there would be problems, but nothing that would seem insurmountable or require drastic solutions like using a gun. I filled one bag and bent down to unfold another. In the corner of my eye, I spotted Eric at his mailbox. He was standing with a set of letters in his hand, smiling as he watched Maria work. I raised my head, about to wave, and his smile abruptly disappeared, replaced by the scowl I felt was designed only for me. He shut the mailbox and moved quickly back to his house. The man liked to watch my 10-year-old daughter and found me repugnant. It made me more than uncomfortable. "I need you to reassure me, Mrs. Livingston. This is strictly for your peace of mind and not something illicit." Terrence Washington sat comfortably in a worn black leather chair that looked as if it was molded to his body. He was a tall black man with very close-cropped hair. It fit his face, handsome and authoritative. The office was small, enough room for his desk and 2 guest chairs, one of which I sat in. Filing cabinets ran along both sides of the room, giving the office a claustrophobic feel. I just need to make sure he's okay, I said. As I told you, Eric injected himself into my life via my ex-husband. I just need to make sure he doesn't have a history I should be aware of. What kind of history do you expect? This is going to sound paranoid, I said reluctantly. Terrence signaled me to continue. I would like to know if he has any past legal problems. I paused a moment, then added, is he on one of those sex registries somewhere? You should be talking to the police if you think. No. He hasn't done anything wrong, I said, feeling stupid. I shouldn't have mentioned the sex part. At least nothing I can point at. It's just a feeling I get when he's around my daughter and me. It was a strong feeling, but Terrence wasn't a mother. I doubt he feared anyone, much less a strange neighbor. Okay, Terrence said, nodding. Criminal checks are fairly simplistic. Property records are also public domain, so I should be able to track down prior residences. Licenses and such are also not too difficult. I have to skirt the law when it comes to financial issues, and I don't want it to come back and bite me. Maybe just the criminal stuff then, I suggested. In my experience, the money trail speaks more about a person, Terrence said. Large outlays to lawyers may indicate a predator with deep pockets. 0 convictions doesn't mean he isn't a risk. If you really want to know someone, find out where they spend their money. How much will it all cost? Usually I charge about $350, but since Tony sent ya, it will be $300. The price was a little higher than I was expecting. So was the Glock, and it gave me courage. Peace of mind was worth as much courage. Okay, let's do it, I said. This is strictly a network search, Terrence qualified. If I have to hit the pavement, the cost goes up dramatically. Don't worry, I won't incur any additional costs without your authorization. I just want to warn you in case the evidence leads in a particular direction, and you desire clarification. I'm sure the standard check will be fine, I hoped out loud. Usually is. Give me as much information as you can, and I'll get started tomorrow morning. Should have something for you in a few days. I recited what I knew: full name, current address, the fact that I understood he was a widow. There wasn't much to get started with, but Terrence assured me that the current address would lead to the other key facts a thorough search required. I left his office wondering if I was wasting the $300. It was ironic that Eric straightening out my ex gave me the funds to investigate him. Another letter from Jake's lawyer was in the mailbox when I returned home. I opened it slowly, nervous that it would undo everything, maybe the first step to a new round of court battles. Instead, it was a formal request from Jake to send a Christmas gift to Maria. I almost cried. He had forgotten her last birthday, which was sadly noticed by Maria. Now, a polite legal request that almost sounded like begging. Maybe he was truly repentant. A second request for a meeting in March at the lawyer's office, about a week after the restraining order expires. Jake wanted me to think about allowing him to attend Maria's birthday party in April, or a more private celebration if I thought necessary. Legally, once the restraining order was over, I doubt I could stop visitations without another trip to court. Here he was again asking for permission. Tears formed in my eyes. The change in my life was overwhelming. Maybe, just maybe, Maria would have a sane father again. She needed that. If something were to ever happen to me, I needed her to have that. What's wrong, Mom? Maria entered the kitchen with concern. Nothing, I said, wiping my eyes. Your father wants to send you a Christmas present and wants to know if that's okay. It's okay, isn't it? Maria couldn't hold back her smile. I couldn't tell if it was adolescent greed or the idea that her father was taking an interest in her again. At her age, it was probably both. I think so, don't you? Yes, Maria answered, coming up on her toes with excitement. Then that's what we'll tell him, I said with a smile matching Maria's. It was comforting to see it on her face while discussing her father. Jake was a cause of many sad conversations, and now he was a source of hope. Jake, you better not fail her again. Do you trust him? Cynthia asked. We had about 10 minutes before classes started, so I decided to share Jake's requests with her. Normally, his promises lasted a day or two. It's been 3 months, and he isn't even trying to say he's sorry. I think he means to prove it. I said with more conviction than I felt. He's led you astray before, Cynthia warned. I know, but this time it feels different. He's making requests and not promising anything. I looked at Cynthia's distrusting eye. Damn it, he's asking my permission. He's never done that before. Cynthia smiled and placed her finger over her lips. I looked around and was happy to see that no one else in the school heard my poor choice of words. Are you thinking of taking him back? Oh, no, I said, careful to leave off the hell no, that ship has sailed away forever. Maria is the one I worry about. Jake was a decent father before he started drinking. If he has truly changed, I could use the backup, not to mention the cost of college and things. I know Maria wants her dad back. Maybe he wants to come back. I hadn't thought of that. The thought made my stomach churn. Well, I'll have to set him straight, I said, almost in a whisper. If Jake had his heart set on returning to my bed, he'd have to rethink it. Hopefully, the trut. H wouldn't send him back to the bottle. Gently, I added. Softly and gently. Maria needed a sober father, and I had no desire for a husband. Another man would slam the door on the idea, Cynthia said. I haven't been looking, and I don't intend to start. I'm going to enjoy Maria while she's young. A man would only disrupt that. A laugh escaped my lips. With my luck, the next one would be an axe murderer. As long as he's cute, I'd polish his axe, Cynthia joked as the morning bell went off. First off, I was unable to find any sign of past prosecutions, Terrence began. I sat in his office with one leg across the other. I uncrossed my arms at the relief his words carried. Maybe I had been too critical of Eric's actions, seeing things that didn't exist. But he's certainly a strange fellow. If his past history is any guide, he'll be out of your life soon. What do you mean? The longest he ever stayed in one place was 2 years, and that was in Anchorage, Alaska. Usually, he moves on in a year or less. Pays cash for a home, then dumps it cheap when he moves on. All the signs of a man on the run. From what? Bad business dealings, maybe. He currently owns an import-export firm called. Terrence shuffled some papers on his desk and located the one he was looking for, New Horizons. From what I can tell, it's never had any transactions. Stranger still, he's owned 10 other companies in the past. He creates them, then dismantles in a year or two. 1, maybe 2 large transactions each. Always the sale of some antiquity or art to a museum or private collection. The man does very little work and generates a tremendous amount of profit. He's a wealthier man than one would expect in your neighborhood. Terrence's eyes widened when he realized how he said it, no offense meant. None taken, I said, waving away his concern. I was lower middle class and content with my lot in life. As long as Jake's checks kept coming, I felt rather wealthy myself. Maybe it has something to do with his wife dying, I commented. It had to damage a person's psyche to lose a loving partner. Well, that's peculiar as well, Terrence said as he went back to the stack of papers and fished out the one he was looking for. It seems Emily Baines died 13 years ago, just outside of Madison, Wisconsin. The cause of death was listed as a heroin overdose with no next of kin. He fished another document out. But the marriage certificate would indicate he was next of kin. Eric was living in Tacoma, Washington at the time, I guess taking care of their son. Son? I haven't seen him with a boy. What little I could put together, Harold Baines is in a boarding school in Europe. Probably one of those high society ones. He lists him every year as a dependent. His last name isn't Papirius? No, but that's not too abnormal this day and age. It's a lot more common in parts of Europe. Eric's mother was a Papirius, his father was Walter Kingston. Was? Are they both dead? His mother died a few months after giving birth to him. Seems to run in the family. The best I can tell, he grew up in Europe as well. Like father, like son. Terrence fished for another page. Walter Kingston died of a heart attack at 57. Eric should be watching his cholesterol. He inherited a large sum and his father's business, which he promptly shut down. I can't believe he has a son. Maria could remind him of the child he shipped off to Europe. What I saw as uncomfortable attention might just be parental regret. I couldn't imagine sending Maria across the ocean. Except for numerous bank accounts, he doesn't invest his wealth, Terrence continued. There's something off about a rich man completely avoiding stocks and bonds, especially in the current low-interest environment. Of course, you can move very quickly if you don't have to liquidate assets. Wait, if he's always moving, he couldn't possibly be a good friend of Jake. My mind was working hard, trying to piece together the weirdness into a coherent picture. Why is he helping him? How did he even meet him? None of this makes sense. Maybe a heroin-addicted wife makes him inclined to help others with addictions. Failed with his wife and now he's trying to make up for it by cleaning up the world, I thought out loud, nodding to myself. It made some sense, though it didn't explain his attitude toward me. I'm beginning to wonder if I would have been better off not knowing all of this. I felt the same way when I read the nutrition facts of the McRib. Better to not know and just enjoy the taste. I had to laugh. The analogy was on the money. Eric was solving a big problem in my life, and I was trying to find fault in it. The lack of run-ins with the law was a positive sign. If he wanted to pop in, correct the major flaw in my family, and pop out, more power to him. What do I care if he's running from something as long as it doesn't involve Maria or me? I think I'll stop the investigation right here. $300? I verified, pulling out my checkbook. $300, Terrence replied, putting all the papers about Eric into a manila envelope. I'm throwing in a few of my cards. The bulk of my work is infidelity research. If you happen to know anyone having that kind of issue, or any need like your own, I'd appreciate you passing on my name. Word of mouth is about all the advertising I do. I'd be happy to, Terrence, I said, exchanging my check for the envelope. Though I would prefer if none of my friends needed your services. Lucky for me, there are plenty of scum out there creating new work. Terrence rose from his chair and beat me to the door. I got the full chivalrous open door treatment, probably because I paid my bill. Mr. Papirius was right. Maria called out to me as she burst through the front door. I shoved the first awful thoughts to the back of my mind. I forced myself to accept he was basically a decent man with a few social issues. Right about what? Tim Bradley was being mean again, Maria said, then paused to take an excited breath. He said he was the boss of the street, and I had to let him use my scooter. I just turned and started coming right home like Mr. Papirius said. She smiled at me with pride I'd only seen with a good test grade. And what did Tim do? Kept saying he was just joking and that he was sorry, Maria said. I kept going for a little, just so I could hear it again. I had to laugh at her small revenge. After that, we just kind of shared and he was a lot nicer. Maybe he isn't as brave without his brother there. Or maybe he just didn't know you were so independent, I said, complimenting her with my tone. I think you just gave him a lesson in maturity. If Eric were in the room at that moment, I would have hugged his scowling face. He was a good man with a rude exterior. I like him when he's nice, Maria admitted. I saw a little too much maturity in her eyes at that moment. I wasn't ready for her to start liking boys. I thought that wouldn't start happening until junior high. I'm glad you two are friends now, I said with less enthusiasm than I intended. What should we make for dinner? Changing the subject was exactly what I needed. That chicken stuff you make, you know, with the cheese on it, Maria replied while she hung up her jacket. Way too much maturity. What happened to her usual I don't know, what do you want? I put my hands on my hip and watched as she took off her shoes and lined them up neatly against the wall. What? You're growing up too fast, I said and turned before my eyes could fill with water. It's exactly what I was striving for. My baby growing into a uniquely independent woman. Now that it was beginning, I selfishly wanted my baby back. You're weird, Mom, Maria said nicely and followed me into the kitchen. Christmas morning brought back my baby. There is something about that day that makes even adults revert to childhood. Maria woke me up just after 5 a.m. I made her suffer waiting for the coffee machine to crank out the first cup. It was weak of me to enjoy watching her bounce off the walls. A little torture goes a long way in recharging the mommy power. Okay, I said. It was going to be a longer sentence, but Maria inferred the rest and went running into the family room. I followed with my cup of joe, robe, and soft fuzzy slippers. Life couldn't get much better. The pile of presents was a little higher than last year. December brought another check from Jake, which allowed me to spoil Maria a little. I even started a college savings plan with a measly $50. Every time I got a check, I decided I would send the first $50 to the account. When Maria got older and I could get back to the hospital, I'd increase the amount. I felt like a responsible parent again. They're perfect, Maria announced, holding up 2 of the 4 pairs of crazy mismatched socks. The color blends matched, but the stripes and patterns were different, giving them the awesome fashion sense that 10-year-old girls coveted. I smiled at her. She would never know they were the most expensive socks I had ever bought in my life. It took another 10 minutes for Maria to rip open the rest of my gifts, leaving Jake's for last. I wasn't sure Jake knew what his little girl wanted anymore. The box was a good size, and I feared he may have bought some dollhouse or some plastic kitchen set. Maria would politely fawn over it, but I knew it would be another sign they were losing touch with one another. There's a card for you on it. Maria tore the tape off and brought the envelope over to me. She waited patiently as I opened it. I didn't get him a card. Maybe I should have at least sent him a note so that he knew I respected the change in him. It was a standard Christmas card you would find at any store. Nothing that sang of love for anything but the season. At least he wasn't making a veiled pass at me. I opened the card and read the small note he had handwritten inside. Tears obstructed the view on the 3rd read. By the 4th, I was sure I had read it correctly. No weak apology, no requests or excuses. Just a couple of simple lines with his signature below it. For the last few years, Maria needed a good mother. I thank God she has a great one. Jake. Jake was telling me it wasn't my fault. I was the rock when I had always felt the willow. Little rivers drifted down my cheeks. It was the best Christmas present anyone could have given me. I wasn't the crazy bitch. I didn't need to rethink everything that tore apart my marriage. What's wrong? Maria asked, sliding over to look inside the card. I closed it quickly and wiped under my eyes. For an instant, I thought about how Jake's words would look on a billboard. I smiled at Maria. I think your father is getting better, I said, though time will be the real test. What did it say? It said he loves you, I paraphrased, straightening up and pointing to Jake's gift. What's in the box? It took a second for her mind to shift back to greedy mode. As she tore off the wrapping paper, I felt the void. Jake was missing. Not his arms around me, just the second pair of eyes watching Maria's joy. He had always been excited, even when she was too little to know what was going on. I looked up and silently prayed that his sobriety would last. Forever. Maria needed forever. No way. They're purple just like my scooter. Maria pulled out a matching pair of purple knee pads, purple helmet, and purple fingerless wrist protectors. They're exactly right. How did he know? Unless he was spying on us, there was only one way he could have found out. Eric. I think he had help from Santa, I said. Mom, Maria moaned, drawing out my name like it was made of taffy. Did you tell him? Nope, didn't say a word. I raised my hands in surrender. Jake had done good, and his daughter needed that. Then I thought of something, we forgot to bake Christmas cookies. Maria's eyes lit up again. She liked to decorate. I'd bet that Mr. Papirius would like some cookies. I think he's all alone this year. The thought of Mr. Grumpy trying to turn down cookies from Maria brought a horrible devious smile to my face. It was his own fault. Yeah, Maria said, jumping up in her bunny slippers. We could invite him to dinner. That way we won't have to eat leftovers for a million years. My heart jumped with her glee. I could see him at his door now, trying desperately to worm his way out of sitting at the same table as me. Hit my family with kindness, and you get smacked right back. I was really loving Christmas. Okay, but you have to ask him. Maria nodded happily, and we got right to work. Well, after some pancakes. After all, present opening really works up the appetite. Maria pushed the doorbell, her other arm holding the container of colorful cookies. I was overjoyed with the plan. Whether or not he came to dinner was of little consequence. It was how he wormed his way out of it with Maria that would be fun to watch. I knew it was juvenile teasing, but it was in the spirit of the season. I had tradition on my side. Remember, he might have other plans. I reminded Maria again just so she wasn't overly disappointed with the expected rejection. The door swung open, and Eric's scowl faltered as his eyes fell from mine to Maria's. So much fun. We baked you Christmas cookies, Maria said, handing the plastic container to Eric. The struggle in his eyes was too much. Merry Christmas. Ah, and to you both as well, Eric stammered. A smile finally graced his face, though it was meant for Maria. It was a lot warmer smile than I had expected, now that I was close to it. He popped the lid open and examined the overly sugared cookies. Maria was old enough to make sure the trees were green and reindeer were brown. She even went as far as attempting ornaments, bows, and Rudolph noses. These look professional, Eric said. Are you sure you really made them? For some reason, I was jealous of my own daughter. A man that wouldn't give me the time of day was complimenting her like she was human. She got smiles when I only received frowns. Every one of them, Maria said, coming up on her tiptoes to point out a few of them. Sometimes the cookie moved and messed up, but they'll taste the same anyway. I put red noses on some of the reindeer. Rudolph, Eric agreed, I spotted them right away. The wreaths looked darn good as well. How did you do the ribbons so nicely? In fact, they were hardly ribbons at all, and I was surprised he was able to decipher it. They were hard. I had to take a knife and move the red around to get it right. Maria was moving her hand to help demonstrate the procedure. Eric was watching patiently, absorbing her words and looking like he enjoyed it. I realized I wasn't smiling anymore. I forced one back on my lips. We want to invite you to Christmas dinner, Maria said excitedly. The moment I was waiting for. It will just be us, and we have plenty of food. Eric's grin grew and his eyes lifted to mine. He was barely holding back a chuckle. How could I refuse such a gracious offer? I could see the realization on his face. His words were directed at Maria, yet his expression was meant for me. He knew what I was doing and had surrendered. His strong smile sparkled in his eyes. My own was no longer forced. There was an honesty about our silent exchange. Something words would only ruin. Dinner's at 2, I said. Was I blushing? I'd like to bring some wine. Turkey, I assume. Yes, with stuffing and everything else, Maria chimed in. Wonderful. I have been dying to try out a Spanish garnacha I picked up. It should be perfect with turkey and gravy. His smile never ceased as my own began to weaken. I could see it in his eyes, the way they were waiting for my mind to click in. From teaser to TC. Do you think wine is a good idea? I asked him softly. He chuckled at me and looked down at Maria. I will be there promptly at 2, madam. Maria smiled and looked up at me. Her first dinner invitation given had been accepted. I was at a loss. I might have been responsible for driving Eric back to drink. My Christmas ploy could backfire horribly, possibly ruining everything. But Eric held up his hand to stall my protest. I assure you, the wine will be fine. Though well-meaning, your assumptions are incorrect. His eyes softened as he told me. The stupidity I should have been feeling faded into his smile. Yeah, she thought you would have other plans, Maria said. This time Eric couldn't hold back the chuckle. I was barely more successful. Then we'll see you at 2, I said, taking Maria's hand in mine. She waved, and Eric thanked her for the cookies again. Damn, he was a charming when he wanted to be. Mom, you look fine, Maria sighed. It was the third outfit I tried on. The first didn't fit me as well as it had 4 years ago. Another New Year's resolution was angrily brewing. Are you sure? I asked, making her look again. It was slacks and a white blouse with a red button-down Christmas sweater. In the mirror, it looked ancient. My closet hadn't seen much of the current fashions. I had no idea why it concerned me now. You look Christmassy. Of course, to a 10-year-old, it was all costume on Christmas Day. It had been years since I had entertained at home and I wanted things to be perfect. I fiddled with the sleeves on my sweater, concerned that it may have shrunk. Maria was satisfied with her red dress and green stockings. It gave her a Santa's elf look. The clock said 1:30, so I gave up and decided against another look in the closet. Maria set the table, and I went back to work in the kitchen. The smell was delightful and made me forget about clothing. Without Jake in our lives, it was rare that I cooked a large meal. I found it wonderfully challenging. A series of little tasks easily completed with tasty results. I wasn't the most inventive chef in the world, but with the standard staples, I owned the kitchen. Turkey, pumpkin pie, yams, mashed potatoes, gravy, green bean casserole, crescent rolls. I was the holiday cooking queen, and it was marvelous to know I hadn't lost my touch. I got it. Maria yelled when the doorbell rang. All my confidence vanished, and I looked down at my clothes. There had to be something better in my closet. Something that didn't scream out of touch moron. I closed my eyes and sighed deeply, forcing the flitting rethinks from my head. It was only Eric, not some high society critic. His opinion of me had nowhere to go but up. What a lovely dress. I heard Eric's voice. The kind voice he seemed to have designed just for Maria. Thank you. I really like your sweater, Maria returned. Mom, Mr. Papirius is here. As if we were expecting someone else. I plastered a hostess smile on my face and walked out of the kitchen. In one arm, Eric held a bottle of wine with a red bow tied around its neck. In the other, a small present. What made my smile real was the gaudiest Christmas sweater I had ever seen. Bright colors set in rows, each row containing a repetitive image such as snowmen, reindeer, and a weak rendition of Santa Claus. The red was the main theme, every color of the rainbow was included. It took all my willpower not to laugh. It looks like you have the Christmas spirit, I said, taking the wine off his hands. Seems my seasonal wardrobe needs some updating, Eric said, charming me with his smile. I thought it more appropriate than a t-shirt. I think it's cool, Maria said. It's perfect, I said, no longer concerned with my own wardrobe. Without intending to, Eric had returned my confidence to me. Who would have thought an ugly Christmas sweater could possess so much power? And he wore it so well. A buzzer went off in the kitchen. The rolls, I said, explaining my retreat. Would you like some help? As a matter of fact, yes, I said, remembering the last time I struggled getting the turkey out of the pan and onto a platter. That, and I suspected it was a polite offer he thought would be rejected. The stupid notion that it would be fun torturing him returned. Maybe it was the crazy sweater. Here, you take this, but you can't open it until later, I heard Eric tell Maria. It's for me. Of course, that's what happens when you give a guy cookies. Eric was chuckling when he entered the kitchen. It's so easy when they're young. What is? I was pulling 2 trays of rolls out of the oven. Eric deftly lifted the door closed, forestalling the kick I was planning. Making them smile. I looked over at him as I removed the oven mitts. He was grinning from ear to ear. Though they never cease to amaze me when they get older. I handed him the oven mitts while I struggled to straighten my lips. His smile was enduring and full of trust. I wasn't sure I didn't prefer the scowl. At least I understood where I stood with Mr. Grumpy. Think you can get the turkey on the platter? I pointed to the large flowered platter on the breakfast table. It had been my mother's and always reminded me of Christmas when I was a child. Of course. Where do you stash your hot pads? Eric moved with a purpose when I told him which drawer. He pulled out two and laid them next to the platter and moved directly to the oven. Smells wonderful, he commented as he pulled the turkey from the oven. I had to turn away to keep my grin invisible. Luckily, I was busy with putting rolls into a basket. Do you have a wooden spoon? Eric was busy pulling a few paper towels off the roll. Next drawer over, I said, pointing with my elbow. I looked back at breakfast table expecting to see some spilled juices. There was nothing I could see that needed paper towels. Eric carefully tucked the spoon into the cavity of the turkey and pulled the front up slightly. Using the paper towel, he placed his hand under the front and just lifted it with ease, unmarred onto the platter. You've done that before, I said. My smile was no longer hidden. It was far better than me stabbing forks into a guest center of mass. One of my many skills, Eric boasted as he fed the garbage can with soiled paper towels. Like fixing ex-husbands. The words came out of my mouth before I could reconsider. My regret was instantaneous. I turned fully toward him, waiting to see what damage I've done. I admit I've done that before too. An ex-wife as well, Eric said with his back to me. Usually I can remain more anonymous, but you're very resourceful. He turned toward me without a smile, but absent the scowl. You caught me while you were checking up on Jake. I had to be sure. There have been promises before that turned into lies. There always are. Eric leaned against the counter. I've gotten kind of good at fixing people, at least when there's still good parts left. My job allows me the time to commit to such endeavors, so I do. Why? A promise I made to my wife, God rest her soul, Eric replied without hesitation. She was a stubborn woman, so it was more like an oath. I shook my head. No, why yes? Same answer, Eric said, shrugging his shoulders. I don't believe I knew your wife, I pointed out. Nope, and she's a topic I would prefer we left for a non-Christmas day. His smile returned, and I let mine grow with his. His wife was the reason, as Terrence and I had suspected. I wanted to dig a little deeper into why he selected Jake as a target, but it felt like kicking a gift horse in the teeth. It was a little morbid to discuss his deceased wife on Christmas, so I let it be. I opened a drawer and pulled out the carving knife and fork. Will you do the honors? You cook, and I carve. Looks like I got the easy part, Eric said as he relieved me of the tools. Maria, come help carry things to the table, I shouted. Dinner was simply wonderful. Eric took great pleasure in keeping Maria talking about her life. By the end of the meal, he knew what grade she was getting in each subject, which teachers she liked, and who her best friends were. I took great pleasure in watching him eat. I had no idea how he kept trim with the amount of food he was putting away. Maybe he didn't eat well as a bachelor and was making up for it. Whatever the reason, I felt duly complimented by his appetite. The wine was a perfect blend of fruitfulness that went well with the turkey. Never overpowering, only enhancing. I think Eric envisioned himself as a connoisseur as he explained why he chose the Spanish wine. He did have in-depth knowledge of the grapes and where they were grown. I, box wine girl, was suitably impressed. Can I open my present now? Maria asked me. She had been waiting patiently, which I found refreshing. I nodded. You really shouldn't have, I whispered to Eric while Maria was retrieving the gift. It must have been difficult for him to find something on Christmas Day. The smile is worth it. Eric meant it. I supposed he was missing his son. Maria sat down and went at the wrapping with the same relish she had that morning. She opened the box and was surprised to find another box, wooden this time. Carefully, she pulled it out and set it on the table. It looked like a mini crate and came with a miniature latch. Maria popped the latch, and I could see brief confusion wash her features when she lifted the lid. A Barbie, I love Barbies, Maria lied believably and lifted the box so I could see. It was in its original packaging and wasn't even that appealing of a Barbie. I almost felt sorry for Eric. Eric chuckled. I know you're too old for dolls, Eric said. It isn't for playing, it's for collecting. Collecting? Maria asked. It's a very special Barbie. One of the first off the line. If you keep it in that box and never pull it out, when you're older you can trade it in for something really, really special. Eric said. It's what I like to call a dream doll. What do you mean first off the line? I asked. 1959, from the first batch of Barbies ever made, Eric said nonchalantly. Oh, Maria said, this time her smile was real. She liked unique things, special things that others didn't have. That has to be worth a lot of money, I said, questioning the appropriateness of the gift. I have others, Eric said, waving away my concern. It's what I do. What my family has always done. We collect things that we think time will assign a value to. But it must have cost you a lot of money, I pressed. My father bought it at Sears in '59, as soon as the sales began to take off. I inherited his collections when he passed away. He would be ecstatic that Maria has it in her hands right now. Half of what he collected was worthless, so sharing the victories makes them sweeter. Eric was sitting back as Maria realized how precious the doll was. Eric, it has to be worth hundreds, I pushed. Eric tightened his lips and widened his eyes. More? A lot more if sold sparingly. If I sold my whole collection at once, the price would drop significantly. The laws of supply and demand are alive and well in the collecting world. You see, the fact that she only has one makes it more valuable. The rest of the world doesn't need to know exactly how many others exist. 10 years from now, Maria will have her sights on something important. A doctorate, a house, a business, or some other dream that the doll can put a significant down payment on. Eric smiled softly. If anything, it will increase the value of my collection when she puts a mint-condition doll up for sale. It fosters the demand, primes the pump so to speak. I'm going to put it on my trophy shelf, Maria said, closing the box and running to her room. She must have sensed my reluctance, and this was her way of solidifying the gift. It's too much, I whispered. It's the risk one takes when you trick a man to dinner. Eric laughed. I didn't. Don't even try. I did my best to keep my distance, and you used your daughter to break me down. Strategically, it was brilliant. Eric raised his hands up. I surrender and am most grateful you feed your prisoners well. I tried to remain stoic. Instead, I laughed. It was the game I started, and though he admitted defeat, I still had the feeling I had somehow lost. She is hard to say no to, I said. She is that. You've done a wonderful job raising her. Thank you. I felt lighter. It was the second time someone had complimented my mothering in one day. It was silly that I needed outside verification of something I should have known. Silly that I still didn't completely believe it. Can I ask why you gave me the cold shoulder in the first place? Well. Eric was fighting for the words. It was nice to see him slightly flustered, cute the way his eyes drifted around as if the answer was written on the walls. It wouldn't have gone so well with Jake if he knew we were talking. He would have felt we were teaming up on him, kicked up his defenses and sent me packing. You could have just told me that. There are other reasons. Eric's face struggled, scrunching and unscrunching as he tried to put words to his thoughts. I don't stick in one place for very long. Friends can become a liability I prefer not to take on. I'm not sure I'm explaining this right. It's all mixed with some past history that's been dogging me most of my life. Past history? Eric wasn't prosecuted, at least not in this country. I wondered if Terrence missed something or if it was more immoral than illegal. Let's just say, there was a point in my life where success meant more than anything else. Events unfolded with me in the front steering toward an inevitable conclusion. Victory at a very high cost. Looking back, I find it difficult to live with. Eric visibly sighed, but live with it I must. You're not going to tell me what it was, I said, adding a smile to let him know I thought the past was the past. The man before me had honest regrets and certainly didn't feel like a threat to Maria and I. It was probably some business deal that bankrupted the unwary, or maybe a foreclosure on the desperate. He didn't strike me as the violent type. No, Eric said, returning my smile. You do know that giving Maria the Barbie has guaranteed you a friend. 2 friends with all the liability that implies. In my defense, I was a little strapped for time, and all the stores were closed. Had to improvise. It was the second time we shared a chuckle. It was getting easier, and I was enjoying it. Mom, come see where I put it. Maria called from her bedroom. Liabilities, I repeated, rising from my seat and holding out my hand. Eric rose and placed his hand in mine, uncomfortable at first, then he let it settle in as I took him to view Maria's trophy display. It made me smile inside, knowing he'd have to listen to an explanation of each and every award she had received. Friends are indeed a liability. I'm sorry to call you so late, Terence said, it's just that I was getting concerned. Mr. Papirius' history was intriguing, and I was digging a little deeper on my own. What are you talking about? Eric had spent New Year's with Maria and I. We waited for the ball to drop while playing Scrabble and eating apple pie. It was one of the best evenings I had in a while. I was beginning to really like the man. It's his history. Well, not just his, the whole line as far back as I've looked, Terence continued. You see, I'm kind of an amateur genealogist and I've been hacking away on Ancestry.com. I've been able to piece together 5 generations back, though that was difficult. Some of it is guesswork. Why do I care about this? My anger was brewing. Eric was a good man, and I was feeling guilty that I checked up on him at all. I was letting Eric tell me things at his pace, once the trust was firmly in place. Damn it, I liked being in the same room with him, and I didn't want anything to damage that. I'd rather be in the dark. There's no women, Natalie. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, there are mothers, just not living. They are there on record, but they're nothing but a blip, almost as if they were unnecessary. It's all father-son followed by father-son. Never more than one child and never a girl. I thought I said to drop the investigation. I almost hung up. I did stop investigating. Terence exhaled loudly, it's a hobby. Listen, I'm trying to warn you. If you don't want to listen, my conscience is clear. Okay, I said, forcing calmness, now more sure than ever that I didn't want to know anymore. Also sure that I should. The women, well, they all die within a month or so after the birth. Are you suggesting he and his family are murderers? I don't know. Look, all the deaths are explainable. Heroin overdose, tuberculosis, even a case of smallpox in 1879. It's not just the coincidence of the timing of their deaths, it's the women's histories as well. What about it? They don't have one. Orphans, each and every one as far as I can tell, Terence sighed, they pop onto the family tree, deliver a son and their names, and then promptly die. Something is very, very wrong. I've studied many lineages, and I've never seen anything like it. You expect to see strange things as you go back in time, but this looks like it's designed. What do you want me to do with this? You sound like one of those crazy conspiracy theorists. Maybe it's just their lot to have horrible luck with wives. Maybe your data is wrong. Why would anyone, much less multiple generations, conceive of such a thing? Where's the motive? I don't know. I just felt I had to tell you. There's a whole line of conveniently dead women, and I didn't want the same thing to happen to you, Terence said with less confidence. Convenient? You'd think a smart man would wait until the baby is out of diapers before doing away with the mother, I said, exasperated. Besides, I'm not an orphan, and I already have a daughter, and you told me Eric already has a son. Even if the pattern you're imagining existed, which I doubt, I don't fit the mold. In my line of work, once people go wrong they don't stop, Terence insisted. I've shared my findings with an Italian genealogist, an online friend of mine. He's taking the line back further into Europe. I have trouble translating the foreign documents, especially those from the churches. All I wanted to know is if Eric was a criminal. I feel uncomfortable I even checked. Now, you come at me with a 100-year-old conspiracy. What do you think you'll find out by looking deeper? I'm sure if you look far enough back, I have criminal or two in my ancestry. That doesn't make me one. No, of course not, Terrence said quickly, I just thought you'd want to be aware. Maybe I was wrong, but I didn't want to be silent, and then see your name on the evening news. You can consider me warned, I said with more bitterness than I intended. Eric was the least threatening man I knew. I'm sorry, Natalie. I guess I let it get the best of me, Terrence said before he ended the call. What I hated most about the call are the doubts it put in my mind. Logically, I could easily discount Terrence's theories, yet there was a lot I didn't know about Eric. He wasn't the most forthcoming man, and I hadn't asked about his past. Part of it was knowing too much already, afraid I would give away my snooping. The other part was the possibility of turning his smile back into a scowl. For a woman who didn't want a man in her life, I was certainly walking on eggshells to keep one there. Maria was excited. There was snow on the ground, and Eric invited us to a barbecue at his house. It was payback for the times we had fed him, but a barbecue in mid-February? I had been keeping a cordial separation between Eric and us since Terrence's call. I disliked the distrust it engendered, painting Eric with a dirty brush though the picture beneath was so sweet. Eric had used my strategy, sending the invitation through Maria. I could think of no good reason to decline and had no desire to crush Maria's happiness about. We stepped outside where a chill wind ate at our exposed skin. Maria sucked in her breath and stuck her mittened hands into her coat pockets. I picked up the pace and we moved quickly to Eric's door. Welcome, Eric announced as he opened the door. He was wearing a parka that looked like it was made for crossing the Antarctic. There's a couple of hot chocolates on the kitchen counter. I've got to check the ribs and turn the corn. He closed the door and shuffled us into the kitchen. Maria sighed as she sipped the steaming cup. I could taste something different, maybe cinnamon. I wrapped my hands around the warm cup as Eric opened the sliding glass door and quickly stepped outside. Eric had shoveled a path to his grill. I laughed as I saw him visibly shiver as he lifted the grill lid. With tongs, he turned 3 ears of aluminum-wrapped corn ears. Then he lifted a couple of racks of ribs, slightly turning them to look underneath them. Satisfied, he closed the lid and hustled back inside. Almost done, Eric announced. I smiled at his obvious pride. You know you're slightly insane. Nope, just realistic. I'm useless in the kitchen, but give me an open flame, and I can put most chefs to shame. It was hard not to enjoy his enthusiasm. He removed his parka, leaving him in a green Notre Dame t-shirt, untucked into a pair of well-worn jeans. It was hard not to enjoy him, period. I struggled to define when exactly he became more than a neighbor in my mind. I think it's cool, Maria added. See, all the in-crowd understands, Eric said, his eyes dancing with Maria. I could tell that he liked her and that they had bonded as friends. His charm was disarming, friendly to its core, and Maria was defenseless after experiencing her father's decline. The proof is in the pudding, I said, throwing the gauntlet down. Prepare your taste buds, oh mighty doubter. I have never failed to tantalize, not even in the midst of the frozen tundra. You're raising my expectations rather high. What if you crash and burn? I was smiling now, watching the confidence strengthen in his face. We were having fun prodding each other. All my Terrence-induced reservations faded away with the banter. I am saving up a whole basket of I told you SOS, Eric said while pointing his grill tongs at me. Your daughter has faith in me. Maria nodded, looking at me like I was a foolish traitor. The faith of the young, I sighed, such an easy thing to achieve. You'll need flavor to get my 5 stars. I took another sip of the hot chocolate and knew I was on thin ice. My memory couldn't locate a better cup in my past. Everyone's a food critic, Eric said. Maria shrugged her shoulders in agreement, nodding at me with a devious smile. Eric could have told her the snow was blue and she would have agreed. She liked teaming up against me, even though we were only playing. I had a rebel high schooler in my future. Can we play Scrabble after dinner? Maria asked. She had enjoyed the New Year's game. Board games were always better with 3 or more, so we didn't play much with only the 2 of us. I gave Eric my "it's up to you" eyes. I was hoping you'd ask, Eric said happily, interrupting my expression correctly. After that beating you two gave me, I wanted some revenge. Maria's face lit up even more, which by proxy lit up mine. It was good to see her happy. Eric spent the entire dinner looking at me expectantly every time I took a bite. I knew what he was after, and I found the complimentless torture to be fun. I steered the conversation away from the food, which was delicious. Baby back ribs with a dry rub that was a hint Cajun and all scrumptious. It took everything I had not to overeat. Even the corn was unique, having been almost fried inside of a seasoned, buttery mix that tickled the side of my tongue. Eric was indeed a master of the barbecue. This is really, really go. OD, Maria said with her lips sloppy with rib rub. She was on her seventh bone. Quite the compliment from someone who could barely finish a sandwich. Thank you, ma'am, Eric said with an air of privilege. He looked at me expectantly. I stalled, pretending I was chewing. He was about to jump out of his skin in anticipation, waiting for me to finish. They say it's supposed to snow again tomorrow, I said when my mouth was politely empty. Ah, come on, Eric complained. There was a smile on his face, knowing I had no choice but to admit defeat. I had to laugh at his kid at Christmas eyes. Okay, I admit. They are the best ribs I've ever tasted, I said looking straight at Eric. I loved what it did to his eyes. They became soft and somehow warmer. My words pleased him, and his pleasure pleased me more that it should. Thank you, Natalie. The way he said my name sent a shiver through me. It wasn't the "I told you so" he promised. There was no banter in it at all. It was smooth and delivered like a kiss on the cheek, as if I had done him an immeasurable favor. All I could do was wear a stupid smile and try not to blush. He stared at me for a brief moment before releasing my eyes and turning toward Maria. Have you been brushing up on your Scrabble words? Eric asked before he took a bite out of his ear of corn. I watched him chew, marveling at how he looked so at ease after delivering my name with so much caring. His eyes glanced back at me before I realized I was staring. Instead of glancing away, I studied the way his jaw sloped strongly toward his chin, giving him a look of confidence that was enhanced by his steady eyes. I tried to find two-letter words, like the ones you used, Maria replied. It's hard to find them all. You need a Scrabble dictionary or maybe just search online. Eric looked at me again, his next words lost as he realized I was still staring. I smiled as if he were the one staring and I was flattered. His confidence fled, and he quickly turned his eyes back to Maria. His face flushed. It was horrible that his discomfort was so pleasing. College was the last time I remembered having that kind of an effect on a man. Eric was flustered, and my self-worth increased. There's a sight, Eric fumbled, trying to remember what he and Maria were discussing. Let me clear the dishes, I said, needing a task that would allow Eric some time to recover. He began to stand as if he was going to help, but I waved him back to his seat. I got this, I said, glancing at Maria. He gave me half a smile and sat back down uncomfortably. It gave me a strange sense of power. Eric regained his mind and continued his discussion of Scrabble tactics with Maria. I was filling the dishwasher with a smile, thinking of how easy it had been to remove that confident veneer from Eric. He was vulnerable to the charms I had forgotten I possessed. It had been a long time since I had felt sexy, or even desired to feel that way. His questionable past should have put a brake on my thoughts, but right then all I could think about was how I looked in his eyes. His relationship with Jake should have told me to run. Instead, I wondered what his shirt covered. I was an idiot. I knew it and was striving to be even more stupid. Maria's in the bathroom, Eric said, surprising me and my asinine thoughts. He was bringing in an armful of dishes, laying them next to the sink. I jerked up, finding myself unexpectedly close to the man. Sorry, didn't mean to surprise you. No, I was just rearranging the dishes, I said, pointing at the dishwasher. You had your plates where the bowls go, and everything was orientated in the wrong direction. You, can fit more in this way. Didn't think it mattered. Is Jake thinking of trying to rebuild our marriage? I asked, taking a step away from Eric. There were things I wanted Eric to know, and now was the time. Even if it was out of context. I don't know. Jake's eyes shifted toward the wall for a second as he thought about what I asked. When they came back, they had more focus. I don't think it's my place to get in the middle of that. I was only trying to stop the bad stuff. If he asks, I almost whispered in case Maria was closer than I thought, it's not going to happen. I'm proud of what he's doing, but he won't return to my bed. I watched Eric's eyes closely, trying to see if he understood. I am a free woman. Forgive me, I'll have to leave that message for you, Eric said. I wasn't sure he understood my double meaning. I put my hands on my hips, angry for a reason I couldn't tell him. Why are you helping us? I thought I told you. A promise I made to my wife. I mean, why us? I demanded. Eric assumed a defensive posture mirroring my own. I had gone too far, demanded too much. I tried to soften my stance and bring it all back to where my thoughts were swimming a moment ago. He paused for a moment, then sighed. Does it matter? No, I said and followed with a slow, and yes. Where's your Scrabble board? Maria called from the dining room, I'll get it set up. Eric smiled that charming smile at me. Saved by the 10-year-old Calvary. I wasn't even sure who she saved. In the closet, Eric called back, I'll get it. For just a moment, I thought I might have started an argument with the person who was instrumental in straightening out my life. All because I wanted something more. I couldn't even define what more was. Scrabble allowed me the neutral ground to be wiser. I returned to motherhood and left my confused thoughts for another day. The law offices of Schuster & Holmes were more impressive than I expected. It was one of those buildings where sound didn't travel through walls. Good construction, deep carpeting, and an abundance of art. Ms. Livingston, I hope you remember me. Dan Curtis? I recognized him immediately, though his warm smile was new. Yes, Mr. Curtis, I said as I shook his hand, though last time it was more adversarial. I hope today won't be like that. He was downright mean during the divorce proceedings. Some of the things he insinuated back then were less than flattering. That is not Mr. Livingston's intention, Dan assured me. He waved his hand down the hall, and I followed his lead. I'm surprised you didn't bring counsel yourself. Do I need any? Everyone always needs counsel, Ms. Livingston, Dan said with a chuckle, but we won't be asking you to sign anything. We're just acting as neutral ground today. He led me into a plush conference room. A woman in a smart business suit sat comfortably in one of the chairs, a cup of coffee on the table beside her. This is Dr. Reynolds, Dan introduced her. Darla Reynolds, the woman said, rising from her chair holding out her hand, but I prefer just Darla. I'm not sure I understand, I said, taking Darla's hand in mine. I was expecting Jake. Jake has given me permission to talk with you. Darla's smile was soft and her eyes compassionate. I have been seeing him weekly, dealing with. Dan, can you excuse us for a moment? Psychiatrist? I asked as Dan made a gracious exit. Psychologist, Darla replied and politely gestured toward one of the chairs. I took a seat and declined the coffee she offered. I thought I was going to meet with Jake. You are. He has asked me if I would speak with you first, if that's okay with you, of course. My conspiracy brain was wondering if this was some kind of trick. I looked around for cameras or other recording devices. I assure you, our conversation will be strictly about Jake and his recovery. He would like you to have some reassurances. I insisted upon a written waiver and his knowledge that I wasn't going to sugarcoat anything on his behalf. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this, I said, wishing I did bring a lawyer with me. Understandable, Darla said, nodding her head. How about I talk, and you only listen for a moment? If you want to ask questions, you may. If not, we only lose 5 minutes of our day, and neither of us is worse off. There was no smile with her offer. Just a relaxed glare as she waited for my reply. Okay, I'll listen. I crossed my legs and folded my hands together on top of my thigh. A wall in case this drifted someplace I didn't want to go. Darla's smile returned. She absently pushed her glasses higher on her nose and began. As I said, Jake has been seeing me weekly. We have been dealing with his anger issues and augmenting his detoxification with AA. He has made remarkable strides, but real progress takes time. There are still some things he won't discuss, and until he does, that final line will be difficult to cross. What things? I said, then nearly slapped myself for opening my mouth. I had meant to remain silent. He has recounted some of the violent incidents that involved you. They are always a description of the physical nature of the act and contain real remorse, but I can't get him to tell me what he was thinking and feeling at the time. Darla paused for a moment, tilting her hand to and fro. It's difficult to solve an issue when he only admits to half of it. I suspect he'll open up once it becomes more historical in his mind. He can still be violent? Damn my lack of silence. My mouth moved before my brain could shut it up. Anyone can be violent, Natalie, Darla told me carefully. Jake has more tools at his disposal now and a strong desire not to repeat. He knows how to recognize the beginning signs of losing control and can defuse it. If he continues the cessation of alcohol, I would be surprised if he threw the first punch. That's not to say he's cured. It will be a lifelong process, and he still has a few hurdles like the one I mentioned a moment ago. So, you're saying he's better but not perfect? None of us are perfect. Darla chuckled. There are still things that might trigger Jake. I do believe he could handle it, but there's always a chance I'm wrong. I'm certainly not perfect either. What kind of triggers? Maria, Darla replied quickly. Jake's greatest fear is that he has lost her. He has a strong desire to be her father and sees it as a definition of his self-worth. It has become a goal, and I have not discouraged it. I can't ask Maria. This isn't on her, Darla interrupted, waving away my concern. Jake knows what he's done and realizes it will take a long time to repair the damage. It would be best if it weren't made more difficult by a dissenting opinion. Do you know he carries Maria's thank you note from Christmas with him? Well, no. We don't really talk. It was a complete surprise. Jake never had that kind of touchy-feely in him before. I'm going to say this bluntly, and believe me, it's not a condemnation at you or the pain you've been through. Darla waited for me to acknowledge her words with a nod. Control his access until you feel comfortable, even if that's forever. Just don't poison Maria's mind against Jake. I almost jumped up to shout adamantly that I would never do such a thing. The insinuation hurt at first, then it quieted as I remembered some of the kids at school whose parents were going through contentious divorces. Darla was covering all the bases. I guess that happens a lot, I said, glad that she warned me up front. Yes, and in this case, the resentment may grow into something worse. I've never hidden the truth from her. And you shouldn't. Jake has to deal with what he's done. I believe his recovery deserves an open mind, but not a blind eye. Darla lifted her purse from the floor and fished through it. Here's my card. The waiver allows us to speak in the future if you would like to. During the day, you'll probably have to leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as some time opens up. Is this normal? I asked as I took the card. I've done it once before, but it's rare. Does it make you uncomfortable? Are you psychoanalyzing me? I laughed when she smiled. Habit, Darla said. Jake will be coming in a moment. Would you like me to stay? No, I replied, shaking my head. But thank you for this. I held up the card. If anything, it is proof he wants to change. He already has, Darla said as she stood. I'm just trying to make sure he doesn't revert back. We shook hands, and she left. I sat back down and stared at the card as I thought about our short conversation. Jake was trying to convince me that the horror was over. I was beginning to believe. Hi Natalie, Jake said softly as he entered. He was wearing a flannel shirt tucked into a pair of old faded jeans, totally out of place with the surroundings. I again folded my hands across my thigh. Jake, I said, nodding slightly. He took a seat on the other side of the table, which relieved some of my discomfort. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for the checks, I responded. He waved away my thanks. It's a requirement. I should thank you for not having me back in court. Darla seems nice, I said, attempting to change the subject. She's been a great help. I wanted you to have access to her and hopefully begin rebuilding some trust. Darla was telling me you don't want to talk about what you were thinking during your episodes. I knew I was pushing, but I needed to know how much he had changed. It's difficult to talk about. Jake was calm but forthright. I can tell you, but you'd find it upsetting. That last time, I said trying to be the brave one, I was behind the door with a baseball bat. I thought I'd have to kill you to stop you. My greatest fear was missing on the first swing. Jake's eyes flooded as he considered my words. Was Maria there? A tear rolled from his eye and quickly wiped away. At first. I sent her to a neighbor, but she saw the bat. I said it with less confidence. The pain to him was obvious. I thought you took everything. I was going to show you how much it hurt, Jake said, turning his head away from me. His jaw tightened as he tried to control his emotions. You were my scapegoat, and I intended to harm you. His hand moved quickly back to his face, wiping the cheek I could no longer see. And now? When I don't think about it, I feel stronger. The memories make me weak. Jake turned his red eyes back to me. I feel less than I should be. It's selfish, I know. I had to buy a gun to feel stronger, I said. I wasn't sure if it was a warning or a commiseration of a shared weakness. Jake's eyes widened. I guess that was inevitable. Jake said. I had never seen him so defeated, and he had done it to himself. A few months ago, I would have enjoyed every moment of it. Today, it was depressing, further proof my first marriage had a disastrous ending. What changed? I asked. Jake tried to hide a smirk that developed involuntarily before he spoke. Kind of got hit by a moral truck. Eric? Jake's eyes widened again. At least I could still surprise him. I wondered if it was a trigger that Darla had no idea about. Eric, Jake nodded, I didn't realize you knew. Maria and I have shared a couple of meals with him. He was hesitant to associate with me at first and is still apprehensive about sharing anything about you. Or his past. I expected to see jealousy flicker in Jake's eyes. Nothing. He has an old notion of chivalry that struck a chord. Eric chuckled. I took a swing at him that first day. Never saw a man move so fast. Before I knew it, I was laying in the back seat of my car, and we were driving away. He told me you interrupted his reading, I said, adding a smile. I doubt it, Jake said, shaking his head. He made it quite clear that to show up on your doorstep drunk again would be the end of me. He took me to a park and lectured about the honor and duty the world required of a father. At first, I thought him insane, but as I sobered up, well, I felt ashamed. Still feel it today. One lecture and everything changed? Hell no. That man has follow-through. He found me Darla and has been personally taking me to AA meetings. Jake paused a moment, his brain digesting what he was admitting. He's been a friend, a really good friend. Sometimes, I wonder if I deserve it. He must have seen something worth redeeming. That's what's so strange. I could swear he was as concerned with Maria's welfare as mine. Jake looked directly at me. At first I thought his interest was something else, but I don't believe that anymore. There's something off about him, but I can't put my finger on it. To tell you the truth, I've spent more time figuring out myself, and I just accept his friendship as a gift. A gift for all of us, I summarized. It was good to know I wasn't the only one who found Eric strange. A handsome strange, but strange nonetheless. Maybe I should have given Terrence's call more credence. I'd like to spend some time with Maria. With you there, of course, Jake said. How about her birthday party? I'm having people over on Saturday the day after. There would be a number of people, and it would be a good place to reintroduce the two. Sort of neutral ground in case Maria is hesitant. Jake's smile grew past his eyes. What should I get her? Eric helped me with the Christmas present, but I haven't seen her enough to know what she wants. I almost laughed at Jake's enthusiasm. She likes a brand of non-matching socks. I think they're kind of goofy, but she and her friends think they're all the rage. If your email is the same, I'll send you the link. It's the same. Thank you, Eric said. I guess I shouldn't expect much the first time. Maybe not, but I know she misses you. I told her you were ill. Sorry about that. Darla's words made me believe it was best to be honest. At least it wasn't the poison he deserved at the time. In a way, I was. Is she afraid? She pretends not to be, but I can see it in her. Probably because of what she saw in me, I replied, again with the truth. I promise I'll take it slow. You just need to let me know if I'm pushing it. Jake grimaced. I can't believe I fell so far as to scare our baby. I cringed inwardly at the word our. In my mind, Maria had become mine. It would have to be slow for the both of us. Jake looked at me, his eyes struggling with his thoughts. I'm trying desperately not to say I'm sorry for the mess I caused. Darla is insistent that I have to let my actions be my apology, but it doesn't seem enough. A warm smile grew on my face. My opinion of Darla improved. She's right, and in time it will be more than enough. What time should I be there, the party I mean? Jake asked, emboldened by my smile. About 11:30, lunch will be at noon. I'll be there, Jake said while he stood, and thank you for not saying no. He opened the door, then closed it again, turning back to me. If that drunken man ever returns, he would prefer the gun to the baseball bat. It was permission with some added humor. The old Jake was like that, and it was good to see some of it again. I chuckled at his smile, the first laugh we had shared in nearly 3 years. Before I picked up Maria from Mrs. Cummings, I went directly to Eric's house. I waited patiently for the door to open. Eric was holding a book in one hand, his finger tucked in as a bookmark like the first time I'd seen him. He looked comfortable in jeans, an old pullover sweatshirt, and thick white socks. Natalie, Eric acknowledged. I met with Jake today, about an hour ago. And? Eric asked, turning his palm toward me as if to ask why I was informing him. I moved in close before he could think to retreat. My arms wrapped around him as he stiffened like a board. I kissed his cheek, holding my lips there longer than I should have. He needed a shave but smelled pleasantly like fresh-cut wood. Thank you, I whispered in his ear. I released Jake and turned away, walking toward Mrs. Cummings' house. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him trying to figure out a response. It took him a half a minute to decide not to say anything and closed the door. I smiled. I had no idea why I liked that man off balance. You kissed him? Cynthia asked. She was wearing a scandalous smile. Shh, I hissed, reminding her of all the kids about. It was our turn to monitor the cafeteria. On the cheek, and it ruffled him pretty good, I whispered. Maria was 4 tables over, well out of earshot. You like him? Cynthia's smile was growing, but at least her voice had dropped. Maybe, but he's an enigma. One moment he's warm, the next distance. That, and I know almost nothing about him. You don't have to marry him, just use his body for your pleasure, Cynthia whispered, thankfully leaning in close. I smiled and nudged her hard with my elbow. Not at school, I said while I looked around to see if any little ears had perked up. It's been, 3 years for you? I have a daughter. And it was 5 years, but that was none of Cynthia's business. Besides, I'm not too sure about dating a closed book. If I could get him to open up, I'd feel better about it. It's not like he's a mass murderer. True. Maybe he's still in love with his dead wife, I said, thinking out loud. Wasn't that years ago? Many, but it was his promise to her that made him deal with Jake. Another reason not to rock the boat. If his history is correct, he won't even be around for long. All the more reason to move quickly. Cynthia bounced her eyebrows to make sure I understood the salacious nature of her comment. You're terrible, I said, sharing her smile. Are you coming to Maria's party this Saturday? Sorry, Cynthia said, shaking her head. If I go to hers, I'll have to attend all the students' parties. We'll do something in class if you want to supply some cookies or cupcakes. Cookies, I agreed. Friday, okay? That works. Is Eric going to her party? Cynthia's interest was piqued. Not with Jake coming. Didn't seem like a good idea to mix all four of us at once. Not sure how Jake would respond. The last thing I needed was for Jake to revert and my life becomes hell again. Probably a good idea. Are you still going to the shooting range? Been there 3 times now. You want to try it again? I could use help cleaning the gun afterward. Sure. I have to talk with Mrs. Cummings, but we could probably go Tuesday or Wednesday night next week. The gun had become more of a hobby than the necessity it was many months ago. It gave me confidence, which was always important. Even the impression of control had the power to make life more comfortable. Tuesday would be better, Cynthia said. I promised to let her know as soon as I could talk with Mrs. Cummings. The afternoon bell went off and the cafeteria disassembled into a massive juvenile movement. My dad is coming. He'll be here in a little bit, Maria was telling her friends. She was excited, as much for her party as for the upcoming reunion. Her nervousness was expected. I hoped Jake's return didn't become a disappointment. I moved some of the presents off to the side table to clear some room for the cake. Young girls created a lot of noise, and I found myself doing busy work to try and keep my mind centered. I was as nervous as Maria. She sure is excited, Martha Cummings said, helping me organize forks, plates, and napkins. I hope it's not a disappointment, I whispered, not that the din created by the girls would have allowed my voice to travel far. She's been talking about it all week, Martha added. That added more pressure. If the meeting went bad, I would have a depressed ex and a possible return of the problems. Maria would be confused, the return of the tears. I should have called Darla and gotten some advice. I felt unarmed for something that once seemed simple. It will be fine. Mrs. Cummings placed her hand on my forearm. I had been staring at Maria. Of course it will. I smiled and found more busy work. The doorbell at 11:30 crawled up my spine, sending an undesired shiver to my extremities. Maria froze looking toward the door, her friend's mouth still moving as if a world-ending event wasn't about to happen. I took a deep breath and moved to answer the door. There was fear in my daughter's eyes which exported to mine. Jake entered the house with zero confidence and a happily wrapped box under his arm. He gave me half a smile to match his halting hello. He found Maria still staring, and I saw the color leave his face as fear fed fear. I turned to find Maria's eyes flooding, which egged on mine. A disaster in the making. Daddy! Maria shouted. She leaped to her feet and ran into his arms. Fear evaporated, tears flowed. Jake dropped the package and wrapped his arms around his daughter, lifting her to his chest and hugging her close. I wiped at my traitorous eyes, using the closing of the door to cover my weakness. Jake and Maria didn't seem to care who saw their tears. I missed you so much, sweetie, Jake said into her ear. I patted Maria on her back and moved toward the kitchen. Jake and Maria would have to re-establish their relationship with me on the peripheral. Maria needed the both of us, and we needed her. It would be better if she didn't rely on us together. That was touching, Mrs. Cummings said, wiping her eyes. Better than I could have hoped, I said truthfully. Looking back, the two were still hugging, Maria's arms and legs wrapped securely around her father. Jake mouthed a thank you to me. I smiled back, the many high-pitched voices hiding the reunion from unconcerned eyes. You're better now? Maria asked. She and Jake were alone in the kitchen, having brought in some of the now empty cake plates. I was about to walk in with more, but decided to leave that answer to Jake. Much better, cupcake, Jake said brightly and with a renewed confidence. I am seeing a doctor and gave up drinking. I was surprised at his candor, though Maria deserved the truth. That means you'll be coming home again, Maria said excitedly. I froze, trying to decide whether it was time to interfere. I had explained what a divorce meant to Maria, but she obviously thought it was conditional. "Oh, Maria," Jake said softly, "there are some things that can't be undone." I heard shuffling, probably Jake taking Maria in his arms again. "I'm so sorry I can't put things back to the way they were. Your mother and I have an understanding, and you're at the center of it. Me coming back home is not part of it." "But why not?" "Well, you see, things happened. I did things, said things that damaged the love between your mother and I. We'll always care for each other, but the things that kept us together are gone. Luckily, we have you, so we'll always be friends." I covered my mouth and squeezed my eyes shut, trying to forestall another set of tears. "But I want to see you more," Maria cried. "Me too," Jake sighed. "In time, we'll be able to see each other as much as we want. So much more you'll get tired of me." I couldn't take it anymore. It was a risk, but Maria needed her father. "Oh, there you two are," I said as I entered the kitchen. Jake was on his knee, and Maria was once again hanging onto him for dear life. "Maria, did you tell your dad about soccer?" "I'm doing the YMCA soccer league this year," Maria said, perking up. "Games start next week, every Saturday morning for the next few months," I added. "Can you come?" Maria asked. Out of eyesight of Maria, I nodded an affirmative to Jake. "Of course I can," Jake said. "I wouldn't miss it for the world." "Afterwards, we could probably get lunch or brunch somewhere," I said, pretending to think out loud. I wanted Jake dead a few months ago, and now the joy on his and Maria's faces was a gift. Our lives had changed so much. I knew there would be difficult hurdles ahead, but right then, the world smelled like roses. The last dish finally made it into the dishwasher. Wrapping paper was in the trash, presents neatly piled in Maria's room and all the surfaces wiped off. I turned on the dishwasher and smiled at the small victory. Jake thanked me profusely before he left. He told me he might be able to continue the extra amount in the support payments once he was out of arrears. His talk of building a college fund for Maria excited him, so I didn't let on I had already started. It was easier to enjoy his enthusiasm and let him claim the idea. Jake was going to become the favorite parent for a while. His short happy visits and the lack of having to discipline her will move him up a notch on the parent popularity chart. I could live with that if it meant the end of all the crap. Maria went to spend the night with Susan Vega. Susan's mother decided to take Maria and two other girls from the party home for a sleepover. For Maria, it was the best day in years. Birthday party, father, and a sleepover. My smile grew larger when I remembered her face when I agreed to the arrangement. So much joy packed into an 11-year-old. It was a magnificent day to be a mother. I looked around the empty house. There was one man who made all the happiness possible. It was a good night to be childless. Eric looked apprehensive when he opened the door. I really enjoyed the confusion I saw in his face. It made up for the mystery that he fostered. Revenge shouldn't be so much fun. Jake came to Maria's party today. I took a step forward as I spoke. My smile seemingly dropping Eric's IQ. He took a hesitant step back. He was perfect. Said the right things. Made Maria feel like she is the most important person in the world. I took another step. Eric retreated another foot. I loved the fear in his eyes. "You fixed him," I said, stepping into Eric's house. This time he stood firm, though showed no renewed confidence. "I'm glad," Eric said. He lifted his arms and crossed them over his chest. Defensive. His eyebrows rose when I closed the door. "Is there something else?" "I don't have any idea why you chose us." I raised my hand to stall the response Eric was about to make. "And I no longer care. Your secrets are yours, and you can keep them. But you can't solve my biggest problem without suffering the consequences." "What?" Eric unlocked his arms. I moved quickly. Maybe it was the gun training, maybe my unbridled happiness. Whatever the reason, bravery was no longer an issue. I cradled his face in my hands and placed my lips on his. Fear, horror, and a startled stiffness the first second, then I felt Eric's body go soft. A moment later, willing participation. His arms encircled me, pulling me closer. His lips warming, stealing my momentum as they sought to devour mine. Feelings I had almost forgotten swelled inside of me. A bubbling warmth that grew from my spine and spread throughout. Eric panicked and pulled his face away. "There are things you don't know about me," Eric stammered, his arms defying his words and failing to release me. "I don't give a shit," I said, pulling Eric's face back to mine. His neck relaxed, and his body surrendered. "Maria is spending the night at a friend's house," I added so that he understood. I wanted to take him right there in the front hall. I wanted the feelings inside of me to grow and explode. It only mattered that he was there now, not a day from now. His past no longer mattered. Maybe, tomorrow it would, but right then only desire mattered. A primeval growl filled with want grew from Eric's throat. I smiled into his lips, and he surprised me by lifting me off my feet and cradling me in his arms. His strength was confident, not even a glimmer of doubt he could hold me. I parted my lips and let my tongue find his as he moved us down the hall. I left it to him to guide me safely to the bedroom as I lost myself in his lips. Wonderful sensations were coursing through my veins, exciting nerve endings that had been idle for years. He laid me on his bed, the dull light from the hall our only illumination. "I tried to avoid this," Eric said as he lifted his t-shirt over his head. There was a fire in his eyes, and I knew I had ignited it. I've never felt so sexy, so alive. I reached for the buttons on my blouse, and he stopped me. "My present," he growled and began undressing me. It was slow, button by button, followed by his lips on my newly exposed skin. I ran my hand down his chest, stroking the taut ripples where he hid his strength. The chest was all man. Tonight, it was my man. The last button gave, and my mind flashed to the functional bra I had put on that morning. I should have changed. Eric's hand slipped behind my back and effortlessly unhooked the strap. A second later, my blouse and bra were on the floor, and Eric's eyes were traveling along my skin. Maria's birth had weakened my once youthful breasts, raising a silly concern of the glow from the hall being too bright. He moved on top of me, still dressed in his jeans, his hand riding softly up my side and finding my left breast. "Beauty is my weakness," Eric whispered, lifting his eyes to mine. "You've crushed what's left of my willpower." All I could do was smile at his words. His lips lowered, and the woman in me found her joy as my nipple became his. That night I found out what heaven must be like. At times, I enjoyed being nothing but Eric's toy. Others, he was mine. He discovered things about my body I never knew, bringing out delighted squeals you'd expect from a teenager. We laughed, we played, and made love like the world didn't exist. At the end, when neither of us had the strength to continue, Eric kissed me. The lustful passion was gone from his lips, replaced with a caring tenderness. It felt like love. "I don't usually do this sort of thing," I said quietly, trying to emphasize how special it was. Eric smiled and stroked my cheek. I didn't want him to stop. Nor I. I rolled on my side to face him. His hand dropped to my breast, caressing its soft flesh. "I'm not trying to find a new husband," I said, wishing I had worded it differently. I wanted Eric to know I didn't require a commitment. My mind revolted a bit, trying to convince me that he'd be wonderful in my bed every night. "I usually don't stick around one place too long," Eric said while his eyes kept saying that we'd be sharing a bed forever. His fingers traveled away from my breast and down my side, sending a pleasant shiver through me. "I love the way you react to my touch." "I love the way you touch," I said with my most devious smile. "I've done things." Eric began a confession. I put my finger to his lips and shushed him. Tomorrow he could confess. Right now I was only interested in how he made me feel. "Not tonight," I whispered. Eric smiled and made room for me on his chest. He reached down, straightening the blanket and covered me with it, his arms holding me and it in place. I snuggled into his warm nakedness, letting my leg cross over his. It was safe and comfortable. I fell asleep listening to the steadied beat of his heart. I woke from a deep sleep. It had been a long time since I had slept so well, not waking in the middle of the night as was my usual. There was a wonderful scent in the air, coffee. I smiled and rolled onto my back, remembering where I was. The sun had barely begun fighting with the blinds that covered Eric's windows. The clock on the nightstand told me I had a few more hours before I had to pick up Maria. I dug my phone out my pants, struggling not to leave the warm covers as I fished for it on the floor. Blessedly, it was blank of texts from Maria. I had sex. Really incredible sex, and it made me feel younger. My whole body remembered how it felt. The warmth of Eric's skin and those precious waves that took over when our passion hit its peaks. I wondered if the smile would freeze on my face permanently. It was odd that I didn't mind Eric not being there as I woke. Maybe it was the smell of the coffee, a sign that he was waiting in the kitchen. I stood, and the coolness surprised my naked skin. I pulled the top blanket off the bed and wrapped it around myself. No need to get dressed yet. I wanted to remain decadent for a while longer. The mom would return soon enough. Leaning against the doorframe, I watched Eric at the stove, clothed only in his boxers. He was gorgeous. Slim, with muscles moving under his skin so purposely. I remember what it felt like to grab that tight ass of his and pull him deeper. Those low growling sounds that made me feel so desirable. He had some song in his head, shaking his butt as he worked. I had no choice but to laugh. She awakes, Eric said, completely unashamed of his tushy show. I'm working on some spicy scrambled eggs, kind of a Tex-Mex thing. Sounds delicious. I moved to the island, gathered the blanket tighter, and sat down on one of the stools. How do you take your coffee, or would you prefer tea? 2 sugars, no milk. Eric pulled a cup from the cupboard over his head and began filling it from the pot. I like this restaurant, I said, wondering if I had any control over my smile anymore. Have to earn those 5 stars, Eric said as he added 2 spoonfuls of sugar to my coffee. I think you did that last night. Me? I thought that was all you, Eric said, glancing over with an equally glued-on smile. I bit my lower lip, trying to stop my smile from growing. The morning man was as addictive as his night counterpart. The way he looked at me made me feel so damn beautiful. He brought over my coffee. I had to shift a bit to get an arm out of the blanket with losing too much warmth. Look what I did to your hair, Eric said, reaching out in a futile attempt to straighten it out. He was as much caressing as straightening. I leaned into his palm. You're a sexy, beautiful mess. I quickly took a sip of the coffee, hoping that it would at least dull my morning breath for the kiss I knew was coming. Leaning forward, we kissed. He tasted of mint. No fair. You brushed your teeth, I said. My house. Eric shrugged his shoulders and pulled me closer. This time the kiss lasted longer. Obviously, the coffee did its job. Eggs, I reminded him, pointing with my eyes. Eric turned to see excessive steam coming from the pan. He moved quickly, moving the pan to a cold burner, and began stirring quickly. I took it as a compliment. My kiss was more important than breakfast. A little brown, but not too bad, Eric said, told you I'm griller. I chuckled as he pulled some plates out of the cupboard and set them out, following with napkins and forks. It had a nice feel to it, him serving me. I smiled at the slightly overcooked eggs that found their way to my plate. Not bad for burnt eggs, I joked as I tasted them. There was only a hint of the Tex-Mex. Nothing to overwhelm the eggs' flavor, just a pleasant accent, so they weren't boring. No more kissing while I'm cooking, Eric chided me. I'd rather have burnt eggs. Eric's smile was charming. His eyes seemed to light up when I spoke. The euphoria of last night was still alive and well. We ate, rarely losing each other's eyes. The talk remained light and flirty, as if we were still making love. Our hands found reasons to touch, making sure our skin remembered what it enjoyed. I dawdled over my eggs, wanting them to last longer so there wouldn't be a reason to end breakfast. I liked us. What time do you have to pick up Maria? Eric asked, breaking the spell. I wasn't ready to be mom again. 11:30, I replied, looking at the clock on the wall. There was still 3 hours left. Then we have to get you cleaned up, Eric said. He stood up and held out his hand. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be hustled out of the house. Reluctantly, I stood. The dishes, I said, stalling for more time. They'll keep, Eric said, the dishwasher uses too much hot water anyway. I wondered what he meant by that as he led me back to the bedroom. It was the glimmer in his eye that gave it away. We went straight to the bathroom, me trailing behind trying not to trip over the blanket. The morning wasn't over. Eric started the showerin'. D unabashedly dropped his boxers, kicking them into the corner. My face heated as he pulled the blanket off me, exposing all my skin to the bright light. There was fear as his eyes traveled down my form. Every imperfection leaped into my mind as I forced my hands not to try and cover. His eyes found mine again. You don't have any idea what your body does to me, Eric said, his hand caressing my naked neck. Something stiff rubbed along my hip. I reached down as my smile returned. I think I do, I replied. I gently caressed the sign of his obvious delight. My God, I loved the way he growled. The target zoomed forward on its track, stopping a foot from my face. The shot group was tight, no bigger than $50. You're getting good, Cynthia said. I removed my ear protection and smiled at her, my pride clearly visible. Tony trusted me enough to handle the range myself now. That, or he was done with the free lessons. I cleared my weapon and handed it to Cynthia. Your turn, I said. So, you still haven't told me about your booty call, Cynthia said as she took possession of the Glock. Not much to tell, I lied. Yeah, right. I replaced the target with a fresh one and sent it downrange. You look like a love-struck schoolgirl. Cynthia donned her ear protection and stepped up to the line. I handed her a clip, and she locked it into place. She aimed and fired, her smile growing with each round. I think she was a closet assassin. That's way more fun than it should be, Cynthia said as she cleared the weapon. I'm going to have to save up for one of these. I brought the target back, and she was way out of the center with one round missing completely. It made me feel even better about my growing skill. You have to pause a bit more between rounds, I said as if I was an expert. Cynthia nodded, handing the weapon back to me. So, did Eric scratch your itch or not? More than once, I whispered even though we were the only ones on the range. Cynthia lit up like a torch. You trollop. Cynthia started laughing after giving my shoulder a friendly shove. How was it? I need details. Well, he really knows his way around a woman, I replied. He's a player, Cynthia said, nodding her head. I don't think he is, I said, slowing my movements. I got the impression he hadn't been with someone in a long time. I smiled, at least it seemed like he had been deprived. A memory of the shower flashed, Eric's obsession with what he insisted were my filthy breasts. His soapy hands were heaven. You're in dreamland, Cynthia commented. I focused my eyes back on her. So when do you see him again and does he have a brother? I don't know and no, I replied, sending a new target downrange. Eric and I had left it open, only agreeing that there was no reason for Maria to know about our familiarity. In fact, we avoided all talk of the future. His history said he wouldn't stick around. It may be for the best since topping Saturday night would be impossible. I put my ear protection back on and loaded my Glock. Cynthia stepped back as I sent 3 rounds into a fictional bad guy who happily wasn't Jake anymore. I'm sorry to call you again, Miss Thompson, Terrence said. I took a deep breath, wishing I had never used him in the first place. It's just that there's something I need you to see. Look, I'm no longer interested in anything you found out. My voice was a little on the snippy side, but he did call me at work. I was wrong to look into him in the first place. Please, I'd feel better if I could show you something. I could come by your place, Terrence hurriedly. What is it? It's not something I could tell you over the phone. It has to be seen, Terrence insisted. He sounded like he was going off the deep end. I feared he might show up at my door, possibly causing an embarrassing situation if Eric happened by. Okay, but this is the last time, I said. I'll come by your office tomorrow during lunch. After this, I don't want you calling me again. Okay, Terrence said, obviously relieved. You'll see, it's important. I think it may be best if you stayed away from Mr. Papirius. I'm having trouble getting a hold of my Italian contact now, but what he's told me so far is very confusing. I'll come by to stop this, but don't think I believe a word of your conspiracy, I said, then hung up. I was really beginning to dislike Terrence. Eric may not be a perfect human being, but he was currently on my list as a perfect lover. The way he treats me, what he did with Jake, I doubt there were even unpaid parking tickets in his past. I'd have to talk to Tony about recommending Terrence to anyone else. She's not home, Maria said as she walked back in the door. She just called. Maybe she's in the bathroom or something, I said as I assembled the salad for dinner. Mrs. Cummings had called not 15 minutes ago offering some fresh-baked cookies to Maria. I thought she might be lonely, so I told Maria to go over and ask her to join us for dinner. I rang the doorbell more than once. Let me get this in the fridge, and I'll go back with you, I said. I dumped the cut carrots into the lettuce and placed the bowl in the refrigerator, after scooting some things around. I grabbed a jacket and headed out the door. There was an unmarked blue utility van parked in front of Martha's house. Maybe she was in the basement, I told Maria, pointing at the van. She told me she was worried about a crack in her foundation and wanted someone to look at it. Maria smiled and nodded. She'd been excited to invite Mrs. Cumming over. I had a budding social entertainer on my hands. I was just about to ring the doorbell when I heard a sound I recognized all too well. The sound of a hand contacting an unprepared face. Money, bitch. You old bats always have some stored. The voice was deep, rich with anger. A crash followed with muffled scream, then more strikes. I covered Maria's mouth before she could call out, hustling her away from the door. My damn phone was on the kitchen counter. We ran. Maria kept crying, telling me he was hurting Mrs. Cummings as I called the police. I tried to calm her as I told the dispatcher Martha's address, who I was, and what I heard. The woman promised help was on the way, and I should stay where I was. He's hurting her, Maria screamed again. It took for the police forever to get to our house when Jake was beating down the door. That man was already inside the house. Martha and I had traded extra keys to back each other up a while back. I took hers off the hook in the cabinet and moved quickly to the bedroom. I pulled my gun out of the closet, undid the trigger lock, and loaded it. Taking Maria by the hand, I headed outside and kneeled in front of her. Run to Mr. Papirius' house, tell him what's happened, I said. Don't go in there, Mommy, Maria cried. Run! I demanded and pushed her down the street. To hell with being weak. I watched her long enough to make sure she was on her way, then ran back to Martha's house. We single women had to stick together. Martha's door was locked. As quietly as I could, I unlocked it, cringing as something heavy crashed inside. Fear drove bile into my throat as I stepped across the threshold. Martha was slumped on the floor in the corner, a floor lamp laid next to her. The shade was missing, and the bulb shattered. There was a dark stain on the wall behind her. I gritted my teeth and forced my hand to stop shaking. I have a gun. I yelled as I moved toward Martha. It was instinct to warn, a hope the intruder would feel the same fear as me and leave. I've called the police, I added, wishing my voice would stop cracking. I didn't expect the assault to come from the left. My mind had assumed he was in the living room, behind the dividing wall. The gun didn't turn fast enough as the man's full weight crashed into me, forcing me against the wall. I pulled the trigger, but the round did nothing but put a hole in the wall. Incredible strength turned my wrist and crushed my hand into the metal of the weapon. I screamed as the pain made me drop the gun. Another hand wrapped around my throat, lifting me up the wall. Two fully dilated eyes stared at me as air ceased to flow to my lungs. The man was huge and drugged out of his mind. I clawed at his wrist, then tried for his eyes. His arms were too long. My only thought was Maria was going to be motherless. Panic set in and I beat uselessly on his arm, my feet off the floor were flailing at his legs. The scream was more of war cry, something primal that turned my assailant's head. I had lost focus and saw only the blur as a savior barreled into the assailant, dropping me gasping to the floor. Both went tumbling into the living room, crashing into furniture and shattering knickknacks. New air filled my lungs and sight began to return. Eric was a madman, yelling in some language I had never heard, pummeling the intruder with fists that were moving at incredible speed. I tried to yell, but my throat wouldn't work. I had seen drugged men like the intruder when I worked the emergency room. He wouldn't feel the pain. It usually took 4 or 5 men and restraints to stop someone in his condition. As big as this monster was, it may take 10. I rose to my knees, my hand finding the gun on the floor. By the time I stood, the monster had wrapped his hands tightly around Eric's throat as Eric drove his fists wildly into the man's sides, ribs snapping. The man didn't flinch as Eric's face reddened. The weapon came up comfortably as if I were on the range. My breath steadied as I sighted down the barrel and let 3 rounds escape, into the monster's back, exactly where the heart lay. The sound echoed horribly off the walls, deafening my ears. The man's hands dropped from Eric's neck as blood began to pour down his back. He slumped to his knees and fell to the right, collapsing on the floor. I lowered the weapon and began to heave, gobbling air and trying not to vomit. Eric said something with almost a smile. I couldn't hear him, my ears were ringing. There was blood all over his shirt when he slumped down to his knees. His mouth moved again, his smile weaker. The physics of the situation became apparent. I dropped the gun and ran to him. My bullets had traveled through the madman. I had shot Eric as well. What did I do? I screamed as I lowered Eric to the floor. His eyes were weak, but looking at me lovingly. Mine were flooding as I tore open his shirt. "It's all right," Eric whispered, though I think he meant it to be louder. Blood was pouring from a hole in his chest, his heart pumping the life out of him. I put pressure on the wound with both hands, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. Eric stoically held in a groan. "I can't stop the bleeding," I said, trying to move my mind into a nursing mode. "Think." "It's all right," Eric repeated, blood came out of his mouth with the words. He was dying, and I had killed him. "Your aorta has been severed," I said softly, stroking the side of his face with a bloody hand. "I can't stop it." My tears were falling, mixing with the pooling blood on his chest. He deserved more than I could give him. "Do you want me to pass anything on to your son?" The words barely came out. Eric's eyes shifted strangely. "How did you?" The sentence faded away with his consciousness. "Eric," I called, feeling for a pulse. There wasn't one. "Eric," I screamed, then Maiwa left. I collapsed on his bloody corpse, pulling him close trying to revive him by will alone. "I'm sorry," I moaned, then repeated it over and over. A futile apology Eric would never hear. "Mommy?" Maria was at the door. "Don't come in here," I shouted, letting go of Eric. I heard Martha moan. I wiped my eyes before I saw the blood on my hands. Martha was trying to rise. I could see that blood had sketched a river down the side of her face. "Slowly, Martha," I said as I moved toward her. My eyes refused to dry. "There's a crazy man in the house." "He's dead," I said as I began to help her sit up, "and so is Eric." I struggled to breathe right, my soul wanting to vomit out the pain. I had to be a nurse again, at least until I had time to think. "You hit your head pretty hard, maybe you should back down." "I'll be fine," Martha said, then looked at the bodies and the blood that now decorated her living room. "Oh, no. Can you see okay?" I said, shifting to block her view of the bodies. "Any dizziness?" "What happened to Mr. Papyrus?" I tried to hold it together. Tried to be that medical professional in the ER. The one that kept emotion at bay and dealt only with what could be done. Instead, I broke down. "I didn't mean to," I cried. "I didn't think, and I killed him." Martha wrapped her arms around me as my mind betrayed the strong woman I thought I was. She became the nurse. "It was my fault," Martha said, rubbing my back. "I tried to save a few dollars and called that horrible man. The bullet went right through." I should have thought first, and now he's dead, I stammered. Distant sirens were making themselves known, and Maria called for me again. Let's get outside, Martha said calmly. I nodded into her shoulder, and we helped each other up. She wiped the tears from my face. You're a mess. I was intimate with him, I confessed. It came out of nowhere. Maybe it was the way she wiped my cheeks, the way my grandmother would have when I was a child. I needed someone to trust, someone to share the impossible pain. Oh, dear, Martha sighed. Her eyes saddened, and I saw forgiveness I didn't deserve. She firmed up when Maria's call became more desperate. You need to be a mother right now. Your daughter's outside and sounds scared. Yes, I said, separating from Martha's hold. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand. I forced the mom to return, and we headed outside. Mommy! Maria screamed when she saw me. Heedless of the blood, she folded herself into my arms. I'm not hurt, I lied. Her unconditional love was undeserved. It was wrong for it to allow me to think everything might be all right. I hugged her back. She was all I had left. I had ruined everything else. 2 police cars pulled up, lights and sirens blaring. I stood taller as 2 officers, one being Richard Sampson, ran up the walk with their weapons drawn. The music had to be faced. I killed them, I told Richard, pointing into the house. Maria looked at me in shock. She might as well know now, her mother was a killer. Wait here? Richard ordered, moving through the door. The other officer began radioing for an ambulance and more backup. It was a crime scene now. Is everyone else okay? The other officer, a young blonde man, asked while looking at the blood. I think so, Martha replied. I didn't mean to kill him, I confessed. Ma'am? I meant to shot the one guy, but the bullet went through, and I killed Eric too, I said. My eyes were betraying me again. The cop looked at me like I was insane. Maybe I was. Who did you shoot? The officer asked. The man who was attacking me, Martha jumped in, it's my home, and Natalie stopped him, but there was an accident. She looked at me like she wanted me to shut up. I couldn't. I killed 2 men, and one didn't deserve it. Eric was fighting with him, I continued, the guy was all doped up, so I shot him. My throat started to constrict again, and the bullet went through. I killed Eric too. The last part sounded like it came out of a 3-year-old, bringing back the tears. Where's the gun, ma'am? The officer asked. He looked at me like I was a threat. Maybe I was. I pointed in the house. I dropped it in the living room. Maria was shaking, listening to her killer mother confess. I pulled her closer, wishing she wasn't there and praying she wouldn't leave. Nah, I hit my head pretty hard in the fight. Must have passed out for a moment. Guy bled all over me, Eric said to Richard as he exited the house. His blood-covered shirt was in his hands, his chest unmarred by the bullet hole I knew was there. My knees went weak, and my mind rebelled. Mommy! Maria cried as I began to fall. The blonde officer helped me to the ground as I lost focus on the ghost that was moving quickly to my side. I yanked my arm away from him and tried to crawl away. She's going into shock, the blonde officer said. He's dead, I mumbled, then everything went dark. The hero awakes. My eyes fought with the bright light. I recognized the voice, but my memory was jumbled and couldn't envision the face. It's almost midnight. You've been out of it for about 5 hours. I heard a subdued beeping and felt the clip on my finger when I flexed my left hand. Susan. Susan Davis was the speaker. I was at Christian Memorial, my old hospital. Doc Bracken says there was no head trauma and he ruled out everything but exhaustion. You came in dehydrated, so you're stuck with the saline drip for the night. Where's Maria? I asked. In the waiting room. Your ex is keeping her company, Susan answered. Her red hair came into focus first, then those gray eyes. I thought you two weren't talking. Is there anyone else with them? You mean Mr. Hunky? Susan smiled. I heard the beeping increase, and I mentally tried to calm myself. Eric Papirius, I clarified, trying to sound disinterested. Not anymore. Bracken checked him out and sent him home. Susan paused, looking at me. He asked about you. What did you tell him? I asked, louder than I should. Just that you're resting comfortably. Susan looked at me critically, then a smile emerged. Have you two been dirtying sheets together? Oh God, I sighed, closing my eyes. I slept with the man, or whatever he was. No wonder it was so good. No real man paid that much attention to a woman's needs. You are, Susan announced proudly. Don't say anything. My mind was reeling. Susan had a mouth the size of the Grand Canyon. The whole hospital would know before the morning shift. He wasn't hurt at all? I won't say anything, Susan insisted, looking like I slapped her. If I were lucky, shame would keep her quiet. Susan, was he hurt? No. The cop said he had been knocked out, but there wasn't even a bump. He refused an MRI and passed all the cursory tests. No marks on his chest? Not that I know of. You two been playing rough? You'll think I'm crazy, I said. I've always thought that. Nothing you say will change it now, Susan joked. He died in my arms. Bullet in the chest, severing the aorta as best as I could tell. Susan's head turned slightly, but her eyes remained on me. Natalie, he is a walking, talking picture of health, Susan said, as if she did think I was insane. I didn't imagine it, I insisted. He bled out, and his heart stopped. Maybe you hit your head harder than we thought, Susan said. She reached up and pushed some of my hair away from my face as if I were an infant. All I heard was that your neighbor was being attacked and you shot the guy. Everyone's calling you a hero, even Mr. Hunky. I did shoot the asshole, I said, and quickly stopped myself from explaining how one of the bullets passed through. There was no proof, nothing I could point at that would support my view of events. I wondered how much Martha saw or even remembered. The blood. I lifted my hands, disappointed they were clean. Where are my clothes? They were ruined, Susan told me, didn't think you'd want them back. I got some sweats in the locker you can wear home, or I can drop by your house and pick something up. They're gone? Honey, they were covered in blood. Nothing was going to get the stains out. They got sent out with the rest of the medical waste. There was still a chance that Martha's house held 2 blood types. I needed proof of my own sanity. I needed something I could show others. That much blood didn't come from one body. Can I see my daughter? I asked, trying to lighten my voice. Susan probably thought I was still not 100%. I would have thought the same. Sure, you want me to keep Jake out? No, I said, adding a forced smile, we've dealt with our issues. Maria believes we're friends again and I'd like to keep it that way. Probably for the best, Susan said as she headed out the door. Maria was relieved to find me awake. I spent a good 10 minutes convincing her that I was fine, though I had begun to question it myself. Eventually, her interest in my and me explaining what the running graph of my heartbeat and oxygen levels was for, convinced her that her mother was on the road to recovery. I let her play with the call button and laughed when Susan came running back in. Maria and I survived the lecture and Susan's rolling of the eyes. Can your father and I talk for a moment in private? I asked Maria after she had been fully reassured. Okay, Maria said, climbing down from the bed. There should be a chair just outside the door. It will only take a minute. Maria gave me another kiss, one of the many I had received since she came into the room. I waited for the door to close before I began. How much do you know about Eric? I asked Jake. You mean besides that he likes you? Jake said with a hint of a smile. What are you talking about? The last AA meeting, he spent most of the time asking about you, without trying to let on that he was interested. Jake, I said exasperatedly. It doesn't bother me, Jake interrupted, waving his hand. I mean, there's that first bit of jealousy and the old memory of desiring you to grow old, alone, and miserable, but now I'm okay with it. No. We deserve to be loved and to love someone back. I looked at him, almost marveling at what had to be Darla's words. He was absorbing a maturity I had never expected. But he's your friend, I pointed out, forgetting the path I had intended the conversation to take. I don't think it was his intent, Jake smiled at me. In fact, I believe it was the last thing he wanted. He was trying to prep me for the knowledge. He laughed. It's silly, but I am making him do it. I have no claims on you besides our daughter's welfare. Still, it's fun to think he needs my agreement. Jake was right. Eric worked hard to stay away from me. I was the one who forced him into a relationship. I don't know what to say. Jake's turnaround was beyond anything I expected. Whatever Eric was, he was a miracle. Do angels have sex? You scared the shit out me, Jake admitted. When the police called, I had visions of raising Maria alone. I'm not sure I'm ready for that, so don't go dying on me. I smiled at his honesty. You seem well enough, I said. Oh, God no, Jake said. A little stress at work and driving past the bars is horribly difficult. I think it will take a few years. It may never end. If I can last long enough to walk Maria down the aisle at her wedding, then I'll consider it a success. You know, you can always call me, I said, desiring the same. No offense, Jake said, his smile growing, you're probably the last person I should be speaking with if I'm having a crisis. Point taken. We shared a small laugh as old memories of our past shouting matches came to mind. It was a comfortable, friendly laugh. I decided not to burden him with Eric rising from the dead. Vampire or not, it wasn't worth screwing up Jake. Maria needed her father. Do you think you can pick up some clothes and stuff for me? Sure. Maria can help, she knows where all my stuff is, I said, watching Jake's face light up. Trust is a powerful thing. He may drink again, but it wouldn't be that night. She'll have to go home with you tonight. Think you can handle it and get her to school on time? Maybe she ought to skip tomorrow. It's been a tough night, and I can get a day off, Jake said. I smiled at his thinking. They were the thoughts of a father. Agreed, I said nodding, I can pick her up in the afternoon. Should be out of here by then. I had an appointment at lunch. One I no longer wanted to avoid. Maybe Terrence wasn't as nuts as I thought. I was running late by the time I had checked out of the hospital and changed from the taxi to my car. The night afforded me ample time to think, trying to piece together the events that led to Eric's gunshot wound and subsequent death. It was all real, that much I knew. Maybe I could have screwed up the vital signs, but not the blood pumping out of the hole in the chest. A strange anger was brewing as I drove to Terrence's office. That someone had the gall to die on me, then not be dead, was frustrating. No one should be put through that much pain needlessly. The police cars were not what I expected when I drove up to Terrence's building. There were 3, lights turning, blocking the far right lane. 2 other unmarked sedans were slanted oddly toward the curb between the marked cars. I had to park half a block away and weave through a small crowd of gawkers that had gathered near the foot of the building. The building is closed, a female officer announced before I reached the first step that led to the entrance. She didn't look pleased with her duty of guarding the entrance. I had an appointment. As if that mattered to the cop. With who? Terrence Higgins. The officer's eyebrows went up. She pulled the radio off her vest and signaled for me to wait as she stepped just inside the door. Your name? She asked, poking her head out. Natalie. Natalie Livingston. She returned inside and continued a quick radio conversation I couldn't make out. If you'll wait in the foyer, a Detective Robertson will be down to talk with you, she said when she returned. She held the door open for me. What happened? I asked, now questioning whether I should have mentioned the appointment. Not sure, the woman said, her frustration evident, just know I have to play doorwoman. Suspect it's serious with all the gold badges around. I headed inside and sat on the only wooden bench available, an uncomfortable blocky thing that looked like it was as old as the 50-year-old building. I didn't have to wait long. Ms. Livingston? A man in black pants and a white button-down shirt and tie asked as he hit the bottom of the stairs. He was carrying a red envelope and wearing latex gloves. "Yes," I answered, standing. "You're Detective Robertson." He nodded and signaled I should sit back down. I did, and he joined me. "May I ask what business you had with Mr. Higgins?" "What happened?" I asked, wanting some reference before I began answering. "I'm sorry," Robertson said. "I should have told you right off. Mr. Higgins died last night." He watched me closely as if he was expecting a particular reaction. I steadied my one hand with the other and tried to relax my jaw. How did he die?" I stuttered. I felt a growing grief, not unlike when I watched Eric die, but not as powerful. "By someone else's hand," Robertson said, again examining my reaction. I was horribly uncomfortable. I hadn't known Terrence well, and the last time we spoke, I was less than cordial. My mind was already cluttered and was now adding grief-driven guilt. "Your name was the only one in his appointment book, and it was circled twice." "Personal business," I stammered, not wanting to tell the world of my vampire paranoia. "I'd rather not say." "That is, of course, you're right. But you have to look at it from my perspective. I have a job to do, and today that's finding out who murdered Terrence Higgins. I have a calendar with your name on it, circled twice. Without your help, I have to pursue the lead in other ways. It was a threat, and we both knew it. Guilty by appointment book." "He was looking into someone for me," I said, looking at the floor. "A romantic someone?" "No," I sort of lied. "At least not at the time I hired Terrence. A man who was helping. It's hard to explain." "Take your time. There's this guy who's been helping my ex, straightening him out. AA meetings and stuff like that." I paused a moment, then thought it best to be truthful. I had a notion, I know it's false now, that he had a particular interest in my 11-year-old daughter. I had Terrence looking into his past. You know, criminal history and things. "Did he find anything?" "No," I answered emphatically, shaking my head. "There wasn't anything to find. Just a mother's paranoia." "Does this man have a name?" "Why do you need to know that?" "I'll be honest with you." Robertson sat back on the bench as if he meant the conversation would go longer than I desired. "I saw your name on his calendar, and I tried to find your file. If anything, Mr. Higgins kept extensive records. I didn't find one." "Why do you think that is?" "I have no idea. Maybe he left it at home." Robertson smiled. "I was thinking the same thing. My partner is searching his house right now. I should know soon enough." Robertson shifted, lifting the red file and crossing one leg over the other. "I'm still interested in the man's name." "It would be embarrassing if he found out I checked up on him," I said. "Might even affect my family. I can be discreet." I sighed and reluctantly gave the detective Eric's name and address, then my contact information. He wrote it down on the front of his folder. "Is that it? I have to pick up my daughter. After I confess to Eric. Undead or not, it was better coming from me than the police. I couldn't have the detective undoing what Eric had done for Jake." "One more thing, if you don't mind," Robertson said, then continued as if I didn't mind, which I did. He reached into the folder and pulled out a yellowed printed picture of a man sitting on a bench seemingly oblivious that the photo was taken. "Do you recognize this man?" "It looks a little like Eric," I admitted. Exactly like him, though I had never seen him in a suit. His hair was longer, almost Beatles-like. The suit was out of date, large lapels and cross-stripped with a light color. Ed pattern. Maybe the early 70s. "Could be his father," I said. "Wrong name," Robertson said, sliding his finger off a handwritten name, William Barkley. "What about this one?" He pulled out another printed page. This one was a soldier, probably from the First World War. "You know it looks like the man in the first picture," I said, not appreciating Robertson's theatrics. He nodded and pulled out 4 more printed photos. Each looked like Eric, though from obviously different eras. A black and white Civil War photo was the only one that was posed. The rest were of a more candid nature, as if the subject didn't realize the shot was taken. The last was of Eric ripping down a Nazi flag in what looked like a filthy British uniform. His reanimation was becoming more real. "What do you want from me?" I asked, shrugging my shoulders. "These don't make any sense to me." "Obviously, these are fake," Robertson said, tucking the printouts back into the folder. "To me it looks like an elaborate con job. Mr. Papirius ever show you these, or maybe tried to solicit funds a different way?" I shook my head. "We only got naked and shared some food. Right now I'm thinking he may have upset the wrong people, took money or something, and it's coming back to bite hard." "That's quite a leap in logic," I said. "There was no reason I should have been sticking up for Eric. He died in my arms and had the tenacity to screw with my mind by undying." Terrence's research of Eric's past on and off business history did fit with Robertson's theory. But, for some reason, I didn't believe Eric capable of such things. Vampire or not, there was something honest about his dishonesty. "How do you know that Mr. Papirius is even aware of all this? He doesn't seem the type to take advantage of people. Con men rarely seem the type." Robertson sighed. These pictures were strewn across the desk. "Mr. Higgins did not die quickly. It is evident that he was questioned. Very harshly." My jaw tightened again. The photos were probably what Terrence wanted to show me. "This is not the time to withhold information, Ms. Livingston." "I have nothing to withhold," I lied. Resurrection didn't seem a prudent fact to divulge. "I don't know why you're trying to scare me, but it's working. Are you sure this has something to do with me? I couldn't have been Mr. Higgins' only case." "Actually, I'm not sure at all," Robertson said. He gave me a fake smile. "The bulk of his cases concentrated on infidelity. For all we know, it could be the retribution of a cheating spouse. But I'm paid to follow all the leads, and you showed up first. May I ask where you were last night?" The conversation deteriorated from there. My alibi raised red flags. Explaining that I was in the hospital for passing out after I killed someone increased Robertson's wariness. The fact that I had to admit Eric was present further exasperated the issue. It was 30 minutes later, after Robertson made a few phone calls verifying my story and satisfying himself that the shooting most likely had nothing to do with the current investigation, that I was allowed to leave. I could tell it wasn't going to be the last conversation I had with the detective. I paused before I started my car, a little time to close my eyes and remember Terrence. I prayed I wasn't the cause. Wiping my eyes, I started the car with a silent apology to my persistent PI. My anger was simmering just below a boil as I drove home. It always happens when I feel I was losing control of a situation. Jake could always rile me, and now Eric. It was the lack of information that pissed me off. The pieces wouldn't fit, and I was getting involved in things I couldn't understand. That night in his bed didn't help matters at all. It added to the confusion and muddled my thinking. I knew I should have been scared of Eric, pick up Maria, and move far away. There was just something about the man. An undead lover I couldn't get out of my mind. I decided not to pick up Maria first. An argument was brewing in my mind. Eric needed to know what he was doing to me. A person can't be all loving one moment, then expect me to swallow a mass of unbelievable secrets. Especially, ones that involve people dying. How dare he fix my life and then screw up my mind? The doorbell was too cordial. I pounded on Eric's door, soundly demanding entrance. I pounded again, even though I heard his steps approaching. No reason to hide my growing fury. Eric wasn't the least bit surprised when he opened the door. His face was a rock as he waved me inside. "What are you?" I demanded. My arms crossed and I thrust out an angry hip. Those eyes of his weren't going to alter my interrogation. "I'm not sure." "You died and came back," I said, adding the scowl I learned from him. His arms crossed with a stubbornness I expected. "I'm not sure what you think you saw." "Go ahead," I challenged, "lie to me." Eric dropped his arms, his eyes searching mine, then finding something off to the right. Something less threatening, I assumed. He let out a deep breath, turned, and walked into his living room. Now I was really pissed. Eric sat on the end of the couch and massaged his temples. "Well, I'm thinking," Eric announced loudly. Good, he was beginning to feel as angry as I did. When his suffering reached my level, I'd really let him have it. "Thinking? I didn't know you were capable of such a thing," I said with venom. "Men and their damn secrets. Damn it." Eric stood quickly. His finger jutted out, pointing at me like it was a knife. "This is all your fault." His finger continued to jab the air in front of me as he attempted misdirection. "I didn't want any of it." "Yeah, right," I exaggerated, "that's the impression I got when you were between my legs." I waved my arms to emphasize my anger. "That was your doing," Eric said, turning away from me. Men always hide their eyes when the truth comes out. "You set me up," I yelled at him, "you fixed Jake and played the perfect gentleman. Like I knew you were some kind of zombie. Vampires seem too kind. What's next? Steal my money and ruin the rest of my life? Am I some kind of game?" Eric turned back to me, anger boiling in his face. I may have gone too far. "I tried to stay away," Eric insisted, his voice uncomfortably low. "The first time I saw you, I knew you'd be trouble." He was shaking his head as he moved forward. I moved back. "I was rude, and still you refused to dislike me. You used Maria to suck me in." He took another ominous step forward as I shrunk back, wondering how much room I had left. I thought, what's the harm? We could just be friends. Eric's voice rose as if his past thoughts were lighter than his current anger. "But no, you had to be more than friends. You pushed and pushed until I fell in love. And..." The tirade went on, but I heard none of it. I ceased my retreat and stared at my vampire man. The man who just admitted he loved me. The man who looked angry enough to strangle me, yet never raised his hand. The man who came running when a maniac was strangling the life out of me. The man I killed. Eric paused in mid-sentence, the redness fading from his cheeks. My confusion confused him. "I tried to tell you that night," Eric said. "You said you didn't." "Give a shit," I finished. For the second time in my life, I kissed the man I shouldn't. There were a million reasons to run. A million more to yell and scream at him. Instead, I kissed him. His surprise warmed me. I loved him off balance. I think I loved him. "What are you?" I asked again. This time with affection, my eyes inches from his. "It's a long story," Eric answered, all the anger sucked from his body. The gentleness returned, a mirror of my own feelings. He fed off me, a vampire for sure. "Tell me," I whispered, wrapping my arms around his neck to express my trust, and to get closer. "He loved me." "You won't like all of it," Eric admitted. "Spill," I said, adding a smile. "It's not like you're a mass murderer," I added, remembering Cynthia's comment. The expression of sadness in Eric's eyes made me release him. "You may want to sit down," Eric said. I did. Marcius Thracius rose slightly, his eyes breaking just over the boulder that hid him from view. The valley floor was silent. A slight haze had developed in the pre-dawn hour. He smiled as he absently stroked his beard. The small Gallic tribe rested peacefully in their thick homes of rock and mud. They had no reason to suspect that half a cohort of Rome's finest had surrounded their village. A sane leader would have waited for the spring thaw. Marcius was ambitious, which for a centurion meant insane. He could almost smell a promotion to Primus Pilus. These Gauls had made a vital miscalculation. They had decided not to accept Roman rule, unlike their brethren. They ignored their loss in Alesia and pretended destiny still lay in their hands. Ignorant barbarian thinking. Marcius raised his hand and spun his finger in the air. A portion of his force moved quickly to cut off any possible retreat on the downslope side. He watched as they moved silently across the frozen stream, ignoring the ankle-deep snow. Well-trained Romans with vengeance on their minds. Caesar himself had sent the dictate. Marcius had jumped at the chance to lead the foray. Attacking a Roman estate, land gifted by Caesar, was the tribe's mistake. A conquered people should know their place. Killing a family favored by Caesar himself was the last mistake the tribe would make. Now all of Gaul would learn a hard lesson. Marcius took a step forward, steadying himself with his hands. Footing was difficult in places where the trees failed to shelter the ground from the snow. Another hand signal and his main force moved to the tree-line, not 50 paces from the first dwelling. Rudimental rock walls held in place with mud plaster. An arm's thickness of thatch topped the roofs. He smiled and looked to the north. The archers were in place, small torches lit. Marcius nodded to his bannerman. The banner rose from the ground, then dropped swiftly. A moment later, the sky brightened as 50 archers let loose a wave of burning arrows, the tar on the tips guaranteeing they would survive a little snow. 3 flights were launched. The third brought the first sounds of alarm. Another nod, the banner swinging from side to side, and the death of the tribe began in 100 war cries. Not a soul was to survive. Not men, not women, not children, and not livestock. Everything was to be eradicated. A message for those who seek to thwart the will of Rome. A message from Caesar himself. The first screams were for the fires, the next were for the blades that opened bellies of the victims who tried to escape their hovels. Marcius led his troops from the front, never asking more than he was willing to give. A naked bear of a man ran from his home brandishing an axe, spouting some guttural curse. Marcius easily dodged the mighty swing and plunged his gladius into the man's stomach. 2 more blades punctured either side. Romans don't do solo. The axe dropped. Marcius withdrew his blade. The man fell into the trodden mud, and a red pool of his life began forming. His soldiers yelled their small victory and ran forth, slaying a child that the beast must have fathered. Chaos ruled. The clan woke to fire and death, never having a chance to die like men. It wasn't war. It was a planned execution. At first, Marcius moved with purpose, flanked by his soldiers, cutting down anyone not wearing Roman red. Near the end, he slowed. Some had chosen to die screaming in flames, others to run into swords. The children huddled and waited crying as the swords came to them. What once sounded like curses hidden in a foul barbarian tongue, now changed to pleading. There was no mercy given. They pray, Atticus said, his blade dripping the same dark red as Marcius. They're asking their god for swift passage to paradise. Atticus spoke the language, or at least he professed to. A young girl child screamed as 2 swords ended her life. She had pressed herself against her burning house, a short distance from what was left of her mother. This is not the glory I envisioned, Marcius said uncharacteristically. An old man hobbled from his home, clothes fully in flame. The gladius that met him was a mercy. No, Atticus said. And nothing more. The Roman war cries diminished as the grisliness of the task bore into the soldiers' minds. Marcius had planned it too well. There was no strong defense brought to bear. Nothing that needed a great leader. Only the passing out of death to a surprised and outnumbered people. Babies speared in the snow. Marcius closed his eyes when his men gathered after it was done. His orders were clear. A Roman soldier followed orders, and these came down from Caesar. Pile the bodies in the clearing, Marcius ordered, pointing toward a field at the edge of the village. Remove the heads and pull them in the circle surrounding the pile. A sign for others of what happens when Rome's rule is questioned. The children? A man asked, his voice trailing away at the end. All, Marcius replied. The work began, though none looked happy doing it. For the better part of the day, the soldiers became butchers. Marcius struggled to not look away from the ghastly ring that formed. The leader of the slaughter needed to face his orders. Marcius wondered if Caesar understood what he asked of his men. He swallowed bile and stood firm. Centurion! Atticus called. Marcius' eyes followed Atticus' finger pointing back up the hill they had come down that morning. There was a thin trail of smoke escaping the trees. Someone had survived, possibly hidden in one of the crevices among the boulders. More death was necessary. Marcius looked around, about to order men up the hill. The faces were drawn, the wool sucked out by the slaughter. Atticus, you and you five, Marcius ordered, pointing at a group of men taking a break. Follow me. What was once a set of fine orders was now a curse. He drew his gladius, not looking back to see if he was being followed. They were Romans. He would lead, and they would follow. The cave entrance was hidden behind an outcropping of rock. They had passed near it on the way to the village and would have missed it again as they left. The smoke was the only sign that pointed to its existence. Marcius entered first, a cavern twice the size of any dwelling found in the valley below. Heavy firs, hanging a few paces in, blocked the worst of the weather, creating a pocket of unexpected warmth. An old woman, the oldest Marcius had ever seen, sat before a fire, stirring a pot that lay on the edge. Beside her a small boy stood, shock clearly marking his face. The cavern was covered in furs, some bundled into furniture, others draping the walls. The boy moved behind the woman, his fear evident. Without looking up, the woman dipped her finger in the pot and turned toward the boy. She uttered something and painted a triangle on his head with her finger. She's blessing the boy, Atticus said. Marcius halted the advance of the others. Let them prepare, Marcius said. It was all the mercy he could offer. It would never atone for the day, but it was more than nothing. The woman flicked her hand at the boy. He bowed his head in deference, then ran to the back of the cave. He moved a fur exposing dark passage. Move! Marcius shouted, flagging his men forward. He held Atticus back. The two approached the old woman as the others went after the boy. She stood to meet them, smiling and speaking in her barbarian tongue. She's cursing you, Atticus summarized. I'm already cursed, old woman, Marcius said, then slid his sword into her belly to end the nightmare. There was no scream or even a groan. She finished her curse, then brought her hand up and drew a symbol on Marcius' forehead. He slapped the hand away, and the woman fell to the ground, the final breath leaving her lungs. Marcius wiped at his forehead, smearing the symbol. Your fate is eternal, as is our vengeance. You will suffer as we have, one child at a time. Thy pain is our pain, returned in kind by the last of us. Atticus repeated the woman's words. I believe she was their priestess. It is over then, Marcius said, wiping his sword on one of the furs. This woman need not have wasted her curse on me. This slaughter will weigh heavy enough on my soul. He looked at Atticus with tired eyes. He is gone, one of the men said, returning from the passage. It narrows a short way in. Too small for us, but the boy squirmed right through. The last of us, Atticus repeated. Marcius glared at Atticus. The boy was gone, though a search of the opposite side of the hill may still yield him up. The orders were for all to be killed. I say there was no boy here, Marcius announced. The others looked at him with curiosity. Either that, or we search the hill and failing that, kill every boy child in 100 miles. Caesar's orders were clear, yet it needed to end. I saw no child, one of the men announced quickly. The gloryless killing had taken its toll. Agreement was reached quickly. I'll have your oaths, Marcius demanded. They were given. The old woman was carried to the carnage below. The last victim of Roman justice. What if the boy grows and seeks his vengeance? Atticus whispered as the men made ready to leave. I'd owe him the chance, Marcius answered, looking upon the ring of heads. Wouldn't I? Are you saying you were a Roman soldier? I asked. I was born Marcius Thracius. Roman soldier and, before my wife was murdered, a senator of Rome, Eric replied. I stared at him, trying to digest what he had told me. He waited patiently for me, giving me time to think. If I hadn't seen him die, I would have thought him insane. You're like 2,000 years old, I stuttered. And barely a day wiser, Eric admitted. His eyes dropped to the floor. I should never have added myself to your list of problems. That night you came over, well, I was weak, and you were beyond incredible. I thought the same of you. I smiled, which caught his eyes. He looked up. I wiped out a whole village and was rewarded with fame and a senatorship. And immortality, I added. No, that was the curse. Eric stood and dug his hands into his pockets. There are things you should know, reasons why we shouldn't have made love, I filled in for his reluctance. Eric nodded and turned away. His mind was working on the next words, something he thought I didn't want to hear. Confessions are a bitch. I know some things already, I said, sounding guiltier than I intended. He turned back to me with eyebrows raised. I thought you. I paused, adding a smile to make sure he knew I thought it all idiotic now. I thought your interest in Maria was something else. Eric thankfully laughed, probably kicking himself for overdoing his standoffishness in the beginning. I hired someone to look into you, I said, cringing when his laughter stopped. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'm sorry, the police are going to talk to you. Did you talk to them? Eric's face tightened. Not on purpose. The private eye was murdered last night, and my case file was missing. Eric's eyes went wide, something akin to terror. I tried to leave you out of it, but they think you're part of some elaborate con. Eric stepped back. I couldn't lie to them, I said. Where's Maria? Eric's voice was ominous, as if our previous discussions no longer mattered. With Jake, at his place. Eric pulled out his phone, ignoring my need for an explanation. Jake, it's Eric. I need you to listen carefully. You and Maria need to get out of your apartment. I'll meet you someplace public. The zoo is open, by the bear enclosure. There was a brief pause, Eric's hand stalling my questions. No. Do it now, leave everything. Eric's face became confused, and he pulled the phone from his ear and Luke. D at its face. The call was dead. What are you into? I demanded. Something that involved my daughter. Eric ignored my question and tried to re-establish the call. He failed. We're leaving, Eric ordered, pulling me out of the room. Is someone after you? I accused. Not me. He's after Jake and Maria, I yanked my hand away from Eric. He turned toward me with moisture heavy in his eyes. We have to go now. Eric's concern was real. The mother in me went into panic mode. I ran after him, duplicating his speed to the car. Once we were moving down the road, ignoring all posted speed limits, Eric spoke again. Agla smiled as she walked from the bath. She enjoyed her lot in life, the one built by her hero of a husband. Though her body showed her age and the birthing of 4 children, he looked no older than when she first met him. She would have preferred a larger family, but it was not to be. For children, well married, was happiness enough. The other senators' wives were jealous. And why shouldn't they be? Marcius had the ear of Caesar and the backing of the people. She took much of the credit for keeping him young. Her smile grew as she remembered last night. Other husbands get bored and strayed. Marcius' interest lay in one woman, and she did everything to make sure it stayed there. It was a bonus that it kept her young on the inside as well. The smile that man could put on her face. A chuckle escaped her lips. Agla moved into the bedroom, her mind on the midday meal. She never saw the man standing calmly behind the pillar. He wasn't built as slim as most city-born. Bulkier, like a warrior. His hair was trimmed neatly as if he were of money, or worked for such. His clothes were nondescript, not much different than you'd find on a street vendor. Agla dropped her towel and lifted the dress she set out earlier. The man chose that moment to strike. Her vulnerability was as pleasing to him as her impending death. Call your husband, the man ordered with a strong accent. The knife at her throat dug in, drawing a thin red line. Marcius, Agla called in barely a whisper. Her hands were trying helplessly to remove his arm, and thus the knife away from her skin. Louder! Marcius, Agla screamed. The man laughed at the panic he felt coursing through her naked body. It was all that he imagined. It was worth the years of waiting. Marcius heard Agla's call and recognized the panic in it. He came running, grabbing his sword off the wall as he moved through the house. He slowed when you saw her naked form in the arms of a smiling man and the knife at her throat. "Harm her, and you'll die slowly," Marcius warned. He moved slowly forward looking for an opportunity. The man laughed and pulled the knife deeper against Agla's throat. She gasped, trying to move backward and somehow lessen its depth. Marcius slowed his advance. "Money, I have plenty." "What do you want?" Marcius asked, shifting sideways away from the bed to afford a better attack angle. "Her life, your children's lives, their children's lives." "Will you give me those, Centurion?" the man asked, moving to keep Agla between him and Marcius. "Have I harmed you in some way?" Marcius asked, buying time to find a better angle. "Me? No, you didn't harm me. I am the last. I am my tribe's vengeance," the man said, dragging the flat of the blade down between Agla's breasts. "Your argument is with me," Marcius said. Some day had come. The fragile boy was now a man, large and confident. Time had not weakened his desire. Marcius smiled at Agla, trying to assure her. The fear in her eyes was more than he could bear. Marcius dropped his sword. "Let her be and take my life. It is a debt owed too long." He opened his arms, fingers spread in surrender. "No, Marcius," Agla cried, leaning toward him. The Gaul pulled her back roughly, forcing air from her lungs. "Let her go," Marcius begged, kicking his sword farther from his reach. "I'm the one you want." "You only need to see," the Gaul said, and his smile grew. Marcius' heart sunk as he saw the man's intent. He moved forward with all his speed, his eyes glued to the knife. The blade dug into Agla's belly. She screamed as the Gaul dragged it across her abdomen. Marcius died inside. He lunged, grabbing the hand that held the blade and tried to retract it, trying to undo what was done. Agla's eyes rolled backward, and her insides began to flow from under her skin. "No, no, no," Marcius cried, somehow forcing the blade from the Gaul's hand. It clattered on the floor. The man pushed Agla into Marcius' arms. "Your children and their children," the Gaul threatened as he backed away, wiping his bloody hand on his pants. Marcius laid Agla on the ground, his front covered in blood. Screaming, he grabbed the blade near his feet and charged at the Gaul. His hand was knocked away, and the man ran. "Marcius," Agla cried. Marcius let the man go a second time and moved back to his wife. His stomach was turning in knots, his mind rejecting the idea of life without her. Desperately, he tried to close the wound with his hands. She lifted her head and tried to see him. "Lie still," Marcius said as calmly as he could. The cut was too deep. There was as much damage inside as out. "Let it be," Agla moaned, pulling his hands away from her stomach. "I did this to you," Marcius admitted. "I killed you, my love." Agla pulled his bloody hands up to her chest, nestling them between her breasts. "Our children. Is that man after our children?" Agla whispered. "Yes. I killed his family, his tribe," Marcius cried. Agla shook her head. "You will stop him," Agla said, blood leaking from her mouth. She coughed, splattering Marcius' clothes. Her grip tightened on his hands. "Promise me you will protect our babies." "Yes, my love," Marcius said. "Kill him," Agla demanded. Her eyes looking past Marcius, seeing things only the dying see. "On my oath," Marcius vowed. Agla's face calmed and an odd smile formed on her bloody lips. "It was a good life," Agla said, her breath trailing off. "I love you," Marcius said as he leaned into her, trying to hold on to the closeness. Agla's eyes no longer held light, her lungs emptied for the last time. The servants heard a Roman war cry coming from the back of the house, the master's bedroom. The next morning, a surprised Senate accepted a popular senator's resignation. Marcius Thracius scattered his family and went hunting. "Oh God," I cried. "The Gaul was hunting my baby. Why didn't you kill him?" "I did," Eric grunted as he turned left on Main. "Many times I killed him and died a few myself. The curse won't allow a reprieve. Jake is your family, I guessed. Jake and Maria are Agla's babies, Eric said, slamming on the brakes for a jerk that wouldn't go through the yellow. He honked and drove around before the green lit for the other traffic. That's why you fixed Jake, I said, pointing toward Travis Lane. It's quicker if you take a right here. I promised Agla, Eric said, squealing the tires to make the turn. He re-engaged the accelerator, and the car surged forward. What have I done? I said, more to myself than to Eric. If only I had just let Eric do his thing and move on. No, I had to dig out the truth, then dig out the man. I pointed at the next left and Eric followed my directions without hesitation. Will he kill her? I asked, knowing the answer. Yes, Eric said, again slamming the accelerator to the floor. Can you stop him? I've done it before, Eric said. He likes to wait for me to arrive. Maximizes my pain that way. Then why are we going there? I asked, shocked at his answer. He doesn't wait long, Eric said, speeding by a car pulling out of a driveway. The driver slammed on his brakes in surprise. It's been a few hundred years since his last murder. I thought I'd covered up the trails well enough, or maybe he'd gotten bored. I screwed it up, I said. Tears formed as I imagined my baby's stomach being torn out. No, I did, Eric said. I should have been more distant. Never get close. Never get close. It was some kind of mantra he had told himself in the past. I could feel the pain behind it. We have to stop him, I demanded. What if we call the police? He'll just kill them immediately. A few decades in prison won't deter him, Eric grunted. The bastard won't be satisfied until Agla's line is no longer. Your line, I pointed out angrily. I have to be more distant, Eric repeated. I remembered him dealing with the two neighborhood boys, the ones teasing Maria. It was the actions of a grandfather. Those were the eyes I saw staring at my baby. Prideful eyes. The curse would have fit a less caring man better, a man who just let it take its course and enjoy the immortality. We pulled up to Jake's complex. A 3-story building shaped like a large L on the ground. His apartment was on the second floor, near the top of the L. Eric didn't wait for me or took the time to stop the engine or close the door. Stay here, Eric ordered as he ran. Screw that, I thought and sprinted after. There was no way I'd leave my daughter in the hands of a maniac. Eric didn't argue when I followed. He ran up the stairs, 3 at a time, practically jumping over the turn and the railing at the landing. I was halfway up when he hit the second floor. I was running down the hall as Eric burst through the apartment door. It was then I felt naked without my gun. I couldn't remember what happened to it. Maybe the police still had it. The door was open when I arrived, breathing hard. I could hear a deep chuckle and Eric's pleading coming from the great room. Mixed with my fear was a small bit of clear thought. I shifted into the kitchen and retrieved a large meat knife sticking out of a wooden block. Then moved out the far door, through the dining area. Quentin, this has to end, Eric said as he maneuvered around the coffee table. My stomach curled. Quentin had one arm tightly around Maria's chest, the other holding a knife that was already cutting shallowly into the skin of her neck. Maria was in shock, hyperventilating, and crying at the same time. His eyes moved to me, then back to Eric. Send Mom away, Quentin said in a deep European accent while pointing at me with his head. I have no interest in her. Mommy. Quentin tightened his hold on Maria, choking her words away and making her gasp for air. This mom won't leave, I said as hard as I could. I lifted the knife up and willed my hand to stop shaking. The pain in my baby's eyes was more than I could stand. It was ripping my insides apart. I almost tripped over Jake as I approached. He was laying on the ground with blood leaking from a wound on his forehead. I wasn't sure if he was dead or alive. Do you feel it? Quentin asked, looking at Eric. I still remember it well. The helplessness as life after life of everyone that loves me was ripped from the world. He laughed and drew the knife a short distance across my baby's throat. No! I screamed, tears falling in concert with the small river of blood on Maria's throat. She was helpless, trying to suck her neck in, away from the knife. I could see the horror on her face. 10 feet away, and there was nothing I could do but hasten it. Please, Eric said, holding his empty hands out from his body. It happened centuries ago. She doesn't even understand why you're doing it. It's only sufficient for you to know. I get to watch your heart shatter another time. I get to see your eyes while another of your children is ripped from the world. There was no reasoning with the man. His revenge had consumed any empathy he may have possessed in the past. My baby was going to die because her grandfather loved her. It was all to cause Eric pain. Kill me instead, I said quickly. Options were limited, and barter seemed the best course of action. I couldn't image life without Maria in it anyway. Eric tried to wave me to be quiet as he inched closer. Quentin's eyes shifted, prepping for that last desperate move by Eric that would signal the end of Maria's life. He loves me, I said loudly. Eric stopped, and Quentin's eyes found mine. He loves me, I repeated. My knife moved on its own, my blade turning to point at my stomach. Desperation was all I had. Your oath that you'll leave my daughter be, and I'll make him suffer. I pushed the point of the knife into my shirt, testing the strength of my skin. Natalie. Eric panicked. She's my daughter. I screamed at Eric. Everything was foggy as my eyes welled up. Your oath, I demanded from Quentin. Quentin looked at the distress in Eric's eyes and his inability to know which way to move, then back at me. Quentin's confident smile disappeared. There was something bordering on curiosity in his eyes. Even the knife in his hand had relaxed. Do I have your word? I asked again. Quentin was having trouble speaking. Eric was moving toward me, so I took a step away. Quentin subtly nodded his head, relaxing his knife even more. He had a dumbfounded look on his face as he watched me. I pushed the knife and gasped as it broke through my shirt and punctured the first layer of skin. Not as much pain as I had expected. No! Eric yelled, grabbing my hands and fighting to pull the knife back. I love you, I gasped at Eric, and pushed the knife in deeper. It was only pain, mine and Eric's. A little suffering and my baby would grow old. It was such a small price to pay. Maria screamed. Quentin dropped his knife and stumbled backward onto the couch. The pain increased, and my diaphragm began to revolt. Eric was pulling the knife out with all his might, trying to kill my baby. Stop, Quentin said softly, then repeated it louder. Maria was running toward me. I let go of the knife and fell to the floor. Eric followed me down, throwing the knife to the side. My side spasmed, and I fought to breathe. Eric tore open my shirt and covered the wound with his hand, trying to close the wound. I wondered if it was the same with his wife. Maria was crying and hugging my head. Blood dripped calmly from her neck onto my cheek. It's okay, I whispered to her. The world was going in and out of focus, my tears now running down the sides of my face. My baby was free. Will she live? It was Quentin asking. He was standing behind Eric as if he hadn't just threatened the life of a small girl. Eric spun like a coiled snake, throwing himself into Quentin. Stop, I tried to say, but only mumbled. Maria shifted, trying to stay out of the way but close to me. The two wrestled, knocking into furniture. Somehow Eric ended up on top with my knife to Quentin's throat. It seemed silly, two immortals fighting when neither could ever claim victory. Stop, I tried to say again, holding my hand out to Eric. My baby was safe, and that's all that mattered now. It's over, Quentin said. It's never over, Eric growled and pushed the knife into Quentin's skin. I'm done, Quentin said calmly. Death held no fear for him. I remembered when Eric died in Martha Cummings' house. He was more worried about my reaction than his passing. Don't, I said with a volume that surprised even me. Both their heads turned toward me. Don't kill him, I added. Even a temporary death would spoil my own. Only the innocent matter. I gave my girl's hand a weak squeeze and struggled with a smile. The thought of her growing up without me was painful. Better than growing old without her, but it hurt nonetheless. I watched my beautiful daughter's face begin to fade away. Each tear she shed was so precious. I wanted to tell her so much, but time had run out. Darkness swallowed me whole. The familiar beeping sound surprised me. My eyes didn't want to open into the light, but I knew where I was. My side was tight like the skin had been shrunk 2 sizes too small. A dull ache traveled in slowly around the tightness. It was a foggy pain, one muted by a strong painkiller. "Welcome back, girlfriend," Susan said with a humorous tone. "You trying to take up permanent residence? The rent ain't cheap, you know." I mumbled a question, then cleared my throat and tried again. "Where's Maria?" "In the shift room. She spent the night in here, and we found her falling asleep in the chair. I put her in one of the beds when she was too groggy to complain." "She's okay then?" "Physically, yes," Susan said. "There's a detective and a couple of blues waiting for you to wake up. They want to know what happened to her neck, and to you, of course." The thought of talking to the police curdled my stomach. "I'm not ready to talk with them right now," I said. "Doc Hansen had to sew you up. You're not protecting that ex of yours, are you?" "No." "Is Jake okay?" "Yeah, we're keeping him awake. He has a grade 3 concussion and slurring his speech. The CAT scan came back negative for swelling, so he should be okay in a day or 2. "Thank God," I said, letting out a deep breath. "Was it Mr. Hunky? Someone stuck you and cut into your daughter's neck." "We're way past pretending nothing happened." "No, Eric didn't do it either." I sighed and fully opened my eyes. "I need to speak to Eric." "He was here until he was told you were out of danger," Susan said. "That detective spent a good long time talking with him. They got into a spat about going to the station, and he left. I'm not sure he's good for you, Natalie." There was a deep concern in her eyes. 2 nights and 2 trips to the emergency room. I could see why. "Can I get out of here without being seen?" "You can't go anywhere with those stitches. You're immobile for a few days, 2 at best and probably more." "Who did this to you?" "You wouldn't understand," I replied. It was the understatement of the century. Eric and I needed to get our stories straight, especially if Quentin is letting his vengeance go when it comes to Maria. I didn't want to do anything that would jeopardize my deal with him. A frightening thought occurred. What if surviving meant the deal was off? "I need a phone. Is mine here somewhere?" "Should be in your personals," Susan said as she dug into a drawer. I lifted up a little to help and found the pain to be more than dull. I laid back down and decided using my stomach muscles was a bad idea. "Here it is." She handed me the phone, and I took it with my good right hand. The left arm was stuck within 4. "I'll go see if anyone has a charger that will fit." Susan judiciously moved off to allow me some privacy. "Hi," I said when Eric answered. "I thought I killed you," Eric said with a passionate guilt. "I thought I killed myself," I said. "What happened to Quentin? Is he still after Maria?" "He tells me he's done." "Completely done," Eric answered hurriedly. "Are you really okay? They told me you were." I tried to wait, but the police showed up and were asking too many questions. My stomach hurts like hell, but nothing I won't survive. "Do you believe him? Is he really done? He's never said anything like it before." "It was always the crazy vengeance talk before." Eric paused a moment. "He sounded sane enough, but I don't trust him. I created a cruel monster when I raided that village. It may just be another tactic to increase my punishment, or for me to let my guard down and identify more of my relatives." "He wouldn't come to the hospital, would he?" "I don't think so. He's never been that public before. Always tries to make it just him and me," Eric answered. I let out a sigh of relief. "What did you tell the police?" "I told them it was some homeless guy. I described Quentin but left out the name. I think the closer to the truth the better. Said that he threatened Maria's life for money and a struggle ensued. It might be best if you kept Maria away from the police. I got stabbed in the struggle? I wasn't going to tell them you did it to yourself, Eric said. And don't ever do that again. When I thought you were dying, my whole world went dark. I should never have gotten so close. Are we close? I asked. We shouldn't be, Eric responded. I'm trying not to be. How are you doing with that? A smile grew on my face. After all that had happened, I still enjoyed having Eric off balance. I loved being the cause of it. It was an incredibly unhealthy emotion. Failing miserably. Me too, I admitted. There's still things you don't know about me, Eric said. I could hear the frustration in his voice. He loved me even when every part of him, well, almost every part, told him not to. Then you'll have to tell me, I said. My phone beeped its low battery warning. Damn, my phone is dying. I'm stuck here for a few days and could use some company. It would be a good time to talk. I'll be right there, Eric said and disconnected before I could tell him I meant tomorrow morning. His anxiousness made me chuckle, which was painful, but worth it. I found a charger, but you can only have it for a couple of hours, Susan said as she returned to the room. Todd gets off at 10, and it's the only one he's got. Thanks, Susan, I said, handing her my phone. Can you let the detective know I'm awake? Are you sure? Yes, but tell him it has to be a short visit. Tell me I'm not helping you do something stupid, Susan said. We've both seen enough battered women come through here telling lies about falling down the stairs. I promise, neither Jake or Eric did this, nor would I put up with anything like that. Okay, Susan said after taking a moment studying my eyes. I guess she found truth there. I'll go get the cop. Act drowsy, and I'll tell him you've just been sedated. That should speed him up. Thanks, I said, and we shared a friendly smile. Good to see you made it through, Detective Robertson said. I groaned inside when I recognized him, knowing he'd jump right past the standard statistics and into the meat of the questioning. I wonder if your memory is better than your ex-husband's. It was some crazy guy. He had Maria and demanding money. I spoke with an intentionally practiced air. He looked like he was going to hurt her, money or not. There was a fight when we saw an opening, and this is what happened to me. You already spoke with Mr. Papirius. Robertson lowered his notebook as he stated the obvious fact. I wanted him to know that Eric and I were in sync. It would only hurt us more later when he deduced it anyway. Yes. I smiled weakly, letting my eyes go lazy. Ms. Livingston, Robertson sighed, this time your daughter was involved. Don't you think it's time for the whole truth? I can describe the man for you, I said, slurring the last words. No, I think Mr. Papirius covered that very well. Tall, about 6'2" with short-cropped black hair, European accent, probably Slavic. Not well-dressed, possibly homeless. That's the guy, I said sleepily. Robertson pulled up the lone chair in the room and sat down. He crossed his legs and leaned back as if he meant to stay a while. I know you and Mr. Robertson are hiding something. He waited here last night until he was sure you were okay. It doesn't take much deduction to see that you two are romantically involved. I have a murder and now, Robertson pointed at me, an attempted murder. There's also your self-defense shooting 2 days ago. If you think I'm going to give up and go away, you need to speak to my wife. She says I have a stony ass that nothing can chip away at. Maybe we should talk later, I said, taking long blinks. Or you can tell me that you have no intention of ever giving me the whole story and make me spend my days digging out the truth one bit at a time. Robertson smiled at me. My acting was poorer than I thought. I have told you no lies, I said, dropping the tired act. Half-truths are lies in my book. What if the whole truth wouldn't help you? What if the truth could only be a lie in your mind? Try me, Robertson said, leaning forward. No, I don't think I will, I said firmly. The man Eric described had a knife to my daughter's throat. He is the sole reason I have this hole in my stomach. If it weren't for Eric, you would have more than one murder to solve. Without motive, I have to guess, Robertson said. I've been looking into Mr. Papirius, and I have to say it has flimflam written all over it. Short stays all over the world. Businesses that open, handle a single large transaction, and then suddenly close. Did you know he has a son hidden away somewhere in Europe? What kind of man sends his only child away after his wife dies? A man who's trying to hide, Eric said. I looked up from Robertson and saw him standing in the doorway. Robertson jerked around in his seat, surprised as I was. Eric gave me a soft smile, the same smile he wore after our night of passion. Hi, he said to me, ignoring Robertson. Hi, I returned, letting our memories merge into a shared smile. Hiding from what? Robertson asked. The past, Eric said. He moved smoothly across the floor, opposite side of the bed from Robertson. He took my hand in his as if he were asking to dance. You look beautiful. Liar, I said, though my heart could see the truth in his eyes. My savior, my curse, my lover. What past? Robertson pushed. My past, detective, Eric replied. Does it hurt? He asked, waving his hand over my tummy. Only when I breathe, I lied. If I lay still, I could almost ignore it. I liked the idea of him not ignoring it. How long are you stuck here? Eric asked. A few days. They need to make sure there are no problems. Mr. Papirius, I think we need to talk, Robertson said. Eric waved him off, preferring my words to his. You'll need someone to take care of you, Eric said. His smile grew as he looked at me. You're going to have difficulty doing simple things, like bathing. Are you volunteering? I asked. Robertson let out a loud, frustrated breath which Eric and I ignored. I was staring into Eric's eyes, wondering what it would be like having him bathe me. It had to be better than my loofah. Well, I do feel responsible for what happened, and I'd like to keep a close eye on you and Maria until the perpetrator is caught, Eric said. He then looked toward Robertson. You are looking for the man, aren't you? If I knew more about what is going on, Robertson said, gritting his teeth, it would greatly speed up the investigation. I can tell you on Friday, Eric said calmly. I raised my eyebrows. He sounded like he meant to tell Robertson the truth. Friday? Why the hell should I wait until Friday? Friday or nothing, Eric said, shrugging his shoulders. Before then, you'd laugh in my face and probably have me committed. What difference can 2 days make? Robertson asked. His face was starting to turn an off shade of red. 3 days or I lawyer up, Eric offered. Robertson stood, looking like he wanted to drive his fist into the wall. In the meantime, you can search my house and car if you wish. Robertson's face visibly relaxed. You won't need a warrant as long as you promise not to rip the place apart. I won't find anything, will I? Robertson asked. But you know you want to try, Eric said with a sly smile. Robertson struggled to keep his lips from curling. I think it was the audaciousness of Eric's proposal that amused him. Okay. But if I find out the delay in any way hinders my investigation, I'll bring you up on obstruction charges, Robertson said with his finger as much as his mouth. Deal, Eric said, handing over his keychain. I'll be here for a few hours, maybe you'd like to go through my car. It's the blue. I know which one it is, Robertson interrupted, adding his own sly smile. I'll have the keys brought back up to you in a few minutes. The gold key opens the front door to my house. Just leave it on the counter and make sure the garage door is unlocked. I can get in with garage door opener later. You are very sure of yourself, Robertson said as he began to leave. Tell your boys that I know the level of every bottle of booze in the house, Eric called out. Robertson waved away the joke without turning his head. I wondered if he found it funny or insulting. Do you think it's wise to taunt him? I asked. Probably not, but it's kind of fun, Eric said as he sat on the edge of the bed. Does it hurt bad? As long as I lay still, it just feels tight. It cramps up if I try to move, I said. I'm so sorry about all of this. If only I had stayed out of things, none of this would have happened. If you hadn't shown up, either Jake or I would have been dead, I admitted. I'm not sure anyone would have been better off. Maria almost died, Eric reminded me. Almost, I agreed. It was the one thing I couldn't dispute. Maria was at greater risk. Do you think Quentin will renege now that I survived? I'm not sure he'll keep his side of the bargain either way. How can I protect her? I've got plenty of money and years of experience in disappearing, Eric said. I'll find someplace safe where Quentin will never look. I'm not sure I want to run and hide. We have a life here. All Maria's friends are here. We have time to think about it, Eric said softly. I could see he had already made his decision. Too bad it may not be the same as mine. He's never tried anything in a place like this before. That means we have time to discuss this bathing theory of yours, I said, forcing a change in subject. I wanted to get back to less ominous conversation. A place where there were no ancient vendettas. It all starts with warm water. Eric began. I liked this place. I woke, sensing someone else was in the room. The only light was from the hospital monitors and what was leaking under the door from the hallway. Someone sat back in the chair next to my bed, his face slowly coming into focus. It wasn't Eric or Jake. I reached out slowly for the call button, my hand finding only blanket where I left it before I fell asleep. The man held up his hand with the call button dangling from its cord. Quentin smiled at me. I fought the fear climbing rapidly from my gut. Where's Maria? I asked, silently praying for her safety. I really have no idea, Quentin answered quietly in his rich accent. You're her mother, don't you know? You didn't hurt her. Did you? No, Quentin replied, shaking his head slowly from side to side. I believe we had a deal. I intend to honor it. A strange relief washed through me. The fear for my own life seemed trivial to that of Maria's. He had come to complete the deal. Is it going to hurt? It was my last fear. I had resigned myself to beginning dead. The dying itself was still frightening. Not even a little, Quentin replied. He wore a strange smile as if this was funny. I waited a moment, waiting for the inevitable, but he remained motionless, just smiling and staring. Are you waiting for Eric? I asked when the pause became too much. Quentin laughed. It sounded insane, but any sound from him was on the loony side. Quentin reached forward. I flinched, but he only placed the call button on the bed within easy reach of my hand. I'll leave if you push that, Quentin said and sat back calmly, crossing his legs. Though I think you may want to hear what I have to say. You don't mean to kill me? No, nor your daughter or her father. Quentin gave me the smile again as if he enjoyed me believing I was in my last moments. Then why are you here? I kept my fingers away from the call button. Eric said you wouldn't risk coming to the hospital. Marcius is a monster. I would not trust anything from his mouth. All the humor left Quentin's eyes. It was you who had a knife at my daughter's throat, I responded quickly. I wasn't sure it was a good idea to argue with Quentin, but my instinct was to defend Eric. Ah, yes. From your point of view, I am the monster. The light returned to his eyes, and his smile returned. I concede your point. Both Marcius and I are monsters. Though I claim he made me. I am his Frankenstein. I've only known him for a few months, I said. Yes, Quentin said, nodding his head. Our experiences differ. If you allow me my opinion, I'll allow you yours. Agreed. My family was alive, Quentin's had been slaughtered. It was easy to see his point of view as long as Maria wasn't threatened anymore. So what is it you want me to know? I shifted in the bed, trying to move my butt to a cooler portion of the sheets. My side complained, but my ass was happier. I am no threat to you and your family. I tried to tell the monster, but mutual trust is non-existent. Quentin tilted his head. I am through with it all. I intend to return to my homeland and retire my vendetta. Eric will never believe it, I said. That's why I'm telling you. For some reason, you like the beast. I cannot fathom such a thing, especially from one such as you. Quentin shifted from one side of the chair to the other, uncrossing his legs, then recrossing. He trusts your words. I saw it in him when you tried to sacrifice yourself. Why should I trust you? Because you live, Quentin said, his smile returning as if his words were some kind of fabulous gift. How do I know you won't go back on your word? I asked. You don't. If you wish, you can uproot your life and hide somewhere. Quentin shrugged his shoulders. Given eternity, I could just wait for your grandchildren to be born. Or do what you did and employ a detective. Most effective that. I wonder why I never thought of it. You killed Terrence, I said firmly. Yes, that one I regret, Quentin said. He was insistent on your anonymity. I had difficulty persuading him, and things got out of hand. His Italian friend took much less convincing, and is happier for it. And you call Eric a monster, I added, pushing my luck. Again, different experiences, Quentin said. I sighed and nodded. Terrence had died trying to protect my identity. I may be as much a monster as the Quentin and Eric. On my mother's soul, I give you my oath, I am done hunting down the monster's descendants. Unless he comes to find me, we will never see each other again. He has won. I don't think anyone won, I said, everyone lost. Our point of view will forever differ, Quentin said. He pointed to the call button as he stood. You may push that now. He turned toward the door. Why are you ending this now? I asked. Quentin turned back to me with that strange smile. You reminded me of my mother. Nothing more, nothing less. Quentin opened the door and left before I had a chance to question his answer. I stared at the open door, wondering why I believed him. He had spent thousands of years murdering innocents. All that time, and it was I that reminded him of his mother. None of it made any sense, and yet I found his words trustworthy. I pushed the call button. I needed to see Maria. Because you reminded him of his mother? Eric asked again. His anger was waning. At first he had been livid that Quentin had entered the hospital. He thought it was some new tactic. I believe him, I said. I admit, he's never done or said anything like this before. Eric was pacing back and forth. He usually never talks to his targets at all. They aren't targets, they're people. Eric stopped pacing and looked at me with guilt in his eyes. I didn't mean, it's just that it's become like a job, Eric stammered. I think you've just been fired, I said. I hate the man, but I trust his words. Eric sat down on the edge of the bed. He reached out and pushed some of my hair tenderly off my face. It's a risk to believe him, Eric said softly. It's a risk to believe you, I countered, though I do. Eric smiled, probably thinking the same thing that Quentin pointed out. Our experiences differ. I do like that you trust me. And now you have to trust me, I said. A mere woman who's only been on the planet for a few decades. Oh, you are not a mere woman, Eric said, his smile growing. If you tamed the beast, you're a goddess at minimum. This goddess is not uprooting her life. Maria and I are going to stay and trust that Quentin is truly retired. Then you'll need someone to hang around and make sure you stay safe, Eric said. Nah, I said, shaking my head, I have a gun for that. Eric frowned and leaned back a bit. Now a nurse that can help me recover, that's something useful. I believe you have my bathing resume, Eric said, leaning closer. I ignored my stitches and reached out to pull his lips to mine. The kiss was as I remembered. Soft, and filled with the same passion we had that first night. I won't grow old, Eric confessed in my ear, and I can't have any more children. The curse won't let me grow my family. So, an ever young lover and no more birth control. Do you think this will dissuade me? I asked as I nibbled on his exposed neck. I felt his lips curl against my cheek. It tickled in a way. You may not feel that way when you're 80, Eric added. You'll be gone well before then, I surmised. Eric sat up with a seriousness that surprised me. My love has no expiration, Eric said, his eyes drilling into mine. It was a warning. I either accepted all of him or none of him. He has spent 2 centuries keeping a promise to his wife, his first love who died so very long ago. If I accepted him, he would be there come hell or high water. 100% family man. How do you know we will work? I asked. I was still gun-shy after my last marriage. Don't you feel it? Eric returned. I did. You can trust a monster like Quentin but not your own mind. I'm really going to like that bath, aren't I? I smiled my agreement. You have no idea, Eric growled. It was that sexy, I'm going to ravish you growl. I had to remember to ask the doctor what the limits of my stitches were. Why a storage facility? Robertson asked. Eric had insisted the detective meet us at his storage unit. It was an amazing place, climate-controlled, biometric security with 3 layers of authentication. The CIA would be jealous. The truth is difficult to understand, Eric said as he placed his eye near a scanner, his hand on a pad, and said something in a language I suspected was Latin. A small LED blinked acknowledgement and I heard the door lock pop. Eric opened the steel door, reached in blindly and flicked on a light switch. We need to wait a moment. A Dr. Crothers should be joining us in a moment. I don't handle drama well, Mr. Papirius, Robertson said. Sorry, take it or leave it, Eric said with a smile. The detective strained his head to peer into the storage unit. I shifted my weight from one leg to the other to lessen the strain on my sticks. Eric moved quickly to place his arm around me, taking some of my weight. Let's move inside, Eric reconsidered, and made me use him as a crutch. We moved into the room, which was half full of wooden crates, some pristine, others looked like they had been handmade and weathered to a light gray. They were all of different shapes and sizes. Eric helped me sit on one of the better-looking crates, kissing my forehead for good measure. I'm not afraid to admit I was milking it a bit. After being a single mother for a few years, it was nice being someone's priority. Especially nice if that someone was Eric. What's all this? Robertson asked. I think it would all be more understandable if we wait for Dr. Crothers, Eric said. I knew that this one of 11 storage units that Eric had around the world. He had told me what they contained. Not the individual items, but the general nature of them. I was excited to say the least. If this is some kind of evidence room, I'm going to need a lot more officers, Robertson said as he looked around at dozens of crates. It's evidence, but not of a crime. If you're patient for a few more moments, it will become clear. Eric smiled at me as he spoke. I had told him I didn't think the detective would believe him, but it was his story to tell. I smiled back. Remembering the bath the night before. There was no sex, only an intimacy I had never imagined possible. He literally bathed me, carefully washing every inch of my skin starting with my feet. Never had fingers been so seductive. Tension had evaporated and my vision of heaven was altered forever. The detective walked to one of the crates and bent down to study it. His hands were clasped behind his back, seemingly to keep himself from touching them. Patience was not a virtue he possessed. Except for a few this-end-up labels, none of the crates had any other markings that would define what they contained. That didn't stop detective from examining each one. Mr. Papirius? A small man in a brown suit said as he poked his head into the room. He was holding a small dark wooden box. Ah, Dr. Crothers, Eric said happily. He moved to the door holding out his hand. Dr. Crothers shook it with a large smile. I'm not sure you realize what you gave me, Dr. Crothers said. It's an unbelievable find. The condition is incredible. Eric ignored his statement and ushered him forward. This is Natalie Livingston, Eric said, introducing us. And that inquisitive man over there is Detective Robertson. Robertson came forward anxiously. This is rather unorthodox, Dr. Crothers said, looking at the detective. Is there a problem with the provenance of the brooch? No, nothing like that, Eric replied, waving off the thought. The detective is here for a different reason, but your analysis will hopefully lend some credence to other information. What exactly are you a doctor of? Robertson asked. I'm an archaeologist, detective. Currently, I'm the director of the Field Museum. Robertson's eyebrows rose. So, what did you find out about the brooch? Eric asked. He was almost giddy, which made me smile. Dr. Crothers placed the wooden box on one of the crates and opened the lid. Using the white cloth inside, he extracted a golden brooch shaped like a butterfly, inlaid with many pearls and other jewels. It was attached to a tarnished gold chain. The brooch appears to be Egyptian, Dr. Crothers explained. We took samples off the reverse side and were able to date it between 2000 and 2100 years old. The gold composition is consistent with other verified Egyptian antiquities of the same period. The preservation is incredible. I could see admiration in his eyes while he explained what he knew. Any guesses as to its origin? Eric asked. Someone wealthy, Dr. Crothers said. He chuckled to himself, then looked up from the brooch for the first time since he pulled it out. Cleopatra had a special love of pearls. It would be pure fantasy, but that would be my guess. It is beautiful, I added. History always is, Dr. Crothers said. It's also mysterious. He looked up at Eric. The chain is a confusing addition. First, it's a brooch used to close a tunic and wasn't designed to host a chain. Second, its gold is of a different forge. Though just as old, a completely different chemical signature, and built with more skill than was apparent in previously known Egyptian metalwork. Conjecture? Eric asked. I need to do some more research, Dr. Crothers replied, shaking his head. Possibly Roman? Eric asked. Dr. Crothers' eyes lit up and he held the chain up higher into the light. You may be right, Mr. Papirius. If you're correct, it must have quite a story behind it. Can I ask where you acquired such a piece? Dr. Crothers asked. It's been in my family for a very long time, Eric said. Would the museum like to have the piece? Of course, but we would have to prove provenance before any price could be negotiated. Dr. Crothers held it up to the light again. That's if you will take less than it's worth. In my mind, it's priceless. Provenance would be difficult, Eric said. It's not like receipts were popular 2,000 years ago. But the price is easy. A gift, non-negotiable. Surely you jest, Dr. Crothers said. Not in the slightest, Doctor. I think you'll agree it belongs in a museum. Would you like to know the family story that goes with it? You're giving them a priceless artifact? Robertson asked incredulously. Ah, yes, Eric said with a smile, it does come with a stipulation. The detective here may want other experts examine it. You must allow him to do so. Trained experts, Dr. Crothers said, pulling the brooch closer to his chest in a protective manner. Of course, Eric said. I'm guessing the detective has no desire to recklessly destroy history. He was enjoying himself. I smiled at his enthusiasm. I'm not sure why I'd want to examine it at all, Robertson said, still pondering what was going on. You'll allow if he asks? Eric asked Dr. Crothers. For the piece? Of course, I'll let anyone qualified examine it. Dr. Crothers looked back at Eric. I'm still concerned. I don't want the museum involved in anything untoward. Your exposure would be limited, Eric said, flipping his hand into the air as if it were all a silly concern. Worst case, you cut a deal with the Cairo Museum and share it. No one else can claim it and it costs the museum nothing for the risk. A bargaining chip with Cairo would be very advantageous, Dr. Crothers thought out loud. He smiled as the ramifications filled his mind. We could parlay this into a large exchange. My people could have unprecedented access to their collection. Think of what we could learn. So you accept, Eric pressed. Of course, Dr. Crothers said, shoving his free hand toward Eric. Eric shook it heartily. What's the family story behind the piece? According to the lore passed down, a Senator Thracius was consoling a very drunk Julius Caesar. Eric's smile was a mile wide as he spoke. Cleopatra had attempted to claim her son was of Caesar's seed and wanted Caesar to declare him heir to the both empires. The story goes that in a fit of anger, Caesar pulled her gift, that brooch, from around his neck and threw it at the senator. His words were something like, Eric paused for a moment, then reeled off a sentence in a foreign language. Dr. Crothers laughed, obviously understanding Eric's words. What? I asked. Spreading your legs for the world does not an emperor make, Dr. Crothers translated. Did I get that right? Close enough, Doctor, Eric said, smiling along with him. Senator Thracius kept the brooch with Caesar's blessing. It found its way to my hands and now it's in yours. Senator Thracius was your relative? Dr. Crothers asked. Blood of my blood, Eric replied. Or so I understand. Time has a way of distorting the truth. Still, it would be nice to record your understanding of the verbal history of the piece. Impossible to verify, but does spark interest, and interest brings forth donations. May your coffers overflow, Eric said, bowing to Dr. Crothers. I would like to get your signature on a receipt. Help us begin to document the piece's providence. Of course, Eric agreed. You have my address. Send me whatever you feel is necessary and I'll have my lawyer look it over and I'll get a signed copy back to you post haste. I must say, it is a generous gift. We would love to recognize you publicly for it. That I must decline, Eric said. I'm not a big fan of the stage. Truthfully, it scares the hell out of me. I'm just happy that the brooch has a good home with people that will know how to care for it. It will have a good home, Mr. Papirius. Of that I promise. Dr. Crothers carefully packed the brooch back in the wooden box. In fact, this may be the last time it's out of a display case. Thank you, Dr. Crothers, Eric said, holding out his hand for the last time. Dr. Crothers shook it and said goodbye to me and Detective Robertson. He left quickly, probably concerned that the insane man who just donated a priceless antiquity might reconsider. Fascinating, Detective Robertson said. And why was I privy to that display of generosity? I could hear a little frustration in his voice. Open one of the crates, Eric said, waving his hand across the room. I've had about enough. Humor me for a moment longer, Eric said. I'm not going anywhere, so you'll have plenty of time to arrest me if you feel the need. Robertson closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He turned to the crate next to him and lifted the lid. He pulled out an old sheathed sword and brushed off the bits of dried straw it was packed with. It was well over a yard long. Ah, good choice, Eric said. A great example of a medieval long sword. Robertson pulled it from its sheath. It looked unwieldy in one hand, obviously designed for two. It was given to me personally by John Hawkwood for services rendered in Italy years ago. He had a relative of mine in his company, someone who took too many risks. I fought at his side to watch over him. Mercenaries really, but time and success has a way of making them heroes. What war did you fight in? Robertson asked, turning the sword in his hand. Many wars, Eric replied. The detective put the sword back in the sheath. Which ones? Afghanistan? Iraq? The sword was given to me during the 100 Years' War, or so history renamed it, Eric said. Robertson sighed loudly again. I really don't have time for these games, Robertson said. You'll have to save the con for your marks. He pointed at me, which I found irritating. I knew where that brooch came from because Caesar threw it at me, Eric continued. I was born a citizen of Rome around 80 BC, give or take a few years for calendar translation. And you believe this crap? Robertson asked me. I nodded, remaining silent. He turned back to Eric. Well, you've got a good show, but you need to pick a more believable hustle. I'm not sure where the profit is in all this, but you can be damn sure I'll figure it out. He closed the crate and moved to the next one. What the hell are these? Robertson asked, holding up a small green wooden disc. Eric smiled. The original Flores yo. Yo, Eric replied. I ran across those in LA late in the 1920s. They were all the rage, so I picked up a bunch. I got pretty good at it. You're telling me you purchased them yourself? After a dozen centuries, you figure out that history sells, Eric said, shrugging his shoulders. As long as you have the time, patience pays off many times over. You are good, I'll give you that, Robertson said. He moved to another crate and opened the lid. Careful with that one. It's not holding up well, Eric said. Robertson looked into the crate without reaching in. Damn. Nice touch, Robertson said. Never did like my hair back then, Eric said. I stood up, ignoring my stomach, and sauntered over to the crate. It held a painting of a Eric. Well, Eric from a few centuries ago. His hair was parted severely down the middle and billowed out at the shoulders, a somewhat girlish style. He was wearing a thin orangish tunic. It was painted by Giorgio Barbarelli di Castelfranco, better known as Giorgione. The paint is beginning fail and I have no talent as a restorer. Not sure why I've hung onto it. Not something I could comfortably sell. Eric moved to another crate and popped the lid. I do have a few Da Vinci sketches I picked up in the early 1500s. Never met the man, but recognized the talent. Traded a horse for them. Worth a fortune now. Eric chuckled. The horse is long since dead. I peeked into the crate and saw a yellowed sketch of the skeletal structure of a foot, sealed between two pieces of clear glass. Some things are more difficult to sell. They attract too much attention. So you sell these replicas to gullible collectors? Robertson asked. To collectors and museums. But the items are verified as authentic at the time of sale. The people with the sums of money necessary are no fools. Greedy maybe, gullible rarely. Eric closed the crate. Well, I'm certainly not gullible, Robertson said. And nothing here convinces me of the truth of your fable. I killed Eric myself, I said, tucking my arm in Eric's. It was in weak apologetic motion. How do you apologize for killing someone? The day before I met you. You're aware of what happened at my neighbor's. The report said nothing about his death, Robertson said, gesturing toward Eric. Eric was struggling with the Mrs. Cummings attacker. I picked up the gun and shot the guy 3 times in the back. One of the bullets went through the man and into Eric. I paused and looked at Eric. I still felt shame over the event. He just smiled his forgiveness. Unable to stop the bleeding, I held him until he died. Robertson's face went pale. He stared at Eric for a moment and took a tentative step back. There's an unaccounted bullet, Robertson said. The one that was in me, Eric said, nodding. I don't know where they go. Bullets, knives, spear, and arrowheads. I wake and they're gone. That's why there was so much blood. The ME reported an excessive amount, but it was ignored, didn't seem to be a reason to pursue it. Thank God for that, Eric said. It would have been difficult to explain why most of my blood was on the carpet. I'm so sorry, I said to Eric. I told you, it wasn't your fault, Eric said, caressing the hair on the side of my head. Your son, the one that's in Europe? Robertson asked. I smiled, already knowing the truth. That's where things get a little dicey, Eric said. I skirt a few laws to facilitate my ability to maintain all of this. He waved his hands toward the crates. It's getting more difficult as technology improves. Your son is fictitious, Robertson stated. That's why I couldn't find him. He is me and will inherit all of this in time, Eric agreed. So, your deceased wife? Never met her. The marriage and birth certificates were faked well after her death. Wasn't too difficult in the past. Next time I've got to figure out how to insert the data into databases. Probably going to have to learn how to hack computers. So you are a criminal, Robertson said. Only when absolutely necessary. So, let's say I believe all of this. What's it all got to do with Mr. Higgins' death? What followed forced us all to sit down. Watching Eric relive the genocide of the Gaul village again was terrible. The obvious guilt made him look so weak. Robertson listened, asking no questions. Short of seeing Eric rise from the dead, it was very difficult to digest. Quentin's part in my last conversation with him brought the story to a close. This Quentin, you say he's suddenly done? After 2,000 some years, he's done? Robertson asked me. Yes, I answered concisely, not wanting to repeat my conversation with Quentin again. I'm not as convinced, Eric said. You both know how insane all this sounds. We nodded softly in unison. Robertson grunted, stood, then paced between two of the crates while wringing his hands. I hate when evidence points where I don't want to look. I wish there was an easier way to prove it, Eric said. I could just shoot you, Robertson said. At least then I'd be certain. Please don't, Eric said. It hurts like hell. Serve you right if you're lying, Robertson said. Then again, if you are lying, I'd be the murder. I think we could have come up with a better lie, I interjected, not wanting to see Eric die again. Well, I'll play it like this, Robertson said. I'll look for this Quentin. I'll also have that brooch independently verified. If I find you sent me on a wild goose chase, I might just come back and shoot you. I don't think you'll find Quentin, Eric said. He has a few centuries' practice on you. We'll see. I don't like unsolved murder cases, the detective continued. If he is as ruthless as you say and comes back, I'll be happy to test that immortality. I don't think he's coming back, I said. At least, I intended to live my life as if it were true. Quentin's mouth may tell lies, but I saw the truth in his eyes. Quentin, the fifth son of Aramide, hid behind his mother. His father had left with his sword and had not returned. The sounds of battle were nearing, and he was struggling to hold back the flood in his eyes. His brothers, his uncles, and his father had always laughed at his fear. Now it crawled across his skin like a frozen flame, cutting deep into his gut and rendering his circulating thoughts useless. Stand, my son, Quentin's mother instructed, pointing next to her. She had a blade in her hand, shorter than his father's, but sharp nonetheless. She was not shaking. Quentin rose slowly, wishing he could remain hidden under the furs that warmed their nights. He clenched his teeth and moved to her side. The end nears, Quentin's mother told him. When they come, you will be brave. He nodded, though it was a lie. He wrapped his arm around her leg. There will be a moment, a brief one. You will run when I tell you. Quentin nodded again, struggling to remain standing under the din of the death wails outside. You will run to our great mother. You will not stop till you get there. Do you understand? He nodded again and gripped her leg tighter. He could hear them approaching. He felt her soft hand on the back of his neck, and looked up at the only person he fully trusted. You will not forget me? Quentin's mother asked. Fear was replaced by shame. How could she not know his mind? She's the only one who he thought understood. Never, Mama, Quentin said. You will run with me. No, my son. I cannot. Quentin's mother smiled down at her son. You are my light, so you must shine. Always remember my love. She peeled his hands away from her leg. Quentin sensed the world was about to change. Two men burst through the door wearing shirts built from sheets of metal and holding swords twice the length of his mother's blade. She pushed him away and pointed her blade at the intruders. They were large men, shaven of face, and wore their confidence well. Quentin reached for his mother, but she was sidestepping away. The men followed the blade, crouching as they walked. Be ready, my love, Quentin's mother called. She thrust the blade forward in warning. The men inched carefully toward her. He was frozen, fear sapping every muscle. Be brave, his mother yelled. She stopped and turned her blade around. The soldiers slowed in confusion. Quentin's mother smiled at her boy, her eyes screaming her pride. Quentin reached out again, his fingers flared as if the distance between them was non-existent. She plunged the blade into her belly. Run, Quentin's mother screamed. The soldiers stood agape as the woman before them disemboweled herself. Quentin's mind shattered, the world he had known tumbled into the unknown. His connection to it was falling to her knees. "Run," she groaned again. He ran blindly, never knowing of the smile that crossed her lips when she saw him pass the stunned soldiers. "Sir," the voice said. A gentle hand on Quentin's shoulder woke him from his deep sleep. The first he had in centuries. He opened his eyes to a flight attendant wearing a functional smile. "We're on final approach. I need you to bring your seat to the upright position." "Yes, of course," Quentin replied as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. It took only a moment to adjust the seat. The attendant nodded and continued down the aisle checking the other passengers. Quentin smiled to himself when he realized he couldn't remember his dream. Nothing of the nightmares he was used to. Heading home, the man sitting near the window asked. "Pardon," Quentin replied, his mind shifting to the environment. "It's your accent." "I assumed you were heading home," the man said. He was a casually dressed American, most likely vacationing. "Yes." Quentin smiled. He was heading home. Memories of his youth, before the Romans, filled his mind. He could almost see his mother, his staunchest champion through the trials of a difficult time. "I am going home." "Been away for a while?" "For too long," Quentin replied. "I fear I'll barely remember the place." "Home is always home," the man said. Quentin liked his demeanor. It was open-ended, as if the problems of the world were only trivial thoughts one could shove aside. The man knew nothing of never-ending vengeance. "I was thinking of my mother," Quentin said, wondering why he trusted the man with his personal thoughts. He smiled so the man would know it was a good memory. "Been a while since you've seen her?" "A very long time. She passed on many years ago," Quentin said. Strangely, it wasn't an awful thought anymore. He could still feel her love and chose to remember it, ignoring the less tasteful memories. "I guess Mother's Day is a good time to remember," the man said solemnly. "What?" "Today's Mother's Day," the man continued, "or it was before we crossed the date line." "Is it celebrated in Germany?" "Yes," Quentin answered. His smile grew larger. "A really good day to remember her. I met a woman in your country who reminded me of her. It made me rethink things. I decided to come home and start fresh." "Never too late for that," the man said, inheriting Quentin's smile. "My mother can be a bit trying at times, but I gotta love her faith in me." "So, you changing jobs and everything?" "Changing everything," Quentin said, nodding his head emphatically. "I don't want to hate anything anymore. It's too tiring." "I envy you," the man said. "I have to wait till my youngest is out of college before I could even think of a change like that." "You have kids?" Quentin asked. It was a simple question that brought forth a litany of good memories from the man. It was a short conversation, but one of the best Quentin had in a very long time. It was simple, useless information. He felt silly enjoying it. The monster Marcius Thracius no longer held sway over his thoughts. Quentin wondered if that young girl, Maria, knew how precious her mother was. Almost as precious as his. I couldn't stop smiling. Even in the mirror, I couldn't force my lips to relax. Panic should have been my first reaction. Instead, a warmth I would have never expected filled me with joy. There was a deeper meaning besides the obvious. I had to cover my mouth to keep from laughing. "That was Detective Robertson on the phone," Eric said when I returned to the kitchen. He tossed his phone onto the counter. He was finally able to verify that Quentin had flown to Germany 3 months ago. "Of course, that doesn't mean he hasn't returned to this country." "He's not coming back," I said, struggling to keep my lips straight. "If Robertson has his way, he'll drag him back to face trial." "Quentin may have met his match this century," Eric said, sliding me into his arms. I really liked being in those arms. Quentin will be back, one way or the other. We had been slowly acclimating Maria to our relationship. With the support of her father, she was more accepting than I would have imagined. She had even asked me if I intended to marry Eric, letting me know that it would be okay with her. Way too mature for an 11-year-old. Then again, few 11-year-olds had been threatened by a lunatic. The idea of a strong man in the house had some appeal. "It's over," I said for the millionth time. My traitorous lips curled. "You find my concern humorous?" Eric asked. "Today, I do," I responded cryptically. I gave up trying to control my smile. Eric leaned his head back to get a better look at my face. The confusion on his was to die for. I had no idea why I loved it when he was off balance. There was just something about those small moments of superiority that excited me. A moral weakness to be sure, but so enjoyable. "You have a secret," Eric surmised. "Are you going to share? With a liar?" "I hardly think so," I said with as much smartass as I could muster. Eric smacked my ass lightly. I pushed him away laughing. "I have never lied to you," Eric said with a smile. His eyes narrowed as he took a predatory step forward. I playfully stepped back. "He was disturbing my reading," I said, comically mimicking some of his first words to me. He made a grab for my waist, but I dodged easily. "Okay, once," Eric said, moving around the chair I was using for cover. In my defense, I was trying to avoid a relationship. "It was your own fault for looking so damn sexy." Another half-hearted lunge that I thwarted by jumping backward. I scooted down the hall. "Oh, your pants are on fire, mister," I said, wiggling my butt at him as I ran into the bedroom. "My father bought it at Sears," I added, reminding him of the Barbie doll he gave Maria. Eric was moving quickly now, knowing I was trapped in the room without another exit. Maria wasn't going to be home from school for another 2 hours. Plenty of time to play. "They were white lies at worst," Eric said. I backed toward the bathroom as he moved forward. I let him catch me next to the sink. "I haven't lied to you since you learned the truth." "Liar," I repeated, then kissed him hard. He pulled me closer, and I felt a shiver run through him. Such an easy man to tease. I unaccidentally knocked the plastic stick off the sink. It rattled to the floor, which made him loosen his hold. He chuckled and bent to pick it up. "Liar," I said again. This time softer and with all my love. Eric stopped mid-laugh. He stared at the device like it was lying to him. When he rose, his eyes had glossed over, and he held out the device. It was one of the dummy-proof ones. The LED clearly said pregnant. "Liar." I smiled. Why the idea thrilled me, I can't say. A baby would rewrite all my plans, wrecking the idea of having Eric all to myself. I used my foot to push the waistkin toward him. Inside, 2 other manufacturers' devices claimed I was pregnant. I didn't believe it at first. Eric squatted down and sifted through the trash, examining the other devices as well. He rose silent, his mouth moving but no adequate words coming out. He looked again at the pregnancy test in his hand, then back at me. I can't, Eric stammered. He was so lovely when confused. "It's truly over, liar." I let my smile radiate my happiness. The ramifications of my pregnancy spread across his face. A million emotions crossed through his eyes, then they stilled, and he focused on me. "Fat women turn me on," Eric said, his eyes dancing with delight. "Liar," I said, smacking him in his shoulder. He spent the next 2 hours and the following 9 months of my growing belly proving he was telling the truth. By God, I believed him. David Marcius Papirius, the female professor, enunciated perfectly. She and a male professor were taking turns reading the names. Eric, Maria, and I stood, followed closely by Emma dressed in a cute little blue dress. Eric was glowing with obvious pride. "I can't see," Emma told her mother. Maria bent down and lifted her daughter into her arms. "There he is," Emma shouted happily. I smiled as David walked across the stage to pick up his diploma. There were times when I thought it wouldn't happen, like when he first learned how to flush the toilet. We found keys, phones, and anything else that would fit in the toilet bowl. He looks good, Eric said as David shook the hand of the Chancellor and the other dignitaries on stage. A BS in electrical engineering and a good job waiting. My eyes began to well up at the thought he wouldn't be living at home anymore, not even during the summer. Eric took my hand, sensing my discomfort. First Maria and now David. My kids had grown up. Way to go, Smelly, Maria shouted with love when the diploma was placed in David's hand. I could almost see his face turning red. There were chuckles in the audience, and Emma was waving wildly trying to get her uncle's attention. Very mature, I whispered with a smile. Maria just laughed, never afraid to be the loudest in the room. It served her well as a reporter. Peter, her husband, learned to live with it early on. I always thought it was what attracted him to her in the first place. It's done, Eric said as the next graduate was called forward. I lifted his hand to my lips and kissed the back of it. We had done well. I smiled and looked at Eric, his hair had grayed at the sideburns, crawling toward the temples. Very distinguished. So very handsome for such an old man. Do you regret it? I asked. He knew I meant the loss of his immortality. I had asked before. Never, Eric answered as always. We took our seats, and Emma crawled from her mother's lap to mine. I gave her a tight squeeze and let her get comfortable. Such a lovely grandchild. He's going to ask Amy to marry him, Maria said, leaning over. What? I asked, unable to process the statement. This weekend, Maria clarified, he was waiting until he graduated and found a job. Done and done. He hardly knows her, I said. They've been dating for 8 months, Mom, Maria said. I like the girl, Eric said. You knew about this? David and I talked last night, Eric told me. And I'm learning about it now? Didn't want you to be in tears the whole time, Eric said, leaning into me. He was right. Children should grow up more slowly. In little, easily digestible jumps. What's wrong, Grandma? Emma asked. You won't grow up, will you? I asked Emma, wiping my eyes. Eric smiled and put his arm around me. I'm almost 8, Emma said as if it were 50 and my thoughts were insane. I laughed and hugged her closer. It was good to feel a child in my arms. Eric leaned over me and whispered something to Maria. She nodded. Want to spend the weekend with us, sweetheart? Eric asked Emma. The zoo has a new monkey exhibit I want to see. Emma's head snapped to her mother. Can I? Emma asked her mother excitedly. I don't see why not, Maria replied. I can bring her things over at David's party, she told me. I looked at Eric, wondering if he could read my mind. Emma was just the boost I needed. This will be fun, I said, feeding Emma's excitement. Better? Eric whispered the question in my ear. Always, I replied. We didn't need sentences anymore. More words would only weaken the meaning. Eric kissed my cheek. Emma, jealous, forced her cheek forward. I laughed as Eric gave it a peck as well. I love you, old man, I told Eric. Emma crawled over to his lap and his smile grew. Happiness came easy for him. All it took was family. The end.